into the calamity of my deepest insecurities. A 15-gram SV10 mushrooms trip report, posted on the Vivec Discord. One thing to note before I say anything, is that this was my first time ever having raw mushrooms, so I don't quite know what to expect. This is not meant to be an encouraging story, more of a cautionary tale. This trip sent me down a curious path of psychedelic journeys throughout my life. I've now done quite a few megadoses of traditional psychedelics such as psilocybin or LSD, sometimes even both at once. Even though this was a nightmarish trip at times, I still understood the reasoning why it was so bad. I also took a lot from this trip, implemented it into my life, but I'm lucky I can take these experiences properly and not ruin my life with them. One person could take this experience, and another person, well, probably the majority of people, will not be able to handle this experience in the short or maybe even the long run. I was fooling around at the time with gummies that had half of whatever weak strain of mushrooms in them, and half of 4-ACO-DMT. I thought I knew it all after eating 2 packs of those gummies, but I was dead wrong. And I will try to be very expressive in this trip report because this was an extremely powerful experience. It started when I got the connection to a dealer who sells some potent mushroom strains when he can find them, so they end up going quite quickly. I got a drop with a 10 strip of Timorak tabs, which was fine because it was going to be the first time dropping LSD. And I also got a bag of SV10 mushrooms, which are a cross between the strains Albino, Chodewave and Yeti. The mushrooms reeked, but I was very excited to try them. When I got it, I had a sandwich bag filled about halfway when I held it in my hand. They looked awesome. Pale caps and very blue all around the stems and a little on the caps. When I held them, I needed 2 hands to hold them all. A nice big bowl of shrooms, I thought. I told my friend, who had much more experience than me at the time, that I had what I thought to be 7 grams. I was going to eat them all because I had done what I thought was 6 grams of the mushroom gummies and had some ego loss, but not much. I was not ready for this experience, mind you, and didn't know that he had messed up the bag or just felt very generous and gave me the remaining 15 grams of SV10 he had left. I put the mushrooms on a scale and it weighs out as 15 grams, but naively I don't believe it, and told myself it was 7 because, well, I didn't know what any dose of shrooms looked like really. I also thought a ½ ounce of shrooms would be a massive mountain that you would need a grocery store bag to fit them all in at the time. So, later that night, I tore the mushrooms into big, thick chunks. I put a lot of the mushrooms mixed with Doritos. I heard of someone doing this, so I tried it out. My stoned mind at the time thought it would be good somehow. Unfortunately, they didn't all fit, but I started to eat them anyways. I didn't like the taste and texture of it, so I dumped the chips on my counter and picked all of the mushroom chunks out. So, I went downstairs to look for another option. I decided on the classic method. I made 3 peanut butter jelly sandwiches, and went back upstairs and noticed the time was about 7:45 PM. I placed the chunks of SV10 on all the bread slices, and they covered every piece of the sandwich in thick mushroom chunks. I consumed everything within 30 minutes, besides a few small mushroom chunks as I started to feel nauseous. I ate a few small mushroom chunks off the little bit left, and then washed it down with water, almost throwing up as my stomach was loaded with psilocybin. I made a mess out of the chips in my bathroom because I spilt Doritos everywhere. I decided I did not like the chip method whatsoever. Now after this I was coming up very swiftly already, so I went to the toilet to clear my stomachache. I started to get a bad gut feeling about this trip. I thought I really knew what I was doing, which was absolutely hilarious. Things were getting frantic and I was having traces already. This was much different than the normal 45-minute to an hour come up that is usual. It was like I finished eating, and then I was tripping the next second. My eyes were dilating, and things were waving. I started to pick up the mess I made, feeling fairly disoriented and starting to panic for no reason out of fear from leaving a mess. I started tripping hard enough to the point it was, well, hard for me to focus on the chips at all, and I had to clean even though I couldn't see them. The malaise was starting to become more and more prevalent. I kept missing spots, so I lazily wiped them onto the floor. What is going on, is all I could think. Then the bad trip starts. I cleaned up the best I could in the bathroom. I went into my room and turned on the lights. I sat in my bed with my eyes on my knees, scared and feeling worried about something. My mum came in to talk to me about my homework, but I shooed her away and told her I did not feel good and I was just going to go to bed. felt extremely bad for doing this because she was respectfully telling me to keep up on my work, but I was irritated that she was on my ass about it a few minutes after eating an ungodly amount of mushrooms. I turned off the lights and texted my friend. "Bad trip, we'll be gone for a while," frantically. I started to enter an ego death state for the first time in my life. I was petrified for what is to come. This was an entirely different ballgame. I was used to the happy and fun giggle trips with eye candy and felt like a super dopamine rush. I did not want to believe mushrooms could possibly be this strong. No way. I turned the lights on to see geometrical, rigid motion-like reflections taking place. The room was mirroring while I looked at my tall fan. I turned off the lights again, and I began to see the sunrise through my window. The outside world is continuing on while I was in for a rough time. And this hit me hard for some reason. I realised how beautiful life is in such a scary and eye-opening way. I thought of being outside in the June summer evening, with a girl and then with my friends, and how badly I want to be out in the world right at that moment. Everything was so sad to me. I just wanted to stop tripping so badly at that point. I turned the lights back on to be met with a frightening sight at the time. Everything was fake. My ever so precious reality was BS at that point. It took on a fake, plasticky, synthetic experience. I looked at my wall, and within the patterns, I see hundreds of clowns and jester faces popping out and glitching like a Windows XP error repeating over and over and over again. In a vivid, three-dimensional live image, I could feel the jester's anger with me. My room took on a circus-like appearance. I shut the lights off, scared of the hallucinations. I scrambled for the melatonin that was for some reason in my pocket so I can try to sleep this off. Later on, after the experience had ended, I thought it was quite funny looking back on this, but in the moment I realised how real things were getting. I go up to use the bathroom again, but I could not stay up straight to save my life. I was talking to myself incoherently as the waves were throwing me off balance. Everything was way louder than usual, and my audio hallucinations are lagging in and out and echoing. It sounded like I was tapping into whatever is beyond the Matrix. Almost like a ticking noise repeating and echoing and washing over my brain, going at a fast tempo of whomp, 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 whomp. It was a deeply mesmerising sound. I get to the toilet in slow motion and I pull out my pants to see, well, I have no genitals whatsoever. I was pissing a stream out of nothing. The toilet was warped to an odd shape and it was shrinking and growing while my stream was twisting into infinity. This terrified me. So I pulled up my pants simultaneously as I finished using the bathroom and ran back to my room, slamming my door extremely hard from my loose shroom arms. I was mortified that my mother or father would try to ask me what the hell is going on, because it was very, very loud. Time was slowing and slowing and slowing as I went more and more and more mad. I came to the realization that I was dying. My time perception was non-existent, and I seemed to be looping random thoughts in my brain. It's hard to tell when you don't have another person to confirm if you were or not, because when you loop, you do not realise it. I just realised that this is the end. I've died. I was rolling around in my bed, wishing my agony would end. The next thing I remember was me trying to get up to use the bathroom again. I started to feel great pain and aches all throughout my body. The mushrooms did not want me to move, but it felt like I was falling apart. I laid back down, and the pain went away. I started feeling numb and transparent. I rolled around more and more and trying to get up again, but even weaker now, I ended up crashing my skull into my headboard behind my bed. I slammed it oh so very hard, but did not even feel it. I touched my body to feel that it is numb, completely numb now. It wasn't like a normal numb feeling, it was just nothingness. I speak out loudly. Why? Why is this happening? My voice was foreign to my ears and was very altered from the audio hallucinations. I started to have to use the bathroom again, but I couldn't get out of bed at all. I ended up wetting the bed and my pants as I literally could not hold it in any longer, and I was scared to go into the light because the hallucinations were so powerfully terrifying. This would be annoying later on, as you could expect. As I started to break the veil in this reality to the unforgiving mushroom land, I started to scratch my chest and eyes. I was trying to pull myself back to reality, ever so desperately fighting against the breakthrough. I'd heard of breakthroughs, but this was not what I expected, and I did not realise I was breaking through, because I was so naive to the power of psilocybin. Finally, I forcefully blasted off into the unknown. I eventually found myself in a black void. No, blacker than black, in fact. I was in this void for what felt like years. My connection to the real world was completely shot during this time. And then, of course, the trip advanced, and in this void I noticed jester entities. They see me, get right in my face, and dance all around me, taunting me, making fun of me. It felt like they were laughing at my ego, humiliating me. I kept thinking that every one of my friends would make fun of me for having a bad trip after being so confident in taking this dose. I was tormented by these celestial beings taking on a circus theme for what seemed to be years and years and years. I eventually came to the realization that they were teaching me a very big lesson. I needed to stop being so damn insecure of what other people think of me. Why should I give a damn of what some other dumbass thinks of me? At the end of the day, I'm not going to die if someone tries to put me down. People will always be jealous or think they are better than everyone else. I used to get insecure and angry at people teasing me. A lot of the time, I would always let it get to me very deeply. Other people thinking that I was a joke was my biggest fear. People not taking me seriously. I could even hear them say things behind my back. They mocked me. But at the end of the day, I guess it doesn't matter. I used to do dumb things, and people would react how they would react. It's never going to change, so why let it get to me at all? I remember briefly being in a savannah-like plane. It felt like the afterlife. After this massive wake-up call, I started to exit the breakthrough, but I was still tripping exceptionally hard. I felt like I was no longer human, that I was turning into multiple foreign creatures straight from Tripland at once. My ego dissolution started to weaken, and I turned the lights back on as I was out of the peak, and I calmed way, way down. When I turned on the lights, the room looked very wide horizontally and vertically, as I typically get after a massive mushroom trip. The entire room goes black and white, and then if I had to describe it, an almost industrial hue of deep colours. There were patterns everywhere, and I could see clown faces appearing in the plaster marks on the walls around me. They swayed back and forth with this wide grin on their face. I turned the lights off, then wobbled and stumbled my way to my door. I was leaning against the wall, terrified. I was still so messed up, I started to piss on my goddamn floor. Quickly, I began to realise what I was doing and stopped. I looked at a heating pad on the floor and it turned into a face and was changing shape. It looked like the face of an Easter Island statue. I then looked down at my foot and I could see from the light sweeping into my room between the cracks of my door and the door frame, my foot shrinking and growing intensely. Holy fuck, I said. I'm real, I thought. I fell through my door and fumbled my way back to my bathroom with my phone. I realised it was now 12:50 AM. This shocked me because I thought I aged thousands of years during the peak. I used the bathroom and it was a massive relief to me. It felt as if it was my first time using a bathroom in millennium. I then looked into the mirror to see my intensely dilated pupils. I was frightened at how big they were. I thought my iris could have broken. My face was morphing all about and I couldn't clearly make myself out. I was genuinely unrecognisable. Then turned on the song Use You or Foo Foo by Juice WRLD, as it was the first song that showed up on YouTube. It was echoing very loudly. It sounded like the whole song was playing at once, if that makes any sense at all. I turned it off, and I go back to my room and turn the lights on. I get clean clothes on, and then take a few videos somehow and text a friend that I now understand what he meant by being careful with mushrooms. No one was awake though. This took forever, and time felt impeccably slow. I then smoke some weed and go to bed after putting a few towels on it from the piss. The next day, I felt very odd, in a good way. I cleaned my mattress and had to embarrassingly leave it out in the sun, and I went off to hang out with some friends. This trip taught me valuable lessons that I will never ever forget, but such experiences are not for the average tripper. This trip started my long journey, and I see it as an extremely beautiful experience even though it was a mess. The moral of the story here is, never trust your ego. Bigger Than God, an MDA and mushrooms trip report by White Birch, posted at earwood.org November 26, 2011. It was a Saturday in September, a beautiful day from the moment I woke up. The 2 weeks before had been very stormy, and it was nice to finally have a warm, sunny day. I was glad the weather turned out to be decent, since I was spending the day in New York City, about 4 hours from my house, with a friend of mine and a dozen or so friends of his. I only knew one person from the group I was going with, but everyone turned out to be very kind and like-minded. We boarded the train, and by 4:30 in the afternoon, we arrived in Grand Central Station. We walked around the city for a few hours, the group breaking off in various directions, and I spent the early evening with 3 other people. After eating some pizza, checking out a few small shops and people watching, it was around 7 p.m. and we headed towards our final destination, an art gallery of a well-known artist. There was to be a celebration at his gallery, something I had been to before and enjoyed very much. We arrived a half hour later, meeting up with the rest of the group and checking in with everyone's afternoons. After saying hello to some old friends from previous gatherings, everyone began milling around the gallery. There was live music, ranging from mellow guitar to high-energy trance, as well as several artists painting live. There were a lot of people in the gallery, and it soon became very warm. After briefly checking out what had changed in the gallery since the last time I'd visited, I met up with a friend of mine who was gracious enough to share some entheogens with me, a tab of very pure MDA, as well as 4 grams of mushrooms, give or take. He also handed me a square of LSD, which I did not end up taking that night. Having taken MDA and mushroom combinations before, what I like to do is take the pill right away and wait until I'm peaking on MDA before ingesting the mushrooms, which is exactly what I did this time around. Soon, the energy hit, and I spent some time really taking in the paintings. The artist's work is remarkable while sober, and under the influence of the MDA it was beyond incredible. The longer I looked at each painting, the more I noticed little things that were hidden inside each of them. I understood that each painting was a part of the artist, and was grateful to be able to experience their work firsthand. A few hours had passed, and with the energy of the MDA pulsing through my body, I decided it was time to unleash and start dancing to some trance and techno. Before doing this, I decided it was about time to ingest the mushroom, so I discreetly pulled them out, munched down the dry, bitter stems and caps. I was rolling nicely and was excited to add a little colour to my experience. I had never been a fan of electronic music before my first MDA experience a few months before. A classically trained musician, I considered electronic music to be the antithesis of what I stood for. After hearing it under the influence, however, I realised the time and energy artists spent making techno was no different than what I was doing. The melding of each layer of techno forms one sound, but after listening carefully to each note, each separate layer can be heard. Although it may not seem like it, trance and techno are very similar to classical music in the way they're written and performed, and my appreciation of both grew larger that evening. Eventually I needed water and a break, so I left the dance area to walk around a bit. I made my way into one of the main gallery rooms and decided to take a look at a few other paintings. Up until this point, things may not seem interesting, but the following incident is the reason I'm writing this whole report. As an avid psychonaut, both with and without the use of mind-altering substances, I've been searching for enlightenment since I first learned what meditation was when I was 10 years old, in 5th grade. I've spent anywhere from an hour to 2 hours each day meditating, having recently added yoga into my repertoire. I began the use of psychedelics in hopes that they would help me in my quest. Staring at one of the artist's paintings depicting various human accomplishments during the course of known history, I soon began thinking about God, or what people perceive as God, as well as religion itself. I could feel the mushroom pulse hit me, the waving feeling I always get with the come-up. The painting began speaking to me, not in words of course, but it was showing me the path of mankind. First, there was evolution, then fire, and so on and so forth, until there was the space shuttle and Dr. Martin Luther King. Everything was on a path that was set, but not set in stone. We as humans can choose our paths, but essentially we are destined to do what we as humans do. There is slavery, but we realize the error of our ways and abolish slavery. The small steps are our own choice, but the big picture is part of a path. As I stare at the picture, which is at least double the height of me and double the width, my mind begins to understand the big picture. There is something bigger than me. Bigger than Earth, bigger than Jesus, bigger than God. My mind is swirling with thought as the power of the MDA and mushrooms pulls through my body full force. Bigger than God. What can be bigger than God? The universe. The cosmos. Wow, my mind is on fire. I feel I may have reached the answer to my lifelong question of what is God, why are we here, what is after death, when it hits me. God is too small. Humans created their idea of God as a sort of middleman to understand the universe because we couldn't understand why the sun rose or why people die. Nowadays, people have mostly discarded God because of science. I realised at this very moment that it doesn't matter if people believe in God, because he doesn't exist. Heaven as a life after death doesn't exist because what really exists is better than life after death, better than God, better than anything we could ever have imagined. Hurling around the sun on this globe, we are all just a part of something so large and incredible we as humans are unable to comprehend, and therefore we need to create religion to explain the unexplainable. Religion has a place, but the reason so many people leave the church as I had, brought up Catholic but so unfulfilled, is because there's no room for growth. It now hit me that religion is a part of the cosmos, but only a small part. Jesus is real, but he's only a part, not the end-all and be-all, not the alpha and omega, just a tiny part of a wildly huge and magnificent thing. Religion, I realised, should be treated like school. Go and learn until you can't learn anymore. Take what you've learnt and apply it to your life, then move on. Move on to the next religion, or move on to something more important. Religion can only teach so much. After that, it's just repetition. You'll never learn calculus by going to algebra class your whole life. You need to take what you know and move to the next level. As my mind was exploding with these thoughts, my friend from home came over to me. He's an experienced psychedelic user, and apparently being able to tell I was in thought, did something to me that a friend had done to him a while back. I turned to him, and he asked me to reach for something in the front pocket of his backpack. I reached in, and inside was a bottle cap. My mind, having been lost in the cosmos, was flipping. I looked over at him in confusion and despair, and he looked back at me. "There's nothing in here," I exclaimed. He looked at me with wide eyes. "What did you think was going to be in there?" I paused a moment, embarrassed to say what I thought was inside, but upon his urging I did tell him. The universe. When I reached inside the bag, I genuinely believed I would be thrust inside the swirling whirlwind of the universe itself, both immersed in it as well as being able to hold it with my very hands. It's a feeling I'm not exactly able to describe, except for the fact that I was severely disappointed to find a water ball cap. "Disappointing, he asked. He was fucking with my mind, and it was working. "Yeah, very," I replied, not being able to say much more than that. My mind was blown. I had to walk around a little to shake off the feeling of knowing things others did not know. I wanted to let everyone know how stupid and unimportant possessions are, how petty little quarrels and big wars are, how in the grand scheme of things, nothing matters, yet at the same time, everything matters. I wanted to tell people that the energy they use to hate could equally be used to love. In the grand scheme of things, life is too important to waste on things, but should be spent on loving each other. I was shook up by my revelation and was unable to think properly for a while. After the backpack incident, I thought I was totally sober, thrust back into reality, but after a few minutes I could feel the trip re-emerge. Really and truly, I felt like I knew too much to be on Earth right now. I felt I should have been granted access to the next level, whatever that may be. I honestly felt that Earth was too small for me in that moment. I wanted something bigger, even if it meant dying to find it. For a minute, in fact, I actually just wanted to die, just to see what else was out there, waiting for me. Of course, I wasn't able to die, and had to live on Earth and continue to go to my pointless job every day until what I really want to do takes off. I didn't know what else to do at that point, so I went and danced for a little while, but my heart wasn't really in it. I ended up spending the rest of the night in another room, listening to some relaxing guitar playing and vocal moaning. And at 4 a.m, the celebration had ended. We headed back for the train to take a long, long ride home. I have taken a variety of substances in the past, searching but never finding. I finally feel I have found what I have been searching for all these years. I still meditate and practice yoga, as well as take the occasional weekend psychedelic. Although I now feel more relaxed when I use them, like I can enjoy the trip more without worrying what I can get out of it. I used to feel like I was always searching while on acid or mushrooms or MDA, MDMA, but now I can just have fun. All of my trips are enjoyable now. All the weight has been lifted off of me, and I am happy. When I hear of people getting upset on psychedelics, I wish I could give them my healing thoughts, but alas, I cannot. Many people jump into drugs for many reasons, but spiritual enlightenment isn't always the point. When they realise how tight and weak their minds are, it can scare them. I feel that my dozen or so years of meditating and mind searching has given me the mental strength to not only handle psychedelics, but also to utilise them as the tools they are. I am now free from searching, and at age 24, know what I believe is the meaning of life. This isn't something I go around preaching, since I know people won't understand or, honestly, even be interested in, but it does give me the hope and power and guidance to live each day the best I can. I don't believe in a heaven like most people do, life after death and meeting loved ones sort of stuff, but I do believe there is something after we die. I guess I'll just have to wait and find out what it is. I'm so happy and grateful to have experienced this. I wish more people were open to psychedelic drugs, to be honest. I know it doesn't make world peace possible, but I do believe it would make everyone's own life a little better. Beyond the Void, a DMT trip report by a Vipassana meditator, posted to EARBUDS.org, August 12th, 2010. I'm always interested to know of a user's background before reading about his experience, so I shall briefly give mine. I am educated to postgraduate level and have a higher professional background. Around 3 years ago I began to study Buddhism and went on a number of retreats, including a Vipassana retreat. The insight from Vipassana showed me that the division between what is a drug and what is not is arbitrary and flawed, since all experience has the capacity to lead to attachment and/or aversion, and since all experience is generally perceived as pleasant or unpleasant due to a physical sensation coupled with a change in neurotransmitter levels, all experience in the physical world has a similar action to drugs. It would be completely wrong to say that Vipassana led me to drugs, rather. It showed me that my prior reasons for not experimenting with drugs were unfounded. One reason was fear of my own reactions. What I realised following Vipassana was that I need not fear any difficult drug experiences, as I would be able to observe the drug's effects, rather than acting out the script that the drug has written. The other reason was that drugs are not real. A drug experience may not be real in that it is transient and impermanent, but it is no less real than any other daily experience. Up to my completion of this Vipassana retreat, the drugs I took were limited to alcohol and tobacco. I had tried hashish a few times and cocaine once, and was quite unimpressed with both, so I felt no desire to experiment with them further. Put another way, I couldn't see what all the fuss was about. Shortly after completing Vipassana, I had my first experience with MDMA, and since then I have also experimented with MDEA, marijuana, LSD, amphetamine, nitrous oxide, methamphetamine, ketamine, psilocybin mushrooms, and salvia divinorum, as well as combinations of all of the above. But of all of these drugs, I take MDMA and LSD most frequently, at least 2 or 3 times per month and often more regularly. I occasionally smoke tobacco, I take caffeinated drinks in moderation, and rarely drink alcohol. In light of the foregoing, I think it's fair to say I've had broad experience with recreational drugs. I've never had a bad trip, even when I have taken doses of LSD that could be described as heroic. With all this, I think the most important thing I can say about DMT is that nothing, no amount or combination of drugs and no amount of description could ever have prepared me for how completely mind-blowing this substance really is. DMT divides the brain by zero, which is impossible, except with DMT. I prepared a bed of ashes in a bong by burning some tobacco. I then compacted the ashes and put a small amount of pure DMT salt on top of the ashes. I held the flame to the salt as I inhaled, making sure all of it vaporized. I held in the smoke for around 10 seconds. There was some smoke left in the bong, but as I breathed out the smoke I had inhaled, the effects of the drug had already overwhelmed my ability to move. Well, I guess I expected this. But regardless, I put the bong down, sat back in the couch, as there was nothing else I could really do in that moment. Physically, I was very aware of my body. It felt enormous, in fact. But also it seemed as if my sense of touch extended into my surroundings, my study. Everything shook and shimmered, and suddenly the visuals became something that can only be described as high-tech. Colours shone with a brilliance I had never seen. High-tech shapes that suggested intelligent design flowed over the view of everything, but unlike the phosphenes I see with LSD, which seem as if they are coming from behind my eyes, this imagery was in front of me. I was witnessing something external to my body rather than through a filter. As I turned my head, all images from different points of view combined. Past, present and future, maybe 10 seconds each way. By layer upon layer of translucent images, pulsating and animated with an intelligence that defies verbal description. Even though all colours were amplified and vivid, I noticed that there was a great deal of translucent gold and neon green colour in all of my field of vision, but again, this seemed like something I was looking at rather than tinted glasses over my eyes. I did feel a presence though. Very powerful. Some have described this presence as their former self, as in from the prior moment, and that perceiving the former self as another being, which in a way it is the explanation for this presence. I did feel this echo of myself. The self, or what we think of it as being, is of course transient and impermanent. But there was definitely something else. It seemed as if hundreds, thousands, perhaps millions of beings are present, all in a hive of communication. I was aware of them, but I cannot say for certain whether they were aware of me. The intensity of everything was, in a sense, terrifying. I wasn't really scared of anything, if only because I knew that nobody has ever, at least according to any reliable source, died from smoking DMT. If I didn't know this, I might have been worried, but since I'm always well informed of the medical effects of a drug before taking it, I'm never worried. The amount of information storming my brain and the processes working were incredible, and if I were a computer, I would be afraid that my CPU would be fried as a result of overclocking. So much was happening that I might never be able to make sense of. My initial split-second neurotic reaction to the intensity was a predictable, "Oh God, I'm never doing this again." However, I knew that such thoughts always pass if I allow them to just pass, rather than clinging to them or trying to push it away. The thought arises by itself, without my input, and it will leave of its own volition. I find this quite easy to do because, well, I meditate. Furthermore, I recalled that my first reaction to salvia was similar and passed, giving way to something amazing and enlightening. I saw no reason for that not to happen with DMT. Audio was interesting. The music that was playing was both amplified and quieter all at once, which, again, is impossible except with DMT. There was a slight drop in pitch and tempo, oscillating up sometimes. Everything echoed as if the same sound came from different sources, near and far. Other sounds were also heard, but I still have no idea what they were, but I certainly did not find them objectionable. The visions I had pulsated in time to the music that was playing, although I only realised that this had happened in retrospect. Taste and smell were best not paid too much attention, if only because of the disgusting, caustic taste of the DMT smoke and its matching smell. So much is happening that it would be a great shame to allow it to detract from the experience. Like the slight nausea that can follow ingestion of psilocybin mushrooms, it really is a very small price to pay, and I am grateful for the experience rather than whining like a small child over a mildly uncomfortable side effect. A few times I did cough, not repeatedly, but one loud cough at a time. This acted as a release of some built-up energy. Not so much release of tension, but more release of an arrow from a bow, clearly directed. But also amplified the experience, and it felt as if my lungs shook the entire universe, which was a most powerful sensation indeed. As for breathing generally, I took deliberately deep breaths, if only to make sure I was breathing. I realised that this was quite unnecessary, and of course that nobody has ever choked or died from asphyxiation as a result of smoking DMT. Perhaps the fact that the past, present and future are blended together with DMT accounts for this odd sensation of not being sure of whether or not I am breathing in the first place. It's as if I became aware of my immediately prior exhalation as I'm inhaling. I think it was this, rather than the layered images, that made me realise that my sense of time was greatly stretched. I am aware of the passage of time. Perhaps I might not be so aware of it without music as a reference, but time definitely becomes more flexible. The description of the experience with reference to different senses cannot account for the intense synesthesia. I can say that I tasted music, saw colours, etc., all of which is true, but really is beyond description. During the peak effects, which lasted all of 5 to 10 minutes but felt like forever and never, all I could do is lie back into my chair and let things happen. I did not try to move much and was probably not capable of doing so. Once the peak visual effects subsided a little, I laughed inwardly for a minute before deciding to stand up and walk around. Everything shimmered and radiated, and it was as if I was moving through a gaseous formation such as a pulsar through a galaxy. I turned around and looked at my ugly, floral pattern upholstered couch, and the flowers were literally moving from one cushion to the other, and onto the floor and into the air. I could control the flow of these flowers by moving my hands. Music at this point became exceptionally pleasant, more pleasant even than music on MDMA or LSD or both. I did what I usually like to do when under the influence of psychedelics, and stare at myself in the mirror. I had a divine glow. But what I find most remarkable was that I didn't look like I was on drugs. With all other drugs, I will have a certain look that those who do not use drugs might not detect, but I will notice. But with DMT, this is not the case. As the visuals died away, a strong euphoria lingered. I shivered and clung to the wall, my body pulsating with bliss. There was almost a sense of relief, or perhaps as if I had been awarded a prize of sorts, as if I had come through a major trial successfully. Over the next 20 minutes or so, the effects of the drug wore off, leaving a wonderful afterglow. I found it difficult, however, to make sense of what had actually happened, and so decided after about half an hour to have another milder trip. This trip is not worthy of too much mention, as while intense in comparison with other substances, was nothing like the first trip and no use in integrating the first. I waited an hour and had another full dose. The effects were similar to the first trip, except more intense, and once the peak visual effects eased, it gave way to what I must say is the purest euphoria I have ever experienced. It was this trip that enabled me to make sense of the first, and allowed me to explain it here. Later on in the day, a friend called round. He was keen to try DMT, but wanted to watch how I behaved on it first. I was also intrigued to see how the trip would be different with somebody else present. I can't say there was a whole lot. His face looked very warm and friendly, and he is a very warm and friendly person, so that was hardly surprising. But it didn't fit in the alternative universe I was seeing. I had more of a sensation of flying this time than the previous 3 times. Unfortunately for readers, whatever I was flying through really defies description, except I felt a very strong presence of intelligence and numerous beings of unknown nature. As I was coming to, my friend took a dose. He seemed very shocked by the effects of the drug as he came to. He said that he would probably not take DMT again, not because it was bad, but simply too weird. Interestingly though, he found the music playing, and the few words I spoke, nothing significant, very raw and almost grating. Like myself, he practices Vipassana and said that had he not been on a Vipassana retreat, the experience would have been disastrous and would have scarred him. Predictably, 15 minutes after saying this, he said he would definitely have to try DMT again. He noted that he felt a calm like he had never felt. I asked him if this was like a system reset of sorts, or perhaps a clean installation of a new operating system, and he agreed with the analogy. I expected that this might be his reaction, similar to the reaction of most people I've seen taking salvia for the first time. Terror or near terror, followed by great joy and a desire to repeat the experience. The next day in the evening, I took another dose. I asked my wife, who was not taking DMT or any substances, if she would try to interact with me or at least observe while I was under the influence. I wasn't really able to communicate with her, but what I noticed is that the beings I encountered had similar features to her. By features, I do not necessarily mean physical features. All I noted was that she belonged among the beings whose presence I felt. The beings were aware of her, and it was as if a part of her that is deep in her subconsciousness was fully aware of them also. On that note, this was the first time the unknown being seemed aware of me and took notice. I have yet to establish the full significance of all this. I might be able to once she takes DMT herself, but she is not ready for it. This does corroborate the aforementioned view that one of the explanations for the sensation of a strong presence during a DMT trip is an echo of the self, perceived as a separate entity. As already stated, I do not accept this as a complete explanation, and I do hold to the view that the beings I encountered were more than simply me in the past, present, and future. Given what I noticed of my wife communicating with the DMT universe beings, it strengthens my view that our intelligence, awareness, and power as human beings is in several parts and none of the parts are aware of the other. DMT has opened up a part that what I typically see as me was unaware of, and it likewise of me. It would seem that the goal of a meditator and/or psychonaut should be to integrate these several parts so that there is continuity of awareness and intelligence. The most significant integrable effect of the trip was that it had made me quite unafraid of dying. I don't want to die, but I feel as if I can make good choices after my death. I cannot fully explain in words why I feel this. DMT strongly reinforced the truth that there is nothing to fear except fear itself. There is a concept in Buddhism, but by no means unique to that tradition, called shunyata, that is best translated as emptiness. Meditation, especially Vipassana in a Theravedic tradition, and drugs other than DMT can take me into shunyata, into the void as it were. LSD can certainly help me to empty my mind to the point where I have no thought, only awareness. Ketamine, nitrous oxide, and especially salvia take me much further into the void, to the vanishing point of the universe where everything is perceived as empty, and that the universe is the modulation of a single oscillating wave that has no permanent or physical reality. Tibetan Buddhists, however, seem to suggest that while a student must attain this understanding of shunyata, that there is something beyond shunyata as well. I cannot claim to have an understanding of what Tibetans mean by this, if this is what they were saying at all. But I can say that with DMT, I am taken beyond the void, beyond emptiness. I'm always one to spot puns, but while no more than a coincidence, the sound of the letters DMT seems so apt. Vipassana, LSD, and dissociatives emptied my mind. DMT has de-emptied it. By this, though, I do not mean it has undone anything. It seems that when I reach the void, I come to the vanishing point of the universe. DMT allows me to push beyond this vanishing point, allowing me to see another universe that actually coexists with this one and is right under our noses. I had always thought that I might leave the material world behind to pursue a monastic life, or at least go and live in the Himalayas for a few years. Having had DMT, I no longer consider this necessary, as there is nothing to leave, and wherever I go in this world would not take me further to this new truth I have seen, which is right under our noses wherever we go. Of all the effects of DMT, this is so far the most liberating. Subtle flashbacks have followed this experience. I've experienced several in the past few days, not at all difficult, unpleasant, distracting, or overwhelming, I might say, which for me have helped significantly with integration. I want to take the experience of DMT further by undergoing a full ayahuasca ritual, as I am certain that this will make the experience easier to integrate. The reason DMT is so difficult to make sense of is, of course, because it hits you out of nowhere and vanishes just as quickly. Until such time as I have the opportunity to take part in an ayahuasca ritual, I intend to slowly experiment with combining DMT with other substances, especially LSD and MDMA, and perhaps in time with dissociatives as well. I expect that I will take a long time to do this though, as it is certainly not something to be rushed into whatsoever. DMT is, by a long shot, the most powerful drug, at least as far as the mind is concerned, that I have tried. Indeed, the power of all other drugs combined is completely insignificant compared to the power of DMT. Though it is true that a difficult trip on DMT might be easier than, say, LSD, in that if something becomes uncomfortable, I need only endure it for 5 minutes as opposed to a grueling 8 hours. But anyway, I shall close here by saluting the first shamans who discovered DMT-containing plants and dared to experiment and voyage into the unknown. Their bravery, or recklessness, or both, has been for the benefit of mankind. The Seams of the Universe, a 4ACO DMT trip report by Jake, posted to earbud.org, August 27th, 2010. Note: I do not recommend taking this higher dose, and the only reason I'm writing this is for informational and research purposes. Earbud note: the dose described in this report is very high, potentially beyond Earbud's heavy range, and could pose serious health risks or result in unwanted extreme effects. Sometimes extremely high doses reported are errors rather than the actual doses used. A little background knowledge. I do not have very many friends. I don't have any close family, and I suffer from severe anxiety and depression. I know this is not a great combination for psychedelic use, but every previous trip I have managed to keep myself together and enjoy it. LSD, mushrooms, 2CXs. I have a girlfriend per se. We are basically together, but we don't call ourselves boyfriend and girlfriend yet. We have a lot of history, dated a fair few times, and I do trust her a lot. Setting: my room, soft yellow lamp, bare white walls, computer, sound system, large bed. The time was about 8 PM, and that day I had received a package containing my next substance for experimenting with, 4-acetoxy DMT. Next to nothing is really known about this chemical when it reaches doses above 40 milligrams, which is one of the reasons why I decided it would be a good choice. I had downloaded some new 60s albums the day before in preparation for this event, some more Pink Floyd, Brian Wilson's Smile, and the Jefferson Airplane album, and had them on a playlist set on shuffle. I weighed up a generous dose, as I thought it would be the same as most other psychedelics with an up dose, just a more intense version than the lower. I popped it into a cap and downed it with some Gatorade. My concept of time was blurred through this whole thing, so I'll just try and keep everything structured as best I can. After downing the cap, I returned to my PC, where I spent some time chatting to some people on IRC. I didn't know how long the average come-up for this substance was, so I decided to just act as if I wasn't about to experience anything. That way, time might go a little quicker. Big mistake. It was around 30 minutes later when I developed a craving for some ice cream. I emerged from my room to the refrigerator, where I found a cornetto that looked absolutely amazing to me. This seemed slightly odd to me though, as I never eat ice cream at all. I returned once again to my room and turned on the heater as I was feeling cold, probably due to the ice cream. I hopped back on IRC to announce the awesomeness of my cornetto. In less than a minute the cornetto was gone. I'd eaten it so fast, and it just tasted so wonderful, that I craved even more ice cream. This is about the time where I assume the drug kicked in. I grabbed a tub of Rocky Road style ice cream, which I eat on an even rarer occasion than cornettos, and a spoon as well. I sat back in my room and consumed each spoonful with pleasuring relish. With every gulp, a grin that even the Cheshire Cat would envy got wider and wider, and the euphoria was beyond belief. I soon realised why I never ate this particular ice cream though. It made me sick as fuck. And right at that moment, I realised I was about to be hit full force with the power that is nausea and psychedelics. The music started to shift tones rather randomly. It was as if there was a barrier between the speakers and my ears that drastically morphed music and sound. I rolled onto my bed with great difficulty, but eventually managed to get myself facing upwards. I completely forgot what drug I took by this point, which was probably one of the worst parts of this whole experience. Not knowing what is happening, and why things are happening, or what is making them happen in the first place, is a very scary experience indeed. By this point, the song that was playing was Pink Floyd's Speak to Me. I knew the lyrics, and as soon as the line was sung, a sudden realization crept up on me that I really had no idea who or what I was trying to be, or what I was even doing with my life. This may seem a little confusing, because I'm trying to put these thoughts into words, but I expect that some things will be too over-exaggerated to understand. The next thing I remember was attempting to sit up in my bed. Also a bad idea. I checked my phone to see that I had received 2 messages. One from the close girlfriend, who we'll call B, and one from another close friend who we'll call A, who knew I was going to be tripping that night. I could not work out how to reply, and felt an extreme sense of failure because of all this. I managed to message B with a simple, "I love you," and then tried to get out of bed. A wave of an extremely powerful force pushed inwards on me, and I had the intense feeling of collapsing into myself. This may not seem that bad, but for me, it was absolutely horrifying, as I had no recollection of if this drug should be doing this to me, because I couldn't remember what fucking drug I'd even taken in the first place. I kept trying to get back up and just failing. It was like a constant bass drop from a really bad dubstep song, all the while receiving messages from A that made absolutely no sense to me at the time. She even seemed rather pissed at me, or sad. I didn't even know why. The word, please, kept looping in my head, and I felt the nausea die down a little, and thankfully so did the force pushing down on me. I somehow managed to return to a somewhat sane state of mind, as I lay in the fetal position telling myself not to freak out and that I was just tripping. Kinda worked. Until, strangely, the next song on Dark Side of the Moon came on, Breathe in the Air, and I immediately felt more bad vibes coming on as it started. The audio hallucinations were extremely intense, and when it was at the part where the vocals are singing, I was hallucinating so much that I thought it was saying, "Sleep, sleep while you can." As you can probably imagine, this was a very unpleasant thing to be told through a song. I tried closing my eyes to focus on calming down, but every time I closed them, I felt that force sucking my entire existence inwards. I told myself it would be over eventually, but in this whole time only 20 minutes had passed. My heart was racing, and I honestly thought I was dying. I lay there staring at my walls, watching them melt into nothingness, and soon everything was gone. It was just me and nothing else. I was dead for certain. My heart sped up even more, and I thought it was about to shut down. I had impulsive thoughts to yell out to my mother, who was asleep, but thankfully resisted them. I was convinced there was no such thing as time, because at that point, there was nothing. I could move forward and backward in a sort of historical dimension that was completely different to anything I'd ever experienced. It was as if everything in my life was written down or recorded in my head somewhere, and I could relive any portion of it. After snapping back to fearful reality, the music was unbearable. I lunged over to my computer and turned it off at the power supply. Silence. Well, except for the monotonous hum from my heater. It was comforting somehow. I switched off the lamp and lay in darkness, fading between reality and some unknown time-space dimension that I wanted so desperately to escape. For the next 30 minutes, I shifted my eyes around the room, closing them every 5 minutes or so as the hallucinations were confusing my mind and my eyes. Strong patterns were swirling amongst the white paint in the walls, and most surfaces were made up of neon pink, purple and green colours. I decided I could calm down a little more if I could use my phone to talk to someone. But first I needed music I was more familiar with. I put on Between the Buried and Me's colours and grabbed my phone. I texted B and tried to maintain a decent conversation until I assumed she fell asleep as she was no longer replying. Bad vibes were conjuring back up as I was left with only my mind, so I signed into MSN to find that A was online. I said something along the lines of, bad trip, talk about anything, please, just anything, keep talking to me." A is extremely inexperienced with any drugs, so she handled this very well, and it certainly made the difference between me taking a trip to the ER and staying reasonably sane. It didn't really matter to me what she was saying. It just had importance to me, as I knew if I could still read something someone was sending me at that time, it meant I still existed, I guess. I managed to start conversations with a few other people. One guy I knew from school, we'll call him C, and another that owns an electronic music blog, D, that I'd become friends with. I started having a conversation about starting a band with C, and he agreed it was a good idea. I mentioned having a funny name like Moshwar and Destructor, and he laughed. The thing that weirded me out though was that I was talking to D at this time as well, but had stopped for a few minutes when he sends me a message saying, "I don't know what Destructor means." I had absolutely no idea how he managed to see that or how I even sent it to him, but I quickly closed the conversation to avoid freaking out yet again. By this time, the nausea was almost gone. The visuals were the most intense I'd ever experienced at this period. My walls were made of neon geometry, all shimmering and morphing beautifully. I could not stare at my hands as they just kept morphing to looking like these horse hooves, which also kind of freaked me out. I suspect turning into a horse would freak most people out, to be honest. But overall, I was coping relatively well now. I decided I needed a shower, which was also a bad idea. I think everything I did in this trip was a bad idea. So I slid out of bed, very hippie-esque, kind of like a DXM walk but with more of a strut to it. I made it to the bathroom and looked at myself in the mirror. My pupils had taken up the entire iris of each eye, and I looked, well, very alien-like. I had a hard time recognizing myself. I got into the shower and enjoyed the warm water. It felt amazing, and it seemed as though it was washing off all the bad vibes and thoughts of the trip. I decided it was time to get out, but as I reached for a towel, the nausea came back in a hefty wave. And so did the visuals. I ended up back on my shower floor with a towel wrapped around me, getting soaked by the warm water again. I breathed at a steady pace while watching the bathroom walls turn purple and green. Now I look back on it, the visuals throughout the entire trip were fucking amazing, but I couldn't enjoy them to the full extent because of that damn nausea. Finally, I managed to get up and out, and felt a lot better. I spent the rest of the night on IRC and MSN chatting about simple things that made me quite happy. I was grinning most of the time after the shower, which reminded me of all the pleasant mushroom trips I've had, which in turn made me more happy. The next morning I felt completely normal. No hangover, no perception changes, except for that slight increase in HPPD, which was to be expected with such a high dose. All in all, I don't think I'm ever going to take 4-ACO DMT again, at least in this high of a dose. I may try this substance again in the future at a much lower dose and post a follow-up report. In conclusion though, I do hope that this information is helpful to anyone considering doing a heroic dose themselves. Unfathomable Intensity, a DMT, cannabis and alcohol trip report, posted by Embrace It Now to earbud.org, February 7th, 2021. I've had many really intense experiences of consciousness in this lifetime, both with and without drugs. Probably the most interesting of these are the 100 or so out-of-body experiences which I've encountered. That is, experiences where one loses awareness of the body, yet conscious awareness persists. Many years ago, after a number of such experiences induced primarily with entheogens such as DMT and ayahuasca, I became motivated to pursue out-of-body experiences induced from a sober state. After about a year of concentrated research and practice, I became able to do them regularly. I became able to consciously disconnect awareness from a body from a sober state, and yet continue to move without a physical body, to think, to be. Out-of-body experiences induced from a sober state tend, for me, to be commonly rooted in what we know as normal reality. I still see things in my environment, like my room or my house. I still maintain my sense of self and ability to think, yet I'm also able to do things like fly, teleport and move through walls. I no longer have a body, only a roving consciousness. Conversely, chemically assisted out-of-body experiences have largely taken place on other mental planes. Such experiences can vary dramatically from one to the next, but generally my consciousness is propelled somewhere completely different. I maintain my ability to think and remember who I am, but have no sense of familiarity with my environment. In some cases, these environments are akin to normal waking reality, just in different and unusual places such as an unknown factory or a strange theatre. Most times, though, these experiences occur in worlds that are completely foreign to me. Endless fields of morphing, geometric shapes give way to alien worlds that sometimes contain highly intelligent, conscious entities. The most intense of these experiences resulted in what we call an ego death. No more sense of self, or even an ability to remember. Sometimes I've pursued these experiences for purely spiritual and/or therapeutic purposes, but other times were less noble, more recreational, intoxicating. All of these experiences, however, share some common characteristics. They are incredibly vivid, oftentimes feeling much more real than reality itself. They nearly always begin the same way, with a massive energy surge in my chest. The energy expands and accelerates until it explodes out of my head and devours my entire body. Personally, I attribute this to the chakras, energy centers in the body. They burst open and flood me with pure, unbridled energy. It feels incredibly pleasant. It feels like warmth, love, conscious, intelligent, vibrating energy. Entheogens such as mescaline, psilocybin, LSD, and to some degree even MDMA have also facilitated for me these same feelings. Though, I must say, I've never lost awareness of my body while interacting with only one of them. This brief background is meant to only provide context for the experience described below, one whose sheer intensity far exceeded anything in my conscious memory before or since. What follows is by far the most powerful, bizarre, ineffable, and significant experience of my entire life. I'd gone out drinking after work for a co-worker's last day. I'd perhaps had 9 drinks and was most certainly feeling it. Afterwards I came home and was hanging out with 2 friends. We continued drinking, started smoking bowls and did a few lines. We began passing around the DMT pipe. After a few rotations around the circle over the course of an hour or so, I loaded a particularly large bowl of DMT, one of my largest ever. Friend number 1 smoked first, but only put a minor dent in the huge bowl. As I proceeded to take my hit and sit down the pipe, I remember friend 1 saying that he wished he could take hits so massive as I just did, indicating that my hit was exceptionally large, which I'm certain it truly was. I use a freebase pipe which facilitates incredibly dense hits. My usual routine is to hold the flame under the bowl for a few seconds until it erupts in smoke. I then take a massive rip, then carefully and quickly place the pipe down beside me before laying back on the bed and closing my eyes. After that, I simply let go and open myself as completely as possible, the ability to do so being the result of much experience. As memory serves, I had a typical, yet incredibly powerful DMT trip. As per usual in these very powerful experiences, letting go is utterly essential, absolutely required. Letting go of everything, I mean. Accepting death, truly no fear. The only alternative to this, really, is to panic, as you struggle, often in vain, to resist the coming experience. For me personally, one of the less desirable aspects of this ultimate letting go is the frequent requirement to let go even of the ability to remember. The conscious intensity of these experiences is inherently ineffable. Such was the case in this instance as well. I quickly found myself becoming immersed in 360-degree morphing geometric fractals, which give way to indescribably alien environments which, to be honest, are something totally different than what I've experienced before and am able to fully comprehend. I lost awareness of my body for a few minutes, and then returned with virtually no memory of the bulk of the experience, only fleeting memories as if from a strange dream, and lingering feelings of an oddly pleasant, mysteriously familiar energy. Typical. I don't mean to downplay the significance of these types of experiences, but compared to what followed, it just doesn't feel noteworthy. Sometime later, minutes I think, I was sitting on the bed, listening to music, talking about something or other. I'd not taken another hit, not done anything. Suddenly, out of nowhere, an overwhelming energy, all of the sudden, no choice. It felt like the G-force of taking off in a rocket ship at the speed of light. Literally blasting off into orbit. It happened so suddenly, out of nowhere, and came on immediately, with such utter intensity. Not a moment's warning, no question, not even any time to react. It's as if someone just pops into existence in front of you, out of thin air, and unfeelingly, matter-of-factly, without any warning, states, "Well, now this is happening." In an instant, you are swirling down an impossibly powerful whirlpool, drowning in an ocean of incomprehensible immensity. Crushing pressure raining down from all directions, sound rapidly gaining loudness, light rapidly becoming brighter and brighter and brighter, paralleled by a loud ringing which drowns out anything I dared to think I might know. This same energy had been felt so many times before during meditation and drug usage, but this time was multiplied by 1,000,000. This is far beyond anything I've ever known. I'm momentarily overcome with fear and found my adrenaline surging. My friends recognized it. It was something totally unexpected, totally unforeseen. For a moment, I resisted in a desperate attempt to communicate with those around me. I believed that they perceived what was happening to me and were as freaked out as I was. They somehow recognized the intensity of it but didn't know what to do. And, to be honest, neither did I. I desperately tried to reach out to them, but all I could get out were millisecond-long syllables of during fleeting periods of some semblance of self. I have a vague memory of friend number 2 repeating to me, "Yo, are you good?" I tried hard to say, "No." Words were impossible. I could not possibly resist this thing. I had no comprehension of what this completely alien, insanely intense thing that was currently happening, and I'd done massive amounts of DMT literally hundreds of times, but nothing ever like this has ever happened. I fought and fought for as long as I could, which couldn't have been more than a couple of seconds, and knew I had to let go of everything, of my sense of self, and fearlessly just embrace it. I had to trust it with everything, whatever it was. This mysterious thing that was happening to me was something incredibly powerful, incredibly meaningful, and something so profound that it would fundamentally alter the way humanity viewed reality. My only option was to embrace it. There was nothing else. I just need to relax and completely give in to this unknown destroyer of worlds. Accept this and know that there is no coming back. There is no way that could ever be possible. I remember red and white Mayan-type patterns, fractaling and expanding, overtaking my entire awareness. I had no control. Before I knew it, I was non-existent. I recall opening myself, my chest, my jaw, to this unlimited, amazing energy. My head flooded open. Awareness of the body faded as any sense of me exploded into nothingness. Reality melted away, and all that was left was an extraordinary vivacity. There was no longer a distinction between my mind and the external world. No longer any sense of self. Just an indescribably vibrant, pulsating, overpowering intensity of being. This unfathomably powerful, conscious, intelligent, alien thing had completely overwhelmed me. Or the idea of me. The intensity came in quick waves several times per second. For a short time, I regained brief moments of some kind of awareness. Who am I, and what the fuck is actually happening? My movements were jerky, coinciding with the energy pulses. My eyes were wide open, my mind truly blown. All sense of who I was, or what this world was, or anything, everything, was gone. I have accepted my death now. There's no going back after this. I understand this on a very deep level, that there's just no way. But what the fuck is this thing? Why here, why now, and why me? What is this? What does it mean? Now, there is no ability to even think. No knowledge of who or what I am. No questioning, what actually is this? It was all just gone. Completely, utterly gone. Nothing but intense pulsing energy. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god, this is actually beyond death, isn't it? Beyond the death experience. And I still believe that even now, 100%. This is something completely different. The energy was overwhelming, so intense, so real. In this reality, everything which had happened in my life was insignificant, a farce, a meaningless dream from which I had now awoken. Everything I'd ever known was all leading up to this specific moment, this one intense instant. There's never been anything more real. Nothing before that moment honestly mattered and never would mattered. No thoughts of the past. I mean, what past? It was so insignificant, all just preparation for this moment. In this infinite moment, I really experienced the love, pure consciousness, which overcame quickly any perception of reality. Overwhelming love, pulsating, electric, intelligent, paralyzing, strangely alien love. It seemed to last a lifetime. The next hour or so after this was a complete blur. The memory largely eludes me even till now. My friends have been too freaked out to ever talk much about what happened, despite my repeated and persistent attempts. They did say that I was in a trance, somewhere else. I apparently spoke to them at times, speaking words they didn't understand. I danced, and apparently even pissed myself, though it was dry before I could realise it. Mostly though, during the experience, apparently I just lay on my bed, wriggling around, arching my back, moving my head in circles, as this intensely powerful, intensely pleasurable energy coursed through my body. The words, "embrace it," repeated over and over again, as I guided the energy around my body, and felt amazingly fulfilled, unfathomably orgasmic. Embrace it, feel it, love it. Sometime less than an hour later, I first began to regain some sense of self. The first thing I remember clearly is friend number 2 trying to hand me a glass of water. I stared at him blankly, not understanding what was happening at all. I realised that I had just said, no. But it wasn't me. But just like that, I was back. So happy to be back, in fact. But things were not the same. Imaginary, fake, somehow alien. Something is different, even now. The very first thing I did was call for my dog to come to me, which he did. At the time, this action was steeped in meaning. When coming back to life, the first thing, the most important thing, was love itself. Manifesting that love for my dog, and him manifesting it back. I hugged him, kissed him, as I smiled with pure bliss. It was all about love, and I felt that this moment would be remembered and talked about for centuries to come. I felt a sense of guilt for putting my friends through all that, but not that I had any choice. I tried my best to apologise and to somehow explain the experience which I'd just been through. They didn't understand, but how could they? I'd been in their shoes, on the other side of this situation, and know well the feelings of powerlessness, distress, and responsibility. Several times in my past, I'd had close friends lose all grasp on reality for extended periods, both with and without drugs. In most cases, these states last hours, though I have seen them last months or even lifetimes. Still, I do not believe that any of them ever encountered anything quite like this. It's hard for me to believe that. Hard for me to believe that anyone else could possibly survive something like this and ever come back and ever be normal again. But then again, I did. Or seem to have. In the weeks and months since the event, experiences in my daily life have sparked memories of what happened. I see or hear something, and like from a dream, it triggers a memory from this experience which causes me to feel and re-experience it with brilliant lucidity. Even just reading this document really takes me back. I have jotted down fragmented memories and feelings over time, finally compiling them into this cohesive narrative. I've had many so-called crazy experiences in this lifetime. I've communicated with alien entities, visited alternate realities so incredibly divergent from our own, and experienced colours and feelings exponentially more real than what most others will ever know, and experienced technology and worlds far beyond my feeble understanding. On top of this, I've even levitated my consciousness out of my body, flown through the ceiling, viewed my house and my city with a full awareness detached from my body. But this, my God, nothing like this. No other experience has shown me how little we truly understand about consciousness and reality such as this one. Reality now is a mere shadow, a discarded and forgotten dream compared to what I'd experienced. I've not actually touched DMT in the 9 months since this experience, and frankly I'm scared as hell of ever touching it again. Even seemingly innocuous experiences like getting a vaccination have resulted in fairly intense mini flashbacks of this very experience. I now believe my psyche is fundamentally changed. How do I honestly integrate this experience into my life? How do I make any kind of sense out of what just happened? How do I know that it's actually even over? To be honest, this question lingers in my mind to this very day. Flying ointment and having visions. A belladonna, datura, mandrake, valerian and cinquefoil trip report by Grimir Inia Drenga. Posted to earbud.org November 16th, 2020. As a practicing occultist very interested in the old-fashioned traditional ideas of witchcraft, as well as primitive shamanism, the Solanaceae family of plants, belladonna, henbane, datura, mandrake, etc., have held a strong interest for me for quite some time. The legends of witches and warlocks lathering themselves with the flying ointment and having visions of flying to Mount Brocken to hold these wild revelries and orgiastic rites of demons or the devil himself are widely known and recounted vividly in many medieval witch hunters' documents. I did extensive research before I finally decided to order some belladonna and datura off the internet. I looked at a wide variety of articles and experience reports to try and get a general idea of what was a safe psychoactive dose, as opposed to what was a deadly one. After I felt confident and knew what I was doing, I ordered some witch's flying ointment, as well as some belladonna plant matter, as well as 2 ounces of datura. The datura was all parts of the plant: stems, leaves, flowers, and some seeds. The flying ointment contained belladonna as well as mandrake, valerian, and cinquefoil. First night. When I finally received these items in the mail, I waited until the evening and first lathered a moderate-sized dab onto my temples, wrists, the back of my neck, and also my chest, as recommended by the seller. After about half hour, I began to feel slight effects coming on. The first sign, as many have said before, was the drying out of the throat, the feeling of thirst which drinking cannot quench, Secondly, my vision began to become warped. After about an hour, nothing more happened, so I realised it not had been a high enough dose to experience the psychoactive effects I was after. I had a calming, sedative sensation instead. My heart felt warm, and I looked in the mirror and found my pupils were slightly dilated, but nothing more than that so far. I take it upon myself to pinch a small amount of the belladonna and 2 datura leaves, making hot tea out of them. I waited 20 minutes for it to cool and drank all of it down. In all honesty, it didn't actually taste that bad at all, just planty like a lot of herbal teas are. About 45 minutes later, some mild psychoactive effects began to kick in. The effects I got now were mildly psychedelic. I kept hearing what sounded like whispering voices that seemed to come from everywhere, but when I listened closer, I could not catch what they were saying, just ghostly, disembodied, mumbling voices. The more I tried to listen to them to hear what they were saying, they would get quieter or stop like they knew I was listening and didn't want me to hear them. I also kept hearing the sound of a powerful, ghostly, moaning wind, although looking outside, there was no wind. I looked in the mirror again and saw that my pupils were now hugely dilated. Everything seemed to kind of sparkle away, and everything seemed impossibly beautiful. Things that I would normally take for granted or pay no attention to suddenly had this inexplicable allure to them. I was mildly delirious and forgetful, trying to turn off the lights that were already off and forgetting what I was doing, just staring off into space for, well, who knows how long before realising I was standing in place like a statue. After this, no more profound effects occurred. I realised it still hadn't been a high enough dose for a serious trip or mystical experience, so I soon went to bed, as I found it made me very, very tired, probably partly because of the valerian in the flying ointment. And to be honest, I had some of the most vivid lucid dreams I've ever had in my life. In these dreams, I was floating down long, dimly lit corridors and making beautiful things and people appear for my own amusement. I remember flying in all my dreams that night. Some of the dreams were even sexual in nature, and when I woke up a couple of times in the night, I found that I was extremely aroused. I did some research on this possible effect of the plants from the Solanaceae family, and found that belladonna has, in some cases, been used historically as an aphrodisiac for men, but from what I gathered from my research, it is not likely to have this effect on women. When I awoke the next day, I found that my vision was quite blurry, but thankfully was gone by the evening time. The strange thing about this blurry vision is that only certain things were actually blurry. Most things I could actually see clearly, but writing in particular was so blurry that it was almost impossible to read. I couldn't text all day because I just couldn't see what I was writing worth a damn. But like I said, this side effect was gone by the following evening. Second night. When my vision and equilibrium was back to normal the following night, I resolved around 11 PM to try it all again, and this time to use twice as much, hoping to reach the proper dose for a mystical and/or divinatory experience. So, I lathered on 2 liberal dabs of the flying ointment in the same places as before. I even went and made another tea, this time with 2 pinches of the belladonna plant, and 2 datura leaves and 1 datura flower. I drank this tea in about an hour's time, and began to notice the telltale sign of my throat drying out. About half an hour later, I noticed I was having the sensation of doors opening everywhere around me. Not literal doors, mind you, but rather invisible, interdimensional doors. I had the impression that I was becoming aware of another layer of reality spilling over into this one, and although I didn't see them visually, I could perceive entities coming in and out of the doorways and wandering through invisible hallways superimposed over this reality. The general feeling of the presence of others being there around me, moving quickly as if they had no time to waste in getting wherever they were going. I did not get the impression that these entities were either malevolent or benevolent, more neutral in nature, or even totally disinterested in humanity. The faint, inaudible whispering and the strong moaning winds began again. My body began to tingle somewhat in places, and as I was laying on my bed, I kept getting the sensation of floating just above the bed, rather than laying on it. I also got the real strong urge to urinate about every 30 seconds, but when I would try, nothing or almost nothing would come out, and even when it did, it was a strain. The tropane alkaloid containing plants are known for causing this side effect. It's not at all painful, just slightly annoying. I experienced none of the nausea or vomiting others have reported of this. In fact, I felt quite good. It actually seemed to make me very hungry, although eating was surely impossible. I tried to eat some goldfish crackers, and although they tasted ridiculously amazing, the texture in my arid, dry mouth and throat was like sand and was very, very difficult to swallow. I had to wash it down with water. So, after this, I just entirely gave up on eating. But being so thirsty, I kept on drinking water, and found that I needed to take small sips because if I gulped it, which I was very tempted to do, I'd feel like I was starting to choke on it. Once again, and even more so than the night before, I found myself delirious and forgetful, wandering around and then stopping for what seemed like a long while, lost in trance. And then, suddenly, I would wake up and half realise I'd just been staring into space for who knows how long. I did some scrying, which is gazing into a black mirror made of obsidian, for the purpose of divination, and in my trance state, I had a vision of floating across vast space and time to visit my lover, who was about 2 hours away from me. I saw him clear as day in the mirror, and I gave him loving, sensual energy, and also took some of his, which is a practice of psychic vampirism, and energy exchange. Whether this was real or simply a hallucinatory effect, no one could ever really know. But I will say, it seemed as real as anything ever could. After I was done with that, I wandered around, finding that my balance was atrocious and I nearly fell or ran into things several times. I also recall suddenly bursting into hysterical laughter at some profound revelation in my mind, although I do not actually remember what it was, unfortunately. The sense of time I was experiencing right now was rather warped as well, and time seemed to be going very, very slowly. I remember watching an hour-and-a-half long movie called Mr. Jones, which seemed somehow absurdly profound to me at the time, but the movie, well, it seemed to go on for hours. I didn't know what time it was, because my vision was too blurred to read digital clocks. I only became vaguely aware of how late it was when I ventured into the bathroom for about the millionth time and saw the dim light of morning shining in through the window. So I went to bed, very tired once again, and once again had very vivid, semi-lucid dreams. But now, this time, they were mostly unpleasant. Some were even nightmarish. I remember one of them involving me looking into the minds of many of my friends and family members, and discovering what they truly thought and felt about me. And most of all, it was not only unpleasant, but very mean. I remember screaming and crying and fighting with my mother in one of them. She was acting cruel and evil, very much unlike how she has ever acted in real life for the most part. She was calling me foul, derogatory names like faggot and things like that. In this dream, she hated me for being a homosexual, but in real life this hasn't been an issue since my young teenage years. I think that one was more of a psychological remnant of bitterness and resentment about things that happened between me and her in the distant past, which I suppose I've never actually fully come to terms with. I don't really remember much about the rest of the dreams, except for one, which thankfully wasn't a nightmare. I saw my mother going out on the porch and unplugging the Halloween lights I had put up for a decoration because it was going to rain. And then I saw her getting into a car and going to the grocery store. This was nothing epic or profound, but when I awoke I found that she had in fact done both of those things. Psychic dream, or coincidence? Was this an out-of-body experience in which I was following my mother around, watching what she was doing? Well, I couldn't say. Believe what you want to believe. The next day, or today, I awoke and found my vision was blurred twice as bad, which makes sense because I did take twice as much. It is 12:30 at night now, and my vision is still blurred over 24 hours later, to the point that I could not even read text, let alone respond to them. I had to write this as a Word document in huge print just to be able to see it, and then copy and paste it. All in all, I would say this was a pleasant experience, although I still didn't quite reach the level that I wanted, and next time I plan on doubling the dose again. I must say, I am a fan. I know I'll definitely be doing it again sometime. Of course, it must be said that I do not endorse anyone doing this plant solely for the purpose of getting high, because it really isn't about that. I believe in a certain kind of animism, and I think that the spirit or essence of these plants knows when the user's intentions are pure and sacred, or simply vulgar, recreational pleasure-seeking, and it will treat the user accordingly. Connecting with gods and people's energies. An AL-LAD, 3FN-metrazine, and alcohol trip report by Ardoon. Posted to earwud.org September 26, 2021. I do have lots of experiences with psychedelics, fair tolerance to dissociatives, stimulants, and alcohol. I took 3 blotters of AL-LAD, and the experience was for some reason much more intense than I could ever imagine. I went to a music festival with my friends, and before the trip I had a line of 3 FPM, 40 milligrams, and a moderate amount of alcohol, about 5 beers equivalent. Earlier, I also had a line of amphetamine and a few bumps of ket, but I don't believe those influenced my experience much. Well, then I decided to drop 450 micrograms of AL-LAD, as my friend had described this dose to be extremely visually interesting, with a clear head and no brain fog. The experience started coming up, and about 30 minutes in, I started to feel quite tripped out. For some reason, I went with my 2 friends to get 1 more beer, and felt quite weird around other people at the bar. I then went to the techno main stage, and started watching from afar when things started to happen. First, the people around me were somehow replaced by very fancy figures, like elves, nomads or monks. There were also a lot of children dancing everywhere, which seemed absolutely normal to me at the time, yet in hindsight, I'm sure there were no kids there at all. Then a strange thing happened, when from a nearby tent, some glowing and trippy looking tendon or tentacle of some sort shot out to me and tied me to the tent, as was also glowing with similar light energy. There were some monks around the tent, and they signalled to me that I should now be with them, because my energy binds me to them, and sure enough, when I tried to move away, the tendon seemed to draw me back closer to the tent. I remember one of the figures coming up and offering me water, so it seems they were in fact human. But at the time, I considered it a scheme to draw me over to their side, so I refused and danced on. I continued dancing among those fancy, colourful nomads and children, analysing and copying their dance moves. Suddenly, however, the mood of the music changed, and the air filled with anticipation. Everyone was like, "Oh, make space, the Holy One, he's coming." And then some sort of a green-lighted railway appeared, and a mighty chariot with some sort of god was carried to the place by stallions. Shortly after this, more railways appeared, and there were many representatives of these people from all directions. The place was just a complete mess by now, with railways going here and there, and I was trying hard not to get hit by any horse or chariot. After a while, everyone prepared for a ceremony, watching anticipation for the collection of gods. I suppose that was the main stage during a breakdown. I then understood that this was supposed to be a mystical mass of some kind, in honour to the astral gods who gathered there. Somehow there was my friend explaining to me that with these gods, we as a humanity will finally be able to overcome our global problems, ecological, social, etc., and all come together into harmony. I was skeptical about that and thought that it was only an elaborate scene that everyone was just pretending to convert other people to their religion. At the same time, I admired their level of preparation. Everyone was clothed in fancy green clothes, the ground was covered in dark green hexagonal tiles that randomly flashed bright green, and everyone seemed to be in on this ritual of sorts. Then, I suspect the music dropped. Everyone rejoiced, and somehow I felt that the gods were giving us a kind of blessing. At first, I didn't realise what it meant, as I was still skeptical. But then somehow, someone next to me made me realise that this is the real salvation. All you ever wished for in your dreams has really come true. The astral gods have blessed us and gave us ascension. I think I just laid or sat on the ground and felt this intense connection with everything around me, accompanied by some crazy hallucinations all across my field of vision. I felt like that this is it, no more suffering, and that we are saved. I began to cry. Not completely sure it was that point, but around this time, my connection to the real world started weakening. My experience was mostly defined by the music and lights coming from the stage, coming in waves where I got transported into completely different worlds, and suddenly breaking out into reality for a couple moments, and then drifting away again. I vaguely remember when some track was playing with vocals about someone dropping an interdimensional screwdriver or something, and I'd been actually fixing some energy fluxes within a cosmic device when I dropped that tool and couldn't reach it. It was likely about that time that the experience started to turn pretty bad. One moment I was enjoying myself or being a part of another ritual, and then I snapped back into reality. I felt like everyone around me was playing jokes on me. I decided to go away from the stage, but moving was very hard, and I could hardly control my legs, and worse, I could not even see reality very well at all. I think that at some point, some people came to me to either stop me from going somewhere or help me, but to me, it felt like the cops have arrived and were arresting me for some crime. This happened several times during the night. Then, somehow, the really crazy part started. I began to lose contact with reality entirely, and I moved through visions of energetic flows and threads which were intertwined with different scenes from reality and my memories. This part is probably impossible to describe, but the underlying theme was that I had been in the position of some decision maker, like I was a god or creator of the universe, and was supposed to judge what is right and what's wrong. I had visions of accidents, events, deeds, and situations of different people, and then I was to judge who was in the right. These decisions were not easy, and after making each decision, I have always been supplemented by another, an opposing viewpoint, which went against my former decision. These were always like, "Are you sure of that?" The decisions are mostly some quarrels between different people, but eventually the experience started to take more of a planetary dimension. My decisions seemed to eventually lead to differences between life and death. The choice of life was symbolised by everything lighting up in bright green colour, while death was dark, full of burnt coals and taste of ashes. The decisions I made seemed to either point to the green life or to the ugly black death. I tried desperately to make the right decisions to choose life, but no matter what I did, I was losing myself to the death part, visualised by ugly junkies, ashes and dirt. From what my friends told me, I understand that was the part when I was lying in the dirt next to another stage. My friend found me there and started to take care of me, and that was when my experience changed into something very different. At the time, I couldn't make much sense of what was going on, partly also because my perception of reality was not continuous. I could perceive things with a delay, and my memories were mixing together with what was actually around me. After this, I began to sense around me these pillars of colourful light, or threads of some kind, going upwards from the ground all the way into the sky. I only partly realised it then, but now I know those are my friends, or their energies or something. This vision I had might have been influenced by Orson Scott Card's books in the Ender's Game series that I was reading, who describes philotic threads that are like souls each living being has, and sentient beings can have their threads connected with each other if they have some kind of strong connection. Sensing and seeing these strands of energy, I tried to join with them and become part of them, but it was difficult. My mind kept slipping and getting distracted with random thoughts and memories, with different people's feelings and different situations I've seen throughout the night popping into my head. I then tried to gather all the strands of energy into one pillar. The number of the strands was changing sometimes, but at one point I had 9 strands of energy with me, each of a different colour and each somehow tied to a different person. As the sun was coming up, I tried to align the pillars and myself with the sun in a certain weird kind of ritualistic fashion. It seemed to me like the entire planet and all the people depended on me to succeed in that ritual, as me deciding yes to the connection would mean yes to all life. At a certain point, I felt like the being, the creator, at the beginning of our universe where there is no time, and I understood that no matter what kind of universe you create, it will eventually collapse on itself back into the start. So what is the point? But I felt the presence of the other strands of energy calling me, telling me to say yes. I decided to say yes, go with them, choosing life, and I had a feeling of almost floating up within the pillar of energies. I then tried to move and align this pillar with the direction of the rising sun, and when I managed that, the sun's energy strand joined with the others as the 10th energy in the pillar. When this was done, my mission completed. I dropped to the ground, panting, thirsty, exhausted, and suddenly I regained most of my perception, like I would suddenly switch back into reality, and I could see and talk to people around me with sudden clarity, although I was still a little confused. The most striking thing, however, was that the strands of energy were still there. They looked like pipes of around 30 centimeters in diameter, made from coloured nets. They were rising up from the ground, from me and my friends, high up into the sky. The centre strand remained at the site where I performed the ritual, but I could still see it clearly a few hundred meters away. I was chilling next to a fire, and then for some time, I could still see them, but then went to a tent to lay down for about 2 hours, and after that, they were completely gone. Now, a lot of other stuff happened during that experience, which would be too hard to describe coherently, but it included some very uncomfortable true hallucinations, utter confusion, vomiting, etc. Certainly the setting was not good at all for an experience like this, with arguably most of the unpleasant stuff being caused by the clashes with my environment and other people. In any case, I've had higher doses of LSD, which were intense, but not nearly as mind-shattering and reality-defying as this. It may be that AL-LAD has a steeper dose response curve, but I'd say that usually it should be less mind-heavy, so I don't think that is the main reason for the magnitude of this experience. The 3 FPM, and most notably alcohol, were more likely to cause such a reaction. However, in my opinion, a considerable potentiating factor might have been the fact that at the time I was refraining from masturbation, if only for 10 days or so. And I feel like that had filled me with energy that made me considerably more sensitive to emotions and feelings of all kinds. All in all, taking such a high dose at that time and place was not smart, and I was lucky I wasn't seriously hurt, and that I had my friends there to help me and take care of me, for which I am eternally grateful. The End of All Existence, a Salvia Divinorum trip report by Yikes, posted to earbud.org December 23rd, 2012. The reason I am submitting this experience is that I want more people to be aware of the potential magnitude of Salvia Divinorum. It has been over 6 months since this happened, but this was the most unexpected and chaotic thing that has ever happened to me. I'll do a brief overview so the reader can understand what kind of set I had for the trip, but for those of you that just want to read about it, I smoked half a gram of 40x salvia out of a bubbler in pitch dark. I did this by myself, lying in my bed with my eyes closed. At the time of the trip, I had just gotten back from a year-long stint in a lockdown residential treatment centre in Utah. My parents sent me there for smoking pot all throughout my freshman year of high school. My only previous experience of hallucinogens was right before I was sent away. I took 1.5 grams of OK mushrooms, and while looking back I wouldn't call it a strong trip now. At the time, it was one of the best days of my life in terms of revelations, epiphanies, etc. Anyways, a year later, I returned home hoping to repeat my psilocybin experience. I took the subway to my local head shop and bought 1 gram of 40x salvia. I waited until 1 in the morning before I brought my stash from under my bed. In my house, the attic was converted into 2 bedrooms, so I'm a floor above my parents, so smell from the smoke is not an issue. As I looked at the bowl, I encouraged myself, well, it's been a year since the mushrooms. You've changed as a person and matured since then, all accomplished while sober. It's alright to trip balls now. Packed 0.5 gram of salvia into my bubbler with a screen to protect it from falling into the water. My plan was to take the hit, lie down, close my eyes, and turn on my iPod when I started to trip. It was completely dark in my room, and I had to use my phone for light as I packed the bowl. When it was all ready, I tried to get myself into a mind state that helped me personally have a good mushroom experience. I thought briefly about my entire life and how I could make room for change in the ways I handled situations and conducted myself. I put my lighter to the bowl and inhaled. Even though I took in quite a large hit, the bubbler made sure the smoke was not harsh. With the smoke still in my lungs, I put the bubbler underneath my couch along with all my other materials. The couch is right next to the bed, so I accomplished this while lying down. When that was done, I laid the back of my head on the pillow and concentrated on just holding the smoke in. During my stay in Utah, I became interested in Buddhism, meditation, and all that, so I decided to close my eyes in hopes of having a more spiritual or mystical experience. After about 20 seconds, I started to feel extremely lightheaded, kind of like after I stand up suddenly after reclining for extended periods of time. With my eyes still closed, I began to exhale. It is hard to describe how I arrived at my destination. All I can remember is that the reality that I had previously known had ceased to exist. I was face to face with what looked like an entity composed of hundreds of my faces. All of them began leering at me in the sort of way that made me feel like they were happy in the knowledge that I'd finally gone insane. I immediately winced in my mind and tried to tell myself everything was going to be alright, but at the same time, I was terrified and had no idea why I was seeing what I saw. It was as if my subconscious was answering my fears. A voice from behind me said, "This is a bad trip, my name. You are going to have to deal with it." I tried screaming out, "How?" But as the monster made up of all my faces moved closer, my body seemed to crumble into multiple interlocking puzzle pieces, which made it impossible to run or defend myself. Eventually, these puzzle pieces became so distorted and strung out, I could no longer identify them as my body. I could vaguely remember something called salvia, but I made no connection from the drug to where I was. All my hope of ever returning to reality was beginning to fade. Soon, I became aware of other entities besides the one made up of my faces. Instead of being something I could see, they were more of a group of intelligent but malicious and cruel beings that had come to speak to me. We communicated through thoughts, because, well, I couldn't see them, but at this point in the salvia dimension, I had no eyes to perceive them with at all. I would think of a mix of words and emotions about those words, and the salvia creatures would respond in the same way. The initial message I got from them was that my entire life had just been my imagination. It was similar to the point when you wake up from a dream and realize that all the events that happened to you in it did not exist, even though at the time you thought it to be reality. What I was going through and where I was exceeded my expectations 1,000,000 times over about what I thought dying would be like. What was happening was so unearth-like, yet so real. I found the message the salvia creatures were telling me to be very convincing. I was now sure that I had always been in this dimension for eternity, and that I would always be there. There was no reality except for this one that I now found myself in. Suddenly, from the back of my mind, there was a burst of thought. "Salvia!" I exclaimed in my mind to the creatures. Since they could see my every thought, I did not form many words in my mind. My rational mind was trying to use this drug called salvia as a bridge to reality from where I was. The emotion I was feeling was sudden hope in the face of sheer terror. The only thing I can really compare it to is when death row inmates are about to be executed. They often feel the delusion that they are going to be saved, that at the last moment they will halt the procedure. The salvia creatures, instead of being angry that I was going to escape, simply communicated to me the general vibe that that's what everyone tells themselves when they finally wake up. They seemed amused that I was filling out the stereotype of someone who has just woken up in an apparently insane dimension of reality that they had really been in all along. I don't know how I got to the next part of the trip from here. When I tried to remember it, I can limit it down to 3 guesses as to why I arrived there. Either the salvia creatures were punishing me for trying to convince myself it was not real, they were trying to help me by showing me just how real the reality of the salvia was, or the third option was that once they'd completed their obligatory role of explaining reality to the newcomer, they lost interest and left me to myself. Anyways, lost all awareness of existence, and everything I'd ever known in my entire life had vanished. All my memories, experiences, insights, emotions, all of them had vanished. All my knowledge of what the universe was, what time was, vanished, and I ceased to understand that existence in itself even existed. I cannot determine how long I spent in this phase, because there was no concept of time. For an eternity, everything about me did not exist, except for the fact that I was directly experiencing this phenomena. I was a direct witness to this, yet had no idea that I was the witness, nor that the nothing I was witnessing was separate from the witness. All was one, and one was all. Eventually, I was basically born again. In the middle of eternity, suddenly there was a spark of awareness. Up until this point, I'd lost my body, so I felt no physical sensations, but I did become aware of one thing. I was extremely uncomfortable, and to the point where that was all I knew. I had no thoughts except for this primordial discomfort. Soon after I became uncomfortable, I became aware of two surfaces. Once again, my entire identity was composed of these two surfaces. As I began to manifest more and more though, my discomfort and dismal hopelessness increased. The two surfaces appeared out of nowhere. It was like out of the vacuum of space. The emptiness was torn in half and folded to support these two surfaces. Looking back on the trip now, this was the first point when I became aware of matter. As my direct experience of reality turned to three-dimensional from nothing, it was extremely unpleasant. Before these two surfaces, my perception was just part of the nothingness, but when the two surfaces became the only thing I knew, my perception attached itself to the two surfaces. The reason this was also uncomfortable was that I felt like my perception was being crushed by the two surfaces, and the entire weight of existence, the entire weight of this universe that my senses told me was real, was crushing down these two surfaces together. Eventually, it got worse, and a point arose out of the two surfaces. Instead of two planes of existence, there was a pyramid puncturing the plane alongside it. It did not go through it, it was just resting on the plane with infinite weight. As the progression of space occurred, it seemed that time was beginning to slide back into existence from nothingness. Once again, my perception, or mind, was trapped between these two planes, but the pyramid or spike made it even more unbearable as the weight of reality constricted it to a single point at the top of the triangle. This was the first cosmic goal I had after being reduced to nothing. I became aware that I was suffering and that existence did not have to play out like this. My entire existence seemed to be for the sole purpose of escaping this entrapment, or at least making it less uncomfortable. As time became more and more real, years passed as the pyramid slowly grew. I had neither identity nor hopes during those years, only a subconscious desire to unstick myself from this weight of reality. Eventually, the plane of existence behind the pyramid became a cube. I realized that the three-sided pyramid that had been the bane of my existence was one side of a four-sided three-dimensional cube. At this point, there was no plane of existence, only the cube comprising the entire universe. After spending so many years feeling the weight of the upper cube of existence, I began to identify with the lower plane as being me or my mind. It was this that caused the lower plane to crumple up and become a globe or blob that was stuck to the edge of this cube. The cube was the universe that was slowly and painfully creeping back into the awareness of my mind, which was, in a sense, the lower plane that became the blob. I'd regressed so infinitely that the only way the universe could make itself aware to me was through direct contact. Time seemed to speed up, and I felt like I spent only a couple of months with my mind attached to the cube. The turning point of my trip, when I started to begin my slow progress out of it, which did not occur in one instant, it was not an aha moment with newfound hope. I just eventually had the realization wash over me that I was not doomed to existence smeared between universal shapes. It was like being submerged into cold water. However, at this point, I assumed the reality I would return to would be the salvia one. Slowly, I started to grow a body out of the blob stuck to the cube. This ordeal only took a couple of days. As soon as I became aware of the salvia reality around me, space seemed to extend infinitely around the cube. It was no longer the universe in its entirety. Eventually, I had a fully grown body attached to the cube by my head. The texture of the cube was extremely dense and hard, but when my eyes grew back on my face, I could see the surface of the cube had a pattern similar to what a brain looks like after it has been removed from a cadaver. The very best thought that was going through my head was relief that one day I would die and was no longer doomed to spend eternity in this state. With the return to Salvia Land came the realization that it had all been a drug-induced voyage. This was not exactly good news to me though, because I did not make all the years I spent there cease to exist, nor did make the experience any less dramatic. It was like all my memories, knowledge, returned to me while standing in Salvia Land with my head attached to this large cube. As I began to think about eventually leaving this place one day, I began to take an interest in my surroundings. The cube that I was attached to seemed to be 10 feet tall and was in an immensely large cavern. There was a discernible ceiling to it, but where the walls met the ground was so far away I could not even see it. In fact, for all I know, the ceiling could have been some distorted sky. Everything was various shades of red, except for holes in the sky and ceiling, placed randomly that shined with a gross shade of yellow. I turned to try to see how I could remove myself from this cube when I noticed there were other people attached to the cube with me. One was a good friend of mine, and the other was a man I had never seen before. My friend looked hopeless, and I assumed that somehow he had made the mistake of venturing into Salvia space too. I asked him what would happen now that you have tripped this hard. I was still trying to figure out how I would eventually make my way back to reality now that I'd figured out it was a trip, and his reply was, well, most people usually commit suicide or become addicted to heroin. I'm not going to do either of those things, I remember thinking, even if I have to see a therapist every single day for the rest of my life. I don't remember what caused it, but at some point I opened my eyes and was able to crawl. If I stayed in the same spot for more than a second, then I would get sucked back and would still be attached to the cube. I crawled around my bed for a couple of minutes just trying to stay in this dimension. After about 10 minutes I had a hard time understanding what had occurred. I just thought, oh well, that wasn't so bad, I'm still here. And then I went to sleep. Over the course of the next week I began to ponder what had even happened and think about it more clearly. Looking back on that experience, I don't regret doing what I did, but at the same time I wish I'd looked into what I was going to smoke before I did it. It definitely changed my wildest assumptions about where drugs could take you. It was also a factor in me having less anxiety in my life. Whenever I'm feeling anxious, I think back to when I was convinced I would never return to reality. I believed that the reason I freaked out was because I placed too much value upon myself. I assumed I was the center of the universe. This Salvia experience I went through made me think about how insignificant we all are in the entire history of our universe. So whenever I start thinking about it, when anxious, it makes whatever caused my anxiety to seem less bad. The first time I tried LSD, I was fortunate enough to be with two very helpful and nice girls who were experienced with it. I feel that the Salvia definitely helped me have a nice first acid trip though. The hour that the effect slowly built up over felt like an eternity compared to the 20 disorienting seconds it takes to reach a Salvia peak. Reading the book The Psychedelic Experience by Timothy Leary was pivotal as well, but the Salvia made it so my expectations were far from overwhelmed. For anyone who reads this and is making the decision to never do Salvia, don't think your experience will automatically be similar to mine. I plan to have a breakthrough on Salvia before I die, which will most likely require me to do it several more times. If I have any advice for someone who is going to do Salvia for the first time, or do enough to have a level 5 or 1 trip, my advice would be to ponder first how insignificant you are in the grand scheme of things. Also try to be satisfied with life at that point. And yes, I do know that that is a pretty difficult thing to ask, but when you feel like you have lived a good life, then it probably won't feel as horrifying when it all disappears. Good luck. Only positive effects. God and Infinity. An Amanita Muscaria trip report by Jason G. Posted to EARBUDS.org, October 17th, 2021. I ate 2 of these things, and didn't die. When I Google image search most dangerous mushroom, the Amanita Muscaria, or fly agaric, fills the screen. After lots of research and reading books about this mushroom, together with my friend Haim, we each ate 2 of them, raw and freshly picked from the forest. After eating the mushrooms, we fell asleep pleasantly, and gradually, within 30 minutes on the sunny grass, naked and covered with a tarp, me, and in a sleeping bag, Haim. If we did it again, we would both like to have a prepared, cozy, shady spot to relax and sleep next time. During my dreams, the mushroom communicated clearly and in English with me that it was not dangerous. It is a tool to heal on all levels that can be used as often as I like, and to not be afraid. It was a very peaceful sleep. Hamer's mushroom communicated to him that sometimes you need to let things go that are holding you back, and to take action immediately when you feel it. So, when he awoke, he vomited up some mushroom and things he didn't need. I didn't vomit or feel sick at any time, but before sleeping I felt a strong urge to defecate, and so I did. Upon awakening and after Haim vomiting, we both felt amazing and started to do exercises because we felt so light. At this point, we both urinated again and drank it immediately, as our body should have alchemized the mushroom for us by now. We decided to pack our things and start hiking again, and now this feeling of lightness was increased substantially. Not only was I light and agile on mental, physical and emotional levels, but intentions for the moment were incredibly clear. It was as if all my bodily senses, hot, cold, hungry, noise and visual distractions, etc., had their volume knobs turned to 1, and my present moment, well-defined intention, was turned up to 12. Although I would consciously choose to put my attention on my senses, they did not control my choices or distract me significantly. All that mattered to me is what I wanted to do in that moment, and I was completely focused and in the flow state, no matter what. This state was pure bliss, and the mind was perfectly clear, essentially the opposite of ADHD. I was happy to get a glimpse of how reality can be experienced in that state, which was honestly a first for me. It was a very happy moment for me to realise that that state was possible to experience, and I am using it as a reference experience now to align myself in everyday life. Our bags didn't feel heavy at all. Our footsteps were floating, and we started walking down the valley, with the intention of returning home to a small town in Switzerland. Sometimes I also felt a bit uncoordinated, lackadaisical, and not perfectly balanced and focused on my body at times, walking left and right for a couple of seconds and then taking my awareness back into my body before recovering posture and balance. We continued walking down the valley, hitchhiking cars and enjoying being in the moment and the flow state. A van stopped with an older German couple, and we let them know about our mission of finding and eating the fly agaric. They told us that we would die if we ate it, and we told them we feel great and aufgeputscht. They were very nice, and we shared some conversation about their home state, and they dropped us in a town. We got another ride from a man who loved running. I asked if there's any question that he has that he would like an answer to, and he spoke of his mother's health diagnosis, which then led into a discussion of how he thinks all this plandemic craziness is totally illogical, and what steps he's taking to maintain his freedom with his friends. We enjoyed each other's company a lot, and he dropped us off at the spot we began our journey from, only on the other side. At this point, it was about 3 hours after we had taken the mushrooms, and an hour since we drank our urine, and our consciousness and level of awareness was totally shifted. I experienced Haim's reality as if it was my own, and it seemed our voices and beings were one. It was as if I was speaking from both of our viewpoints, and there was no separation or difference between the two of us as to who was perceiving and experiencing reality. As I sat next to and looked at Haim, I observed myself viewing from his viewpoint. He experienced all the same, and it was as if both of our experiences were simultaneously experienced by both, thus making both just one in the end. I saw Haim's avatar as one in an infinite grid of other beings, all connected in the same way. When we spoke with others, it was with heightened clarity, and our intentions were pure and loving. People responded fantastically and happily to us, mirroring our state. Once we enjoyed our environment and felt like moving on, I decided to hitchhike at the road again. Within 10 seconds, a car had stopped and said they were going to our exact destination. Of course. We arrived, got out of the car, and started walking. I began to perceive everything, infinity, and the looping, perfect circle nature of the universe. I saw in my vision an infinite number of screens, each one frame after another of the same lifetime. For every moment in life, there are an infinite number of alternative spontaneous decisions to be made by everything and everyone, and each separate decision creates its own entire timeline and infinite number of offshoots. The universe is limitless, and all possibilities have already happened, are happening, and will happen. I was watching the universe and all the possible timelines from a zoomed out perspective. I was able to perceive the greatness and unity of it all from the creator's perspective. I felt myself experiencing pleasurable body sensations, breathing, taking in visual beauty with my eyes, and pleasant noises. Then a few seconds later, I would experience shortness of breath and unpleasant vision and noises, and then the feeling of internal pain, and tripping on a rock and hurting myself, all within a few seconds. I wasn't directly experiencing it as my physical body or avatar, and I wasn't actually hurt. All the sensations lasted for less than a second. It was more like a sampler plate of experiences that was being shown, to indicate that they are all part of the same life and are equally valuable. I was being taken on a tour of the universe, infinity, the looping nature of life, and what the human experience is made from. After many such incredibly beautiful visions that seemed to overlay and occupy my entire visual field, surely not fully conscious of everything around me that I would be normally conscious of when sober, my consciousness zoomed with a magical whooshing sound back into my body on Earth, and I found myself walking alone without Haim at sunset, about 2 hours after my last memory together with him. All I remembered was walking with him near another lake. Then I regained consciousness next to my current location again. I had no memory of how I got there, but I was already walking when I regained consciousness. I wasn't sure if I was in the same reality as before, as I'd just experienced and explored many different timelines. Did people still speak English and French, I wondered. I walked into a bar, gave everyone a bonjour, and luckily they seemed to all speak French. I wished them a good evening and started walking again, wondering where Haim was and how to find him. I thought he might have gone back to my apartment, so I walked home. I was still unsure if I was in another reality where someone else was renting my apartment, so when I successfully entered and it was our stuff, it was a relief. I didn't find Haim in the apartment, so I decided to sleep and wait for him. I woke up at 5 AM the next morning, still dark outside, and decided to go outside to find him. We had slept 2 nights ago directly on the moss in a beautiful forest meadow close by, and my intuition told me he might be there again. I walked for 30 minutes and arrived at the meadow but saw nothing. I called out Haim's name, expecting nothing, and was shocked and relieved to hear, "Jason!" All the stuff, my back, and Haim was there, healthy and just fine. I asked him what happened to me after my memory ended near the lake, and apparently I was responding and speaking still after that point, but eventually we were only communicating telepathically. Or at least, Haim was trying to do so. In an attempt to pick up on what he thought was my telepathic communication, Haim laid down in the nearby meadow and closed his eyes. I kept on letting go of my backpack and dropping it on the ground as if I didn't need it, and I walked off alone. Then, we both had our own solo experiences and met afterwards. The main learnings and takeaway from the experience are these. If I consumed this mushroom again, I would always have an experienced trip sitter in a controlled environment to stay safe, especially with higher doses like mine, where I was having out-of-body experiences for hours at a time, but apparently still walking around and interacting with the world. The mushroom has had no negative effects or after effects on me so far. The light and pleasant, focused feeling on all levels has remained to a lesser degree, even 3 days afterwards. I feel more connected to myself and the rest of the world, and shed a lot of fear after experiencing the nature of our reality. There is always free will, meaning you can always make a choice. That is your birthright. Love is God, and God is love. And whatever seems to be happening, the underlying truth is always love, and its inevitable consequence will always be love as well. There is a lot that needs to be experienced to be understood, especially when it comes to this mushroom. And finally, if I want to live a life of a certain essence, I need to consciously take action and let go of anything that is not part of that essence. Only then will it manifest. Phase analysis. Timeline of the mushroom's effects. First phase. After consumption of raw, fresh, 1 day old after picked, kept outside in paper bag, Amanita muscaria mushrooms, a gentle, gradual sleepiness occurs within 30 minutes, seemingly no matter the time of the day, We became tired at 12 noon after a restful night's sleep, and no tiredness at all before taking the mushrooms. A 2-hour plus nap with visions, and the mushroom clearly communicating. Second phase. Woke up after 2-hour nap with a feeling of effortless weightlessness in the physical, emotional and mental bodies. Buzzing joy for no reason. Desire to use the body, work out, run, walk, hike, breathe, do yoga. Until now, no urine has been consumed after consuming the mushrooms. At this point, we peed out around 300 to 400 milliliters and drank it immediately before starting to hike. Third phase. Within 30 minutes of drinking our urine, the weight of our backpacks and bodies became meaningless, and I felt like I was no longer controlled and a slave to my bodily sensations, but I was controlling it externally, and it was a tool to be in and accomplish whatever I liked. Bodily needs and sensations became less prominent and urgent, as if their volume knobs were turned down to 1. If I chose to, I could focus on my level of hunger, thirst, warmth, cold, discomfort, comfort, pain, or any other sensation, but none of them could steal my attention from my top priority and focus, which is my intention for the present moment, of which the volume knob was turned permanently to 12, while all the possible distractions were turned to 1. It was as if I had a vibrating, prompting text box at the top of my vision, asking, "What is your intention?" And I was fully engaged with whatever I chose to put my focus on. I was zigzagging a little bit occasionally as I walked and wasn't focusing on my path fully. Fourth phase. About 1 hour after we drank our urine, I felt a feeling of connection and telepathy with everything and everyone, and began to see the underworkings of our universe. I experienced other people's experiences simultaneously with my own, still being conscious of my avatar and all its senses. It felt like the ultimate playground, and I felt immense gratitude for having chosen to inhabit my body in this time and place. And I was sure that I am an infinite soul that has chosen this particular experience. All is one. Interesting note. Our pupils were not dilated at all in this state, and perhaps even more narrow than normal. Fifth phase. About 90 minutes after drinking our urine, I started having visions of infinity, unity, the nature, inherent beauty, humour of our universe, all possibilities happening infinitely and simultaneously, and all different possible layers of our human experience and the experience of all beings and things. Important. I was not aware of my physical body and where I was walking, and during this entire phase I was indeed walking and interacting with the world, but not conscious of it. This entire fifth phase period was a blackout period for my awareness of my actual physical body on Earth, before I entered my human body and consciousness again in the sixth phase. Sixth phase. About 3.5 hours after drinking our urine, with a deep and whimsical whooshing and jingling noise inside my head, my consciousness came back to my human body as I was walking along a lakeside. It was as if I just hit restore save game in a video game, and I instantly teleported to that moment. I had no memory of anything even seconds earlier, and the earliest memory I had, judging by the sun, was around 2 hours ago walking together with Haim, my trip partner. In between, I had no memory, and I was now alone and without my backpack. In retrospect, this period of time was taken up by my fifth phase visions, but when I regained consciousness I didn't realise that those visions were inside time and didn't remember them. It felt more like a blackout. This was disconcerting because I didn't know what happened, and I was slightly worried about Haim, and I wasn't sure if the reality I was in now was the same one I started in. I wondered if people still spoke French and English, and even if my apartment was still mine or had someone else occupying it. Luckily, I was still in the same universe or timeline, and we found each other again. I was still feeling the same abilities and in the same state as the third phase. I fell asleep for a few hours, dreamt very vividly, and woke up a few hours later. Seventh phase. After waking up from a short nap, 9 to 10 hours after drinking our urine, the sensations from the third phase were about 50% intensity, although still very pleasant. Eighth phase. 12 to 16 hours in, the effects are mostly gone, with clear memory and awareness of that heightened and focused flow state that I plan on referencing every day to get closer and closer to it in my natural state with no external substances. Summary. This mushroom must be extensively researched, 100% properly identified, and read about by the person eating it before deciding to take it or not, as anyone could have a very bad experience if they are not prepared for what it has to offer, or even take the wrong mushroom. Expectation management is key, and everyone is responsible for their own life, health, and choices. Absolute Knowledge and Understanding, an ayahuasca trip report by a vegan, posted to earwid.org August 14th, 2006. By the time this very experience happened, I had drunk ayahuasca 6 times. 3 of them, vomiting, had aborted the experience, and so I turned to eating extracted DMT and harmaline alkaloids. This was around the 5th time I was eating the extractions. My first experience had been absolutely amazing. I'd reached a state of absolute unimaginable bliss and peace of mind. And this had pretty much cleaned the slate after 10 years of unhappiness. So I thought that ayahuasca had already shown me the extent of its power, and I was certainly hoping for something similar again, but not really imagining that it could go much, much further. I had no idea. This 10th or so ayahuasca experience turned out to be the one most important event of my life, past and future, regardless of what may happen in the future at all. Coming up. I plan to stay home on this Sunday night to enjoy an ayahuasca trip in my room. When comparing to usual recommended doses, it appears that I either have a natural tolerance or that my extractions are rather weak. So, the amount of DMT I took is not really relevant and maybe not wise to disclose. I had to up the doses over time to learn how much of this specific batch I needed. The effects often take really long, up to 4 hours to begin for me. I was already feeling a very nice euphoria, colour enhancement, and slight alteration of sight when some friends passed by. I like to be alone when I take psychedelics, but since I was coming up quite slowly, I received them gladly. Over the hour they were here, the effects increased little, so I was starting to think it would be a light trip. However, around 30 minutes after they left, the effects grew stronger. The whole time, I'd just been busy on my computer, but the usual thought processes that invade my head when on ayahuasca began to start. Ayahuasca makes me think and marvel about many different things, and makes me enjoy this thinking. The music that was on sounded absolutely amazing. It was almost shocking. How on earth could they make music that sounded so good? I wondered if those specific sound waves happened to be tuned to trigger euphoria in the human brain. I was still intermittently dozing on the thinking process and going back to my computer, until I found myself laughing out loud. I can't even see anymore. My vision had become totally kaleidoscopic, and I also started to feel drained of all energy. So, I just bent over my desk and rested there, not thinking much, because my mind was getting more confused each second. I didn't feel weak as after an effort, but as if something was magically leeching all energy from around me. I mastered the force to lift my head, and whoosh, fast strands made of orange and yellow-hued hexagons overwhelmed my entire vision. I always get very similar visuals on ayahuasca, only patterns, whereas I also see entities on smoke DMT. However, I can imagine how those strands could be interpreted as snakes by someone a priori wishing for a shamanic-like experience. At this point, I became absolutely overwhelmed by the experience. I didn't have any clear thoughts or any realization of who and where I was or what was happening. I was lost in ayahuasca hyperspace, with my mind dissolved and swimming in a sea of visuals. Climax. Then it happened. The most important instant of my life. I found myself standing up, clear-headed, seeing the room, not aware of what had happened in the last instant's minute. And what I felt was the birth of the universe. The impossible appeared clear. The most absurd and unverifiable thing possible appeared to me as the purest and truest obviousness. Out of nowhere, The universe had chosen to exist. It had created itself. How stupid I am not to have realised it before, I felt. The universe never needed anything to create it. It just created itself. It wished itself into existence. Until this very instant, if I had been told that, I would have been totally unsatisfied by such an absurd and incomplete explanation. Yet, a few seconds later, I understood it. I felt it, and was convinced by it. Some things cannot be explained. They have to be understood. There was an example I read about that I recall. Very young kids who were shown two glasses of different shapes, one full, the other empty. The full one was emptied into the other one, and the kids were asked in which one there was more water, and the little kids did not know. The experience was repeated every day, until one day came the answer, "It's the same," as if it had always been obvious. It seems as if one day as a child grows up, the connection finally set up in his brain to allow him to understand that if it's the same amount of water, the shape of the glass doesn't influence. The realization about the birth of the universe felt very, very similar to this. It had been under my nose all my life, but I could not understand it. And ayahuasca had been the medium that allowed me to understand it as clearly as the little kid who suddenly has the right connections in his brain. I know, it sounds loony, but it only sounds loony because I'm unable to share the realization that I experienced any more than you can explain to the little kid until he understands by himself. I felt as if it were one of my own memories. I felt the emergence out of non-existence and understood how it was possible for matter, space and time not to exist. How is it even possible for such things as mathematical truths not to exist? Because there was just no setting for them to exist in. Those were created with the birth of the universe, and the universe keeps creating all the time. It created the rules it would live by. It created elemental particles, then created the form these particles would take when combined together. Then created life, created emotions. When a so far non-existent compound is synthesized, do its chemical properties appear out of nowhere, or were they already inscribed in the fabric of the universe itself? The universe keeps creating itself because it's a newborn. I saw through the eyes of a newborn universe, a universe that's slowly growing and becoming self-aware through its living organisms. For 13.7 billion years, the universe has only been matter, but with the appearance of life, it now has the possibility to become aware of itself through its conscious components. As it had created matter and its characteristics, life and its characteristics, it's now progressively creating consciousness. It first appeared independently in individuals, but through this very kind of experience and similar ones, individuals now feel the emergence of a consciousness common to all of them. I'd heard before the Hicks quote, "We are all one consciousness experiencing itself subjectively," but hadn't understood what that meant. Now I knew it. I felt it even. We are part of one unique consciousness, only we're not aware of the whole. As a flower on a tree can live and die independently of all the other flowers on the same tree, or as a cell of your body can live and die without any interaction with a cell in another part of the same body. We are different eyes of the same universe. We all see and experience something different, but we're still part of the same whole. And ayahuasca was what allowed for some instance to access this higher consciousness. And as a consequence, I realized that our life is not limited to our human life. In fact, our human life is only a parenthesis within our real life, that of the universe. This life that seems to us so important is actually only a detail. And death is not the end, but on the contrary, it releases us from the limitations of our human life and allows our consciousness to rejoin its complete self. 1,000 thoughts seemed to be racing through my head, but they were not classically constructed thoughts. They belonged to a different kind of mind. And I knew everything. I knew everything in a way that just can't be explained or described. If a cat was for an hour given the brain of a human, when he's back to its cat self, he wouldn't be able to describe what he had understood while having a human brain. And it is the same with this experience. I know I've known everything, but I am unable to describe it. I had tears running down my face from the realization, from the beauty of such knowledge. The universe was an open book for me to read its mysteries. I was not knowing things specifically, but everything at once, with a different kind of understanding. It's like when you're in a crowd, can hear all the conversations at once, without paying specific attention to any of them. That was absolute beauty. Understanding of everything. Contemplating the ultimate answer and explanation of the universe. And then, in a second, it was gone. I still had the tears on my face, and yet I didn't know anymore. The book of the universe was not in a language I could understand at all. It had escaped me. I was left knowing that I had known something, everything. But what was it? As the trip slowly came down, I still had some fleeting hints of understanding coming back to me, and I kept pondering the implications of what had actually just happened. Conclusion. It's now been 2 years already, and my view of the experience has not changed from the interpretation I set for over the following days. Should I consider that, you were on drugs, you think crazy things when you're on drugs? I should, and I have, but it does not work. Put it simply, the question is, have I really known everything, or has the drug tricked me into believing so? Well, one thing is for sure, be what I have felt true or false, being granted absolute knowledge and understanding would have felt exactly the same. So, be it true or false, I am thankful for having experienced it exactly as if it were true, and it felt truer than truth itself. One insight of the experience that I'm convinced to the core that is true is universal consciousness. I had pretty much no prior knowledge of the concept, and so I was certainly not biased in any way, and I was absolutely not looking for what I found, or anything else by the way. Yet, although there's no material proof for it, I felt it as surely as you know that you love someone, yet can't prove it rationally. And finding so many other testimonies of people who felt this universal consciousness only comforts me in my conviction. During the experience, I thought about other people who had the same realization. I wondered if I would just be able to recognize them. I felt it so strong that I really wondered if it would just stay on me and others as an aura that we'll be able to feel. But unfortunately, it doesn't seem so. If all beings finally felt it, would we stay on this different level of consciousness? Most of the other insights I choose to believe, rather than know as certainties, had truth to them, and I prefer to think that if they are erroneous, it's my interpretation of a true message that is mistaking. I believe so for the simple reason that with all the detachment possible and being very skeptic by nature, the experience still stays more convincing than rational thoughts of, well, you were just on drugs. So, I was happily surprised to read afterwards that scientists consider that the universe may have created itself as a totally valid possibility. And I certainly don't feel crazy about believing so, when more established theories include, God created it, period, it's magic, don't ask. I read in articles about ayahuasca that it answered your questions. Reports show people with family problems who find the answers to those problems on ayahuasca, people with addiction problems who solve these problems, and so on and so forth. I had always been seriously wondering about the universe and its origin. Did ayahuasca actually show me the specific answers to what was puzzling me? What more valuable tool exists than this? Or did I just get them randomly, as I could have had answers to matters I didn't really care about? In French, the word enlightened, illuminé, is also used to mean crazy. And tell you what, I now know why. Someone who reached enlightenment will very obviously seem crazy to anyone listening to what he has to say. Double Hoot All-Stars, a mescaline trip report by EARBUDS, posted at earwid.org August 21st, 2019. It could be worse. We could be stars, responsible for entire solar systems. 97 degrees Fahrenheit, and not a butt in the sky at Enchanted Rock, a jaunt outside of Yarno, Texas. The mescaline was a proprietary blend, roughly 2/3 synthetic mescaline hydrochloride and 1/3 mescaline hydrochloride, and related phenethylamines painstakingly extracted from Peruvian torch skins 2 years prior. 300 milligrams dissolved into fruit juice of ease and no noticeable flavour. Slowly consuming the juice throughout the initial hike would help mitigate nausea, although Albert opted to consume his portion in a single capsule when we arrived at the campsite. Sarah took half of a highly dosed blotter of LSD, and did so with apprehension, as this was her first time taking any serious psychedelic drug. I needed something to come out of this experience. I had strong, though vague intentions and expectations. I wasn't sure where exactly to focus the work I was hoping to do myself, but I had reached a point in my life where something had to give. The factors that contributed to this state are hard to delineate without becoming long-winded, but I suppose if I were to distill the matter, I could say that I was mourning the death of my adolescence. The responsibilities of maintaining adulthood were encroaching on my emotional well-being from all of the usual angles, and I simply did not have the time nor the raw willpower to face these conflicts as they developed, and so they compounded. As a matter of fact, I didn't have the time nor the willpower to do much of anything anymore, due to the disproportionate amount of value I was ascribing to my career. There were, of course, practical reasons for this valuation, but the resulting collateral damage was reaching a fever pitch. I was working long hours on a new project with increased responsibility, and though my newfound emotional investment in my work was bringing me satisfaction, it was also turning my mind inside out. I did not know how to proceed with the marriage of work and my broader life, two things which I'd previously had kept separate with no desire to mix. I am self-aware, and I take pride in this. Yes, I know that oxycodone is not a sustainable solace. Thankfully, I grabbed the wheel before a serious habit took hold, although I blew through more of it than I care to admit. I'd get home from work and blankly marathon television until the clock forced me to attempt and consistently fail at attaining a good night's sleep. Often, I'd end up relying on a Tizalam, and sometimes it would throw me into mild withdrawal if I wasn't careful about counting the nights of consecutive use. I found it harder to see the good in people, and easier to dwell on the more disgusting and upsetting aspects of human nature. I distanced myself emotionally from almost everybody I cared about. I was only occasionally a good friend, and only sporadically a supportive partner. Truthfully, most of the time if you were looking me in the eyes, I wasn't looking back. There was just nobody home. I took the door out and built a wall instead. Walls are easier to defend. At the time though, I felt these were things that I had to do, until I figured out something better. At least I knew that, I guess. So, long story short, I finally set aside the time, drove out into the desert, and began drinking the juice. My plan was to get to the bottom of it all. By understanding the roots of these emotional impasses, I hoped to develop healthier coping mechanisms for the largely career-related factors that contributed to the depression that had haunted me for the past 3 months. This was also a sort of last hurrah for Kyle and I. In August, he would be moving to New York to attend law school, and I had just signed a lease for an apartment in Austin, largely thanks to the good money I made while digging myself into the emotional hole described above. A long and beautiful chapter of both of our lives was about to end. It seemed fitting to end it with the subject of our first conversation, mescaline. Mescaline that we had extracted from cactus together, no less. The hiking was arduous. The sun was oppressive. We were carrying a large amount of gear and the desert terrain was challenging at times. We'd opted for the primitive campsite, which meant no electricity, bathrooms, or nearby supply of portable water. I downed about half the bottle of mescaline juice pretty quickly as well. I was beginning to feel alert half an hour into the journey, and I was still sipping the juice when we would break for water, which I must say was very frequently. Now, despite the obvious hardships, I really was quite optimistic about the outcome of the experience, and I embraced the challenges it threw at me. We had a good group assembled, with some pretty powerful friendship mojo. Kyle, Albert, Sarah, and myself. Kyle was a brother in every way but biology, the man who I was about to part ways with. Albert, another brother with whom I was about to begin a new life with in Austin. Sarah, a sister who I'd fallen out of touch with over the preceding 3 months, and who, to me, represented the life that I had largely destroyed with the suboptimal integration of my career. Even the act of driving to Texas with these friends had done a lot to clear my mind and improve my mood. I felt like I was beginning to be back in touch with the better parts of human beings. We reached camp after hiking for a little over an hour. I was definitely feeling the mescaline as we set up the tents, though Kyle was still only feeling mild effects. We both drank more juice, and both of us now had only a layer about an inch high remaining in our respective bottles. Albert dropped his capsule. Sarah was beginning to feel the LSD as well as some nausea. She lay down in the 4-person tent. I brought her ginger, and we gnawed the rhizome segments as we stared through the roof of the tent and let the drugs take effect. Mescaline's come up is like a desert flower, gently unfurling its petals towards the spines of its parent succulent. As the petals curl back and gently catch on the spines, the flower begins to cook in the harsh love of the sun, and the petals drop to the earth one by one, and only the barely perceptible fragrance remains, pushed and prodded by the wings of insects and the dry wheeze of the desert wind as it floats along like a ghost. You catch the whiff and must choose the path of the coyote or that of the javelina. The coyote only notes the fragrance in passing as it ambles through the desert in search of gratification, wrought by its own cunning. The javelina, on the other hand, follows the fragrance carefully, and wisely parsing and analysing its gradual dissolution, is rewarded with the blood of the cactus in the end. In this way, mescaline enlightens by leading and providing, not by challenging or confronting. But before all else, the petals must fall, and there is primal discontent when confronted with this very image. Loss, confusion. Albert was doubled over, purging. "It's alright if I throw it up. Will I even still feel it?" Between nibbles of ginger, I joked that if he is concerned about the efficacy, maybe he should plug his own vomit. Sarah and I emerged from the tent. I lit a cigarette, and she found a comfortable seat on a log near the campsite. Kyle finished his juice. I take a few more swigs, but leave some remaining. So, everyone was coming up now, undeniably. Sarah begins to compare patches of ground, attempting to discern which of the ants are real and which are a result of the altered state. I'm ambling in random paths throughout the campsite, thinking through paths just as aimlessly and occasionally commenting wryly. Albert is now in the fetal position, face to face with the sand, occasionally making noises of tension and or relief. Kyle remarks that he may be doing some hard thinking, but that he does not feel forced to do so. Rari was not going with him to New York. That was where his petals fell, the source of his discontent, that for which he sought resolution through the cactus. Kyle and I spent some time looking off into the distance, arms raised into the air, embracing the world, speechless. There was a distinct dreaminess to it all. I think this may be attributable to the related alkaloids from the full spectrum extract portion of the dose we took. Synthetic mescaline felt much sharper in my only other experience with it. "This is a beautiful drug," Kyle remarked. I began writing this in a notebook. "It could be worse. We could be stars, responsible for entire solar systems. Those thanking us for life are millions of miles away, even if we knew how to accept thanks." Albert now had vomited twice, and expressed that he was filled with an uncomfortable body energy the likes of which he had never felt. His shirt was unbuttoned as he paced frantically through our camp. Mild tears came, but not of sadness per se, just intense emotions that he was not able to put into words. We decided to direct the energy by hiking to the summit of the Enchanted Rock. I clumsily prepared supplies of water, small food items, a notebook, Sarah's camera, and some warmer clothing. And so, we set off shortly thereafter. As we hiked, I'd lost all sense of direction. Kyle somehow seemed to know where we were going, but he's a born leader like that. Sarah was using the pen to make a map on her arm. Albert only seemed concerned with forward progress. We've all been there, I guess. We departed from the campground area and ventured into new terrain. It was very rocky, almost like the surface of the moon. We were still quite a hike from the enchanted rock itself, but the terrain was foreshadowing the climax of our adventure. I made a quick pause and looked at some water that had collected on the rocky surface, only to realise it was not water at all, simply where water used to be. It had left a sort of residue behind. There's not many other things that are like that. Nobody points at a parking spot and says, "No, that's not a car, that's where a car used to be." The overall vibe was very silly and light-hearted at this point onward. Albert seemed to be calming down and easing into the plateau. Sarah, despite still being nauseous, seemed to be having fun. We were laughing a lot and cracking jokes throughout the rocky section. We soon find ourselves entering the canyon portion of the site. We began to have doubts about the adventure. Though we had headlamps and a flashlight, it was beginning to get much darker very quickly. Sarah and I doubted our ability to make it back safely in the dark after we'd reached the summit. We spent several minutes debating whether or not to continue. Somehow, we wound up on the subject of determinism at this point, but once we snapped out of it, we decided to just flip a nickel and let Thomas Jefferson decide. Heads we ascend, tails we return. And heads it is. TJ says we ascend. With headlamps on, we push through the canyon. This is more difficult terrain, many broken and fallen smaller rocks and boulders to traverse. Eventually we reach a familiar waypoint from the hike in, and we decide to take a break. The stars are hypnotic as I lay on the granite and catch my breath. They are starting to move slightly. My body feels heavy and the dreaminess sets in again, so we spend 5 minutes here just kinda stuck. There is a rustling behind us, and we notice a man walking by with a flashlight. Behind him, in the far distance, we see similar lights descending towards us from on high. Suddenly, it becomes apparent that we had reached the point where we were able to safely climb the slope of the enchanted rock. We resume a standing posture, and then begin to carefully push forward up the steep incline towards the lights we see descending. About halfway up, my heart is beating fast, and we take a short break before pushing on. This sense of achievement begins to creep in as we are visibly and easily nearing the summit itself. My heart is still racing from the steep incline, the mescaline, and the general lack of meaningful nutrition throughout the day, as well as the beauty of what we were approaching. I feel simultaneously weak and excited. We reach even ground and walk 20 more paces, look around us, and notice no further incline. Amazingly, somehow, we had actually reached the summit. Tell you what, I was exhausted at this point, and my heart was beating out of my chest. There are several flashes of images illuminated by a headlamp, people's faces, the lunar terrain of the rock, backpacks, clothing. Everything was disjointed. It was an incomprehensible blur, and time seemed to be non-linear. Immediately, I took off my flannel shirt, formed a pillow, and laid down on the rock facing directly up at the stars. The following period rapidly evolved into a powerful and at times ineffable peak experience. Words really fail me in this moment, but I will do my best because what transpired was very high on the list of my most significant psychedelic experiences, or life experiences in general for that matter. At one point in the thick of it, I remarked that I wanted to laugh, cry, puke, and cum all at the same time. Let's use that as the thesis statement. As I laid down, looking directly up at the stars, their movement became more pronounced. I retracted farther and farther into myself. Time disappeared. It was one of the first to go. That's classic mescaline fear. It has always been this way, and it will always be this way, that type of feeling. I'm pretty familiar with it by now. What else can you show me? The definition of me began to dissolve. I was kicking dust around the outskirts of Ego Death Town. The light from the stars were both going into me and coming out of me. I was creating it, and it was creating me. And then, a sensation of universal oneness set in hard. Albert, Kyle, Sarah. They were me. The rock was me. The stars were me. It all simply was. The isness of the objective, the Tao, whatever you want to call it. All the rest of it is just ripples in that pool. But now all of the ripples disappeared. The pool calmed itself, and the barriers were gone. I was riding waves in and out of near-ego death. Had I finished the bottle of juice, I might have fully broken through for a significant period of time, but instead I just oscillated in and out of it. It was magnificent. A shooting star whizzed by, the first of many we'd see that night. I realised that a shooting star is our Earth both destroying something and creating something. It was a direct transformation of matter into inspiration. In that moment, I thought of Shiva, and the stars begin to fall like rain. The rain is hitting my skin, but I effortlessly realise the fallacy of that and allow the rain of stars to enter me completely. I am one with them now, as I have always been. I feel as if I'm making love to the universe right now. The sky above has now entered me, the rock beneath me is supporting me with stored warmth from the sun, and I am one with all of them. The breeze caresses me. The feelings, though not explicitly sexual, were reminiscent of the intimacy usually only experienced when in the throes of a passionate love affair. I thought of Sam, and how sad I was that she was not able to join us on the trip. Without her there, the intense global intimacy I was feeling felt like infidelity of sorts. I was writhing on the ground with pleasure, giggling, grabbing at the rock like it was bedsheets. I moaned and sighed and gritted my teeth. Everything was flowing through me, and I was washed clean by a tidal wave of the most intense and purest joy that I have ever experienced. MDMA, which I considered to be a flawless ally, felt like a cheap whore by comparison. It was just that fucking good, to be honest. I wanted so badly to somehow record my thoughts and emotions at this time, but not only was I physically incapable of moving my eyes away from the stars or my body off the ground, I was well aware that by recording, we inevitably alter the experience. Heisenberg's uncertainty principle. Observation is creation. It's not a passive state, it is an action with implications. Nothing I write here after the fact will remotely capture any of what I'm trying to articulate. We were mostly silent for nearly 2 hours during the peak. I felt certain that we'd spend all night on the rock, and I wanted nothing more. There was a sort of telepathic agreement that this was a big one. We've taken psychedelics together countless times in countless settings, but this was huge, groundbreaking, earth-shattering, and not worth defiling with something as petty as words. We all just knew. We knew that our love was as infinite as anything could possibly be in the context of inevitable impermanence. Tears came to my eyes. Not of joy or of sadness, but for reasons, well, I still can't really describe. It wasn't crying. It felt different. And we sit around all day making decisions. I was laughing aloud at this point at the absurdity of the human experience. We think it means something. Albert engaged me in conversation after I'd said this. How many things do you think are out there right now looking back at all this? Albert asked. Looking? 4, I guess. 1, 0. I mean, look at the stars in this sky, and then look at the darkness around them. The more we've laid here, the more stars we've been able to see. The stars are everything that we are able to perceive with our senses, and the blackness is everything that we just simply can't. Our senses are limitations. Looking is a limitation. Well, it's just one take on it. My looking isn't even your looking. What do you mean? I mean that the way we perceive is not the sum of all perception. I mean that all of that up there, everything that you think is coming into you right now is actually coming out of you. It's you, I guess. Well, that's part of what I mean anyway. This is why people believe in God. Or at least why they started looking at this. We never should have looked up. The minute I said this, I realised every single word in that sentence was a lie. There is no we, there is no never, there is no should, there is no look, and up. Well, that's just obvious to anybody with basic physics knowledge. I mustered up the strength to roll over. I put my head to the rock, closed my eyes, and found that this portion of the trip was about the earth instead of the sky. And at this moment, the earth and my body were one in the same. Closed-eye visuals conjured up iridescent waterfalls, pouring into the cup of a lotus flower, and filling it with energies of strength and weakness. I mused on the singularity of existence and the necessary illusion of the duality that nourishes the 10,000 things. We aren't trying to escape the illusion, we need it. Without it, we just wouldn't. There'd be no we, no family, my family. There'd be no body splayed out on the enchanted rock trying to reckon with the fact that its totality was based on a tremendous cosmic deception. My thoughts and memories were just ruse after ruse after ruse, a mirage for which I felt profound gratitude. I had never asked for any of it, and one day it would all be taken away from me. I spend every day of my life in agony about exactly that. But in this moment, I felt overjoyed by it. The 10,000 things rise and fall while the self watches their return. They grow and flourish and then return to the source. I left all of it on the rock. The anger, the disgust, the self-destruction. I was way past any of that. I'd followed the fragrance and tasted the blood of the cactus, and I was empowered to keep all of that miles below me because of that. Thank you, Mescalito. Thank you, me. I worship and honour you both. Albert began to nibble on some unusually potent psilocybe cubensis, and was soon after hit with a crisp and euphoric headspace and colourful visual effects. Sarah was taking long exposure pictures of the sky with a camera. By this point, I was beginning a mild descent, and felt comfortable eating beef jerky and rejoining my friends in conversation. A satellite was visible overhead, and we talked about how at that very moment someone was probably breaking up via text message using that same satellite. I wasn't ready to talk seriously about much of what I had experienced, but I reached out to Kyle because I wanted to see if he had made the same kind of progress that I had. He confirmed that over those 2 hours, he had finally made peace with being forced to end his significant romance of the past 2 years. Furthermore, he was capable of letting go of that without letting go of her as an individual. He was not over her as a human being. He never could be. But he had peace. He was able to let go of that chapter of his life. I also asked him about his reflections on mescaline, because although we had tried this drug together several times prior, he had felt like he had never really reached a significant level with it. I must say, it's a gorgeous drug, unlike anything else. I really am quite happy we did it together. He was right. It is a gorgeous drug, so incredibly powerful but with a really special sort of grace. I was happy and proud that he finally got to experience that. We all hugged before slowly making our way back to camp, towards some Pinot Grigio, the Grige, and some pillows. The vibe returned to a silly state. We caught up on each other's lives and told stories. Jokes were formed and bonds were tempered. In the back of all of our minds were what we had just experienced. In the front of Albert's mind were the mushrooms, which we now refer to as the nibbles. His mushroom musings fueled the playful mood of the hike, and I thought about how I couldn't wait to reunite with him in a new city. We arrived back at camp and spoke until the sun began to come up, although the effects had mostly faded by around 2 AM. The blistering heat began 4 hours later, and we were forced to vacate the stuffy tents and make our return to the car after only a few hours of sleep. This was a 2-mile hungover hike through 100-degree weather with our gear. Without Kyle's leadership, it would have been a disaster. When we finally made it back to the vehicle, we sat in the air conditioning momentarily before beginning our return back to Austin. During this car ride, we ruminated silently. Even a day later, we had trouble putting words to it. But words are prison cells, really. There was nothing more to be said now, just more of that pseudo-telepathic understanding. As long as there are stars in the sky, we will remain enchanted. The Sacred Rite Initiation, a 5-MeO DMT trip report by X, posted to earbud.org, December 2nd, 2015. When I was initially invited into this experience by my best friend, I knew I wasn't ready. Because of a long history, 28 years, as a serious crack and heroin addict, I knew I had to be very careful of my motivations. However, I'm not in any way a white-knuckle, by-the-book, recovering addict. I still smoke marijuana occasionally, and I do enjoy a good glass of wine at dinner or before bed. But going into an experience as intense and potentially alluring as this warranted some serious consideration. When I finally did decide the time was right, I was careful to set very clear and very specific intentions around my journey. My background as a practitioner of ceremonial magic in my early years, and now as a practitioner of Tantra Yoga, specifically Shravidya Tantra, which is a mantra-based, highly ritualized form of yoga magical practices, had all prepared me very well to fully embrace everything that Sophia, our facilitator's name for the batch of 5-MeO DMT that we were partaking of, would bring to me. On top of this, I've also developed a very dedicated, devoted yoga, asana and pranayama practice, which I feel also served me well. I'd been told before that relatively few people purge with this substance, but just to be on the safe side, I only had a protein shake that morning and just a light vegetarian meal the night before. I'd become vegetarian some 6 months before. The only herbal supplements I take regularly are Dong Quai and Osha, so all in all, my system is fairly clean and incredibly strong and resilient. I was very impressed with the diligence and intention that was given to make sure that I was as prepared as possible to undergo what, for me at least, would prove to be the biggest shift in consciousness of my entire life. The Temple of Awakening Divinity was the agent of my introduction to 5-MeO DMT. They called and did a medical background and mental health screening. The weekend before my circle was to dive, an orientation was offered which was incredibly informative and yet in no way didactic, allowing each individual to step into the space as we chose. When I arrived on the morning of my circle, I was full of a calm anticipation, for I had a sense that everything that had happened to me in my life had been leading up to this exact moment, and of course every moment, and I'd been waiting for this all along. I helped to prepare the food that would be offered between dives to help ground each individual after they emerged from the field. Then, we all went in to be seated at a beautiful altar, in a room with vaulted ceilings, sumptuously appointed and with a huge cushion in the centre covered with plush purple comforter and an Eye of Horus pillow, where we would lay our heads as we went in. Our facilitator used the symbol sets of ceremonial magic to sanctify the space and cast a circle of energetic protection, which made me feel even safer and well taken care of. Directions were called, wards were set in place, and we were each sensed and asperged. Then, we were asked in turn to offer our intention, and this really struck my heart in a good way, to offer a shadow. I offered my intention, which is stated below, and the shadow of needing recognition and acknowledgement, as well as my issues of abandonment and rejection. Then came the big question, which was no question at all for me. "Who's going first?" our facilitator asked. "I am!" My hand shot up immediately. I said this with certainty and conviction. I truly was ready. Our facilitator asked me my history of psychedelics and entheogens. The latter I had never tried, the former only in my late 20s. Actual LSD 25 on sugar cubes saved in someone's refrigerator from the 60s or 70s, and some mushrooms about 10 years ago. He asked me about my drug tolerance, and I explained that although I had been a severe addict, I was always a lightweight with a low tolerance. From that information, he determined my dosage to be 9 to 11 milligrams, and explained that he used to use a scale, but had done this so many times that he had gotten fairly exact at eyeballing it. I decided to trust him. I trusted the people who had connected me to him, and knew that there were literally thousands of people who had experienced this through him. My intuition told me it was okay, and I've learnt to trust that as well. I watched as he filled the chamber of a vaporizer with argon gas, an inert suspension to carry the vapour into the lungs. He placed the prescribed dosage of white crystalline powder in it, and I watched it as it filled with thick white smoke. I will let the account that I wrote in the week following the encounter speak from here. Intention. I present my intention to undertake these sacred rites, offering myself fully to the will of the divine as an instrument of she who is Maha Saraswati, called Brahmani, that I find effortless connection to her flow of creative power, that my words, music, voice and art be herald to the continuing emergence of Satyayuga. Opening. The circle was cast, the space held sacred. I lay in the centre, arms wide in an attitude of willing surrender. I was asked to sit up for a moment and our facilitator came beside me. In perfect love and trust, I offer you this lamp of light. Journey well. I took in a deep breath of air and let it all out. I took the lamp to my lips and inhaled deeply. The taste was strange, yet somehow vaguely familiar. After all the vapour had been inhaled, I kept breathing in until my lungs were full, keeping my eyes open as instructed, and I laid back on the soft cushions. I really had no idea what to expect when I heeded the call of spirit and the invitation to participate in this rite. What I found exceeded anything I might have even remotely conceived of. As I felt my body let go of the retained breath, my entire field of vision was wrapped around with the 1,000 eyes of Indra in perfect, beautiful, sacred geometrical forms. The eyes crystallized and dissolved away into nothingness, and I found myself floating free. I'll preface the next sections by saying that first, there was not a first or second or third of these things that occurred, but rather that all were juxtaposed and occurring relatively in time and space, or maybe outside of it. And that these opening experiences were like layers of being that I was visiting with my awareness. Experiential, yes, yet not in any way an effect of my mind, rather a construct of consciousness itself. The waiting room. I found myself floating free, and as I became aware of the environment, it seemed as if everything were made of a mercurial substance, all silvery and pastels, gossamer and mist. The beautiful music that had begun to play just as I went in had turned to a tinny elevator-style music. There were others there, or perhaps they were mirrors of fragments of my ego, and there was one that was more substantial than the rest. I recognized this as my predominant ego. Although I am female, this was a male, all dressed in white, like some eager festival goer in search of the elusive ultimate experience. He was bouncing up and down, wringing his hands and shaking his head in anticipation. Alright, let's do this. Yeah, spiritual experience. Oh boy, I'm ready for this. It would have been hilarious had I not been so crushingly disappointed in finding my awareness here of all places, for I was wholly intimate with this place of mist and mirrors. I had visited it many, many times before, and knew it to be the realm of Maya, of emptiness and illusion. I also had a knowing that I would be permitted to remain here in awareness, in a comfort zone of sorts, but that I would get from this experience what I chose, and though it was dreamy and sweet, here was only a superficial and nebulous light show. Then, as if from across a vast distance, I heard our facilitator's voice say, "Remember." I realised that to go any further, this part of me, this ego self, would have to stay here. I would have to drop all pretenses, dive deep, and embrace what was waiting without reservation. Eruption. With the word remember came another call, voiceless yet resonating from the core of my being. My most ancient knowing Atman, my higher self, beckoning me to step into her once again. I remembered the ancient rites that I had participated in through lives untold. I felt the anchoring energy signatures of those holding space around me and those holding space for me from afar. I felt utter trust and knew that I was safe, and so I began to go within. The self that I now was knew what was required. "Ground me," I said aloud to those in the circle around me. Though I had no physical sensation of it, I am told that hands were immediately on my body. "Hold me," I said to those who guarded my physical space. I went deeper yet, and the power began to build. "Hold me," I cried to those I had asked to hold space for my journey, but who were not in immediate presence. I felt myself drawing further down, a gathering of force so pure and sacred that words cannot describe. "Hold me. Hold me," I cried to all holders of all sacred ritual and circle throughout time, I continued to ground and build, and the power was terrible in its beauty and magnitude as I reached in and joined with the hoary soul of Gaia herself. "Hold me," I screamed to the Mother of the Universe, as I knew the feeling Hanuman himself must have felt as he gathered his unbounded strength to leap across the ocean of samsara. I heard the word, "yes," whispered by my guardians. "Tell me yes," I pleaded. They said, "yes," again. "Louder," I begged, needing to hear their reassurance, to know they were strong enough to hold the field for what was coming, and they answered, "yes." "Louder," I screamed, and they fed back all of my passion, all of my fury. "Yes, yes." And I felt the coming implosion and knew that if the field were too strong at the moment of release, I would shatter. I knew exactly what was needed and when, and at just that moment I said, "Soften." The field I was held in relaxed just enough that the edges were allowed to curl gently in, the linear crystalline planes of force becoming pulsating waves of geometrical particulate. I felt what every flower bud feels as it bursts into bloom, what every volcano feels as it erupts from the Earth's crust, and what every supernova feels as it implodes in massive nuclear annihilation. From beyond the centre of my being issued forth two distinct and inseparable projections. With the fury and potency of all of the pain and all of the ecstasy of creation came a scream that shook the very foundations of matter itself. From beyond the portals of time and space issued an orgasm that was the birth of stars, galaxies, and universes. And with this came an effluent projectile emission that was the healing, furious waters of my Ganga, pouring from the centre of Heaven's Gate to wash away all of the sins of the ancestors of humanity, to purge all of the holiest places, and to asperge every sacred rite performed throughout time. And in this, I was born into being, born into the birthright of every child, into pure bliss riding the waves of divine consciousness. The joy of innocence that cannot be lost, because it is inherently what we are. Reclaiming the Lila of the goddess, for every misplaced child of creation, transported through laughter, through tears and through songs sung in words that have been buried long ago in the sands of time. They were obliterated in the dust of stars. She then welcomed me into her manifest fullness. All that was the knowing Shivaham, divine, sacred, feminine. I am that. I remember soft waves of silvery light with all colours of creation, and then some carrying me in an ecstatic dancing flow. I was once again what I have always been, an innocent, beautiful, divine child of the universe, and I was healed of all limitation and constraint. I cannot even begin to express how utterly sacred and held I felt, and still feel residually. There is much more to my journey, but this has been compartmentalized by grace in my mind until I am ready to receive and process it. When I emerged from the field of being, my words and every atom of my essence said, I am held. I could still feel the waves of energy around me, palpable enough to play with, and I felt absolutely delighted in the engagement with it. I recognized those around me, still holding space, still saying, yes. And some I felt called to share with, a message just for them. My holder of earth energy I told that I, too, felt the pain of the earth just as he did. I saw him hiding a feminine power within, and I told him to let her out, for she was beautiful. The healer in the circle was to be told that she was fully present, and that her body was beautiful and perfect. I found out later that these words carried significant meaning for the both of them. The analytical one, I admonished not to overthink it, and to surrender, and he would see and know it all, and yet not know a thing. Thank you. Thank you, I collapsed into saying. I said this over and over with tears of gratitude pouring from my eyes, and laughter pouring from my soul. So, now that a span of days has passed, it is interesting to observe my ego being very attached to the experience itself. In all of the workings I have engaged in before, I have come to understand never to expect any experience to be recreated. This will only lead to disappointment. And yet how the ego is attached. I now know, with the true understanding of first-hand experience, my person to simply be the island that I repose upon in this ocean of consciousness, my deepest self resting in Santosha. Content in the knowledge that I am truly held, truly supported, purely loved, and trusted to know and to find my way home. I am held. Hari Om Tat Sat. Namaste. Update. Well, now that over a month has passed, I am happy to say that the gifts of the intention I set have actually kept flowing in. My creativity has been reawakened and has been steadily blossoming. I've been writing, recording, as well as creating opportunities to share this music that moves through me. I feel much more alive now, and I see the light in all those around me more clearly and consistently. My practices feel more potent and powerful, and I feel I am a much more open conduit for the inherent divinity within to shine through. It has been revealed to me that my path with 5-MeO DMT is not quite over just yet. However, I am content to receive the fullness of this experience and to not be in a rush to get to the next one. An integration circle was offered at the end of the week of deep dive circles that was crucial to my own process. I was able to acknowledge the addict mind that just wanted to do it again, and hearing the singular and intimately personal ways in which each person described their experience that reminded me that this was a moment in time that would remain forever unique unto itself, for me and me alone. Writing this account has also been a part of my own process, and I can only hope that the sharing of it will in some way serve in the field of collective consciousness. Bizarre Transcendence, a Salvia Divinorum ATX and Mushrooms Trip Report by Lucifer Sam, posted at earwud.org, March 15th, 2011. I wrote this the days following my initial Salvia trip, slightly in the midst of a nervous breakdown, so it was mainly written for the sake of my own sanity. After completing it, I let a friend read it and he suggested that I post it online. I've read other reports of Salvia trips, and although they tend to be somewhat similar in concept, mine seems very obscure. I wonder if it's due to a differentiation from the norm within me, some defect or syndrome that disconnects myself from normality. Of course, these thoughts of alienation are common traits of human beings, so I will simply leave you with the report, and insist that you interpret it as you will. It is fairly long, coming in at 8 pages or so, and I do tend to ramble, so apologies in advance. Salvia, Chapter 1. The substance was highly potent Salvia Divinorum at ATX, in a dried form of dark green leaves, seemingly insignificant and dull. I purchased the salvia along with a good friend of mine, one whom I can communicate my thoughts and inquiries happily and without anxiety to. At first, we tested the drug with a simple bowl out of a non-water pipe, and without a torchlighter, therefore greatly decreasing the effect and overall experience of that which it is capable. This first trip, you understand, was a minuscule figment of the insensible, horrifying realization, the dreaded second trip that fragmented my understanding of the universe of physical and metaphysical, conscious and unconscious reality, actuality, through the mind and the senses. The first trip took place at my friend's house, within his right-angled cube of a room, sitting on the ground, facing an open window, with 2 of my friends to the right of me, my partner imbibing the salvia to my left, leaning on a mirror. Beforehand, I'd ingested a good healthy amount of psilocybin mushrooms with my good friend, the same with whom I bought the salvia. We had originally planned to smoke the salvia in the peak of our shroom trip, an interesting combination indeed. The emotional strife of mushrooms combined with the immense unreality of salvia would prove to be interesting. At this point, my peak had come and gone, instilled images of the past embedded into my subconscious. The trip was still running strong though. Psychedelic visuals and the disturbing mindfuckery were all present, just significantly lower than earlier. No worry, I thought, the salvia will do us in nicely. The pipe was loaded up and passed around, a social occurrence of an utterly personal and introspective substance. What a joke. Yet, I contributed anyway. Where else was I going to smoke salvia? I recall being very confused upon my first hit, the bizarre salvia high blending with the psilocybin to create some sort of disfigured mutant experience. At this point, I wasn't yet feeling the full trip of the salvia, but that all changed with my second hit. As I exhaled, my central vision fragmented and divided into a baffling cesspool of minuscule corners and angles, repeating into infinity, all within the frame of the window I was staring at. Stairs, a bunch of stairs. It's just a pure stairway, that's all I see, I recall mumbling somewhat frantically, deep in the grip of confusion and shock. I just kept on gasping at the ultimate sharpness of everything around me, like I was seeing things in significantly greater detail than I had ever before. Soon thereafter, the unending abyss of angled chaos dissipated from the window, and I was left with an unbearable sensation of heat and panic. Mushrooms usually fluctuate my temperatures, so I assumed that the salvia maximised this effect. The attention of my three fellow inhabitants suddenly fell solely upon me, their bug-like eyes staring at me in deadly transfiguration, watching me intently. I felt as if they were one. These vessels, controlled by the same operator, used to watch, observe, and guide my life. Paranoia. Some amount of time passed before they waved me off from their concern, moving on to the ramblings of another, going on and on about his trip that had just ended. I tried to listen, but strange things were happening all around us. The area of the window attracted all of my focus, and upon staring blankly into it for a few moments, I felt my entire perception collapse around me. Now, only the window remained of my earthly realm, everything else exploding into random content. It's very difficult to explain the image that I saw at this point, and illustrating it would prove to be more effective, but that is a task for another time. The only significant aspect of it that I can recall is an ample series of gears and machinery in the chaotic background to my reality. The salvia trip ended as abruptly as it began, and with its absence returned the psilocybin in full force. I spent the remainder of that day tripping happily, letting my precipitous salvia glimpse fall back into the subconscious fissures of my own thoughts. Chapter 2. My second trip crushed any set questions and perceptions that my first had spawned. Was it a realization conceived by my own illusionist mind, or a sliver of the ultimate outside, the metaphysical realm of outer being and existence? Is it my own self that conceived these hallucinations, or was it a glimpse of something beyond myself, yet within my own mind? Endless questions rattle my thoughts, yet I cannot answer any with true confidence. Nevertheless, I will explain to the best of my memory what exactly occurred within that bizarre, introspective, existential nightmare, that reality-dissolving clusterfuck of chaos and infinity. This was the next day, for we had planned to wait for good conditions and tools to perform the smoking with the best results. It took place within my friend's bedroom, a very comfortable and spacious room with which I was greatly familiar with and at ease within. Our utensils consisted of a good-sized water bong, probably about 11 inches in height, and a high-powered butane lighter, having heard of the added efficiency of the herb if burned at certain heat not accessible with the average lighter. My fellow tripper smoked his amount first, and seemed to trip fairly, but not at all what was expected. He claimed it to give him a strange high, yet no true out-of-body hallucinations. Then, I loaded my amount into the bowl piece, packing a bit more of the substance than my co-tripper, seeing the results of his hit. While I did this, I could already hear him pinching more salvia. That mutant. Igniting the butane lighter, I plunged into the dance of the divinorum. The bowl was gone within moments, and the smoke floated like milky mist within the multiple chambers of the glass contraption, waiting ominously to be inhaled into my unknowing lungs. The smoke was not too harsh, and I managed to hold my hitting for a fair while. As I blew the fiendish smoke out, I immediately felt the effects. That familiar feeling of anticipation, the waiting. And then lied back onto the mattress, watching in vivid foreboding as my world slowly became more precise, with much greater detail and strangeness that brought terrible fear along with greater interest and curiosity. I too felt the salvia without a doubt, yet I was not experiencing the true effects of it. This I can blame on the minuscule size of the bowl available, for it was slightly broken, yet still in working order. Therefore, after wandering about for a few minutes, still in my own body and in control of my motor functions, I loaded yet another hit and dived in. This time, immediately after hitting it, I knew my trip was nigh. All the recorded symptoms of the pre-trip were present. The back tingling, the slow eye movement, the loss of normal thought and perception, along with a fair amount of common psychedelic visuals, such as the pattern movement and morphing. I faintly recall my two friends looking at me, questioning whether I was tripping or not. Although I could understand what they were saying in my mind, I could no longer express my thoughts vocally. I tried to concentrate on replying, but I could not. Strange things were happening all around me. In a futile attempt at communication, I fumbled with my lips to say the word, "what?" in a questioning manner. What came out, however, was an elongated manifestation of the word, much deeper in tone than I thought my voice capable. I'm not sure if this was simply the beginnings of auditory hallucination, or the way I actually sounded, but I guess that doesn't matter too much. Seconds later, I fell into an indescribable abyss of chaotic nothingness. I suddenly found myself without an identity, some entity of essence, yet not consciousness, with direction, yet without memory, thought, yet without conception. Movement was natural, it seemed, for without knowing I found myself slithering about in this amazing void of random vapours and essences of inhuman colour and form. I pushed these alien fragments of matter, searching madly for something, yet I could not quite understand what it was. I was in a state of utter confusion and distress, kept asking myself what I was, what being is, who am I, how am I? To describe myself in this state is almost impossible. I knew I was myself, yet I did not know my name or form or anything. I recognised my consciousness as what it is, but I couldn't grasp the actuality of my existence. As I searched through this strange dimension of what seemed to be the only sensation and colour, within a plane restricted to what is most recognisable to me as length and height, I came to hear familiar voices. The voices inflicted unknown memories of some kind, yet I still could not determine who it was calling out to me, and innumerable possibilities fanned out within my thoughts. These voices, I later discovered, were the voices of my two friends, watching my empty body, unknowing that my mind was elsewhere, trapped within a maze of emptiness and alien abstractness. Finally, this entity that I was in that moment discovered a distant hole, shining like a beacon of light in the middle of an unending sea of dark. I seemed to follow the voices, which were going along something like, "So, haha, look at Jeff, what's he doing? He can't even get out." I still am unknowing of the reasoning behind these words exactly, but during my trip they fucked my world over completely. I imagined that these voices were from the place in which I sought, laughing at my predicament, making humour out of my existential nightmare. Finally, I closed in around the circle of light, which I now know to have been my actual eyesight. I fought to return to my body. I could feel my wandering consciousness slowly return to my earthly corpse in some sort of insane struggle, emitting feelings within me of innate obscurity. I find it impossible to describe how it felt re-entering one's own body after a trip such as mine, but I perceived as if there was a great emptiness that I slowly gripped, tightening my grasp as hard as I could, pulling, it seemed, away from that abhorred outside from which I came. It was as if some link existed between the two universes, and I was trying my greatest to sever its control over me. Finally, after much struggle, I managed to return to my biological body, sight and all. Yet things were not as they should be. I saw my friends, staring at me, without words or expression it seemed. It was around this point that I apparently mumbled something along the lines of, "I created the world." I have absolutely no recollection of saying this, you understand, but looking back I can relate to these words, as this idea surely was an innate possibility at that point. I recollect having amazing and indescribable realizations and overwhelming sensations of cosmic insignificance, definite nihilism, combined with equal ideologies concerning metaphysical solipsism. My friends, sure now that I was indeed tripping, left me to my mind and continued to load another bowl of salvia, or something along those lines. As they left me, the trip began to return. A strange sensation engulfed me, and suddenly, lying on the bedspread, I could feel the alien numbness encompassing my entire backside, most prominently on the back of my skull. This feeling, although never enjoyable nor euphoric, was familiar to me as the rising sensation of a salvia trip. It wasn't until moments later that I recalled looking up and gasping breathlessly at this unending stream of what seemed to be my reality, but mass-produced atop an infinite conveyor belt of sorts, in a metaphorical sense. Looking down the stream, I could see my reality in eternal repetition, changing vaguely as the stream continued. It was then that I concluded this bizarre, unworldly dimension a glimpse of the time stream, that prophesized plane of endless time that us third-dimensional creatures can only view in minuscule fragments known as the present. I saw now a considerably larger fragment of the stream, the massive entirety of it being beyond my visual and mental comprehension, even when under the influence of this extraordinary drug. This stream replaced my friend's ceiling. It might have engulfed the whole of my reality at some point, but I was in far too much shock to recall that moment with confidence. I'm quoted later saying something along the lines of, "What the fuck?" for a good while. This I remember, for I was actually comprehending the terrible realization of what was going on around me. I began to find myself in unexplainable confusion and horror. As I peered deeply into this unending stream, I could see what my eyes would see in the next second, the next minute, the next hour, and so on and so forth. These frames of time were presented through my own perception, and as I saw this, I questioned the physics of the reality I've come to know. Was my reality not but a blinded goat upon an eternal walkway, ignorantly striving forward without conception or consequence? This concept, you see, frightened me greatly, and at this point I looked back down at the walled chamber of my trip and began seeing the continuous passing of moments as I soared through the time stream, its unending canals flying above me in maddening chaos. This I can relate to being a stop-motion animation, everything being very choppy and unreal. I'm not sure how long I existed in this state, but I remembered clearly my friends talking, and for the first time, actually comprehending their words. They were saying something about their salvia being shitty and not working. This is what really fucked me over. I don't know what mental processes came over me, but I suddenly could not get the notion out of my head that these people standing in front of me were not my friends, but just manifestations created by my own higher consciousness, that devious fucker. I felt as if this higher self was plotting against me, toying with my psychological well-being, tricking and manipulating my reality for its own puzzling pleasure. I've now come to dub this mischievous part of my being Ramses, and although it is technically just a larger fraction of myself, I've titled it for the sake of the reader and my own sanity. You see, I dwelt upon the idea that Ramses was inserting voices into the bodies of my friends to provoke odd questioning thoughts within myself. It wanted me to doubt the effectiveness of the drug, so I would assume this mystifying order of events of actuality and not a hallucination. Now, I existed in this surrealistic crossroads of realities for an undetermined amount of time. At the moment, I could not even comprehend the concept of time according to the socially accepted sense of the idea, so it is impossible for me to reduce the experience into a series of seconds, minutes, or hours. The trip was defiantly running strong. Continually, the foundations of my normal reality were eroding and dissipating into the unending chaos of the eternal stream. Myself pondering the event with great intensity, unable to relinquish my repeating sensations of a great transcendence, some unreal rebirth into a greater level of consciousness and perception, as well as the inability to restore the notion that what I was experiencing was a mere hallucination. What is hallucination, though, but a vision of some ever-expanding inner universe of inhuman existence and being? Nevertheless, my trip eventually progressed to a point of dreaded climax. The point where my deemed reality finally dissolves and I am shown the fabled beyond of the mind and time. I recognised this happening immediately, having an entirely unique indication of existential transformation. It was at this point I had accepted what was happening, abandoning all human affairs and philosophies, all relationships and ideals, goals and aspirations, beliefs and inquiries, vanished. They were replaced unsympathetically with the current moment. I felt as if in any moment I would forever leave my known consciousness and jump blindly into the tunnels of my introverted universe. These thoughts swirled about my mind for a moment, and then, as I looked upon once more towards the abhorrent time stream, some crazed sensation struck me. I remembered that I had smoked salvia, and that all of what I saw was possibly hallucination, a false vision of pure imagination and subconscious gibberish, thus holding merit for doubt. This subjected me to question my sureness and confidence of my recently formed conclusions. Suddenly, as if it was the presence of doubt that saved me, the time stream began to dissipate rapidly, and as my eyes frantically followed the last of the unreal stream, I noticed one bit of it through the corners of my peripherals. Yet as I focused on the surviving essence of the stream, it instantly transformed into a rectangular speaker and an all-black object hanging off the wall. The stream was gone, replaced by real-life objects. But how? I asked myself. And just then, I realised the horrid truth. It was Ramses, that bastard, that demonic jester of my own mind. It had created the speaker and orb to place a sense of illusion and trickery within myself. These, you must understand, were my thoughts at the moment. Now, as I reflect on this situation, I still cannot make sense of it at all. I do remember the speaker from before my trip, yes, but the orb was unfamiliar, strange, out of place in this claustrophobic room. Was it really there before? Well, I don't know. I can't trust anything anymore. Ramses is in control now. Upon witnessing this act of trickery, I apparently had some sort of panic attack. This is where things begin to fall out of chronological order and into bad craziness. Was that the end? Had my trip finally ended and come to a sudden halt? I quickly searched my surroundings for any signs of surviving outer vision, the time stream, Ramses, anything. At some point, I brought my observations to the lone window, a single glimpse into the outside world that I had utterly forgotten about. It was here that I realised not was all as it seemed. Where the starry vista of the observable universe known as the sky was supposed to be, the vast, horrifyingly familiar actuality of the perpetual time stream now existed. To this date, I retain a single image of the entire proximity of the sky being nothing but the stream, houses and streets visible in our earthly foreground. Now I began to question the reality of what was happening. Was I still within a hallucination, still wandering in some sort of alien essence across that endless void, or had my reality truly fragmented? Things seemed to be in a state of static existence now. The time stream terribly visible across the dark night sky, as well as being visible in the corridors of some neighbouring house, its familiar basketball hoop and black BMW parked in front, separate somehow from the abnormal tangles of duration flickering behind it. It is difficult to explain how I perceived this at the time, and still today, as it remains clear in my memory. It was almost as if solid objects, these earthly third-dimensional pieces of matter, seen through reflected light emitting from the sun, were nothing more than some cruel illusion, a shadowy foreground blocking view of the ever-expanding vista of time. When I moved about in this flimsy cardboard universe, I could see the awesome unknown through the sections of solid reality in which my mind could not identify and perceive. The stream was visible in the excesses of anything unknown to my senses, any detail of matter that my mind could not comprehend and have knowledge of certainty. These areas would be replaced by the mystical background of chaos. Illusion is the basis of our normal existence. We are nothing but the reflections of light. This would explain my full view of the stream moments before, when I had looked up at the bright, blinding light atop the room's ceiling. The light acted as a portal for the estranging voids of interdimensional matter to enter my blissful sight. You must understand that, at the time, my mind was racing insanely around the unbelievable possibilities capable through my own perception. Even if this entire trip was nothing more than false dream sequences produced by my drug-activated brain, the immense creation of my imagination shocked me beyond words. I recall attempting to discover if my fellow sentients could see what I was seeing, to confirm the trip as either an entirely introspective experience or possibly some coincidental event ironically corresponding with my own salvia experiment. A foolish notion, of course, but you must understand that at the time, I was searching crazily for absolute answers and evidence of truth regarding the puzzling and disturbing enigma I found myself in. I pointed out the window towards a fraction of the stream visible through the bright light of a parallel house, acting a desperate madman on the verge of mental collapse, and failed in vain. My companions were clueless and dumb-stricken by my insane gestures, and all the while I could not help but feel the godlike interference of Ramses in play, his demonic bending of reality and manipulative nature being the source of my friend's ignorance in my mental plight. Was it that devilish higher being of myself that toyed with my perceptions and altered what I saw and heard? I darted away from the horrific window and into the unknown, in a crazed reaction to my fellow's inability to see the stream so openly manifested through my senses. I pondered aloud, albeit purposelessly, of the unmistakable, realistic nature and colossal calibre of my mind. Whether it be complex hallucinations or interdimensional portals, it really didn't matter. Somehow, someway, my cerebral cortex had produced the abstract perception of this alien world. I remember saying something along these lines to my confused and seemingly distant friends, from whom came intense vibrations of fallacy and unfamiliarity, as if some essence had possessed them, controlled them in a way to say and do their strange actions and words. It was around now that began to come down, seeing the psychedelic morphing and pattern movement often seen in the effects of more common hallucinogens such as LSD or mescaline. I looked out the window once more, and found the scene to be the same as in the midst of my trip, the colossal stream visible in the vast sky and shadowed unknown corners about our earth, in every blinding light and blackened shadow. It really seemed static. No more was it dissolving and consuming as it was earlier, it just simply existed. Perhaps it was waiting for something. Across the street was the car of another one of my friends, who I then remembered was waiting impatiently for me to finish my trip and get in, so she could give me a ride home. This was actually a school night I did this on. The trip, however, had not actually ended. I was now getting the distinct weird high felt after a salvia trip. No collection of words or imagery could ever fully describe this high. It was just something clearly out of this world, totally strange and rare among human consciousnesses. The best way you could put it in any adjective or verb would be confusing, utterly bewildering, and greatly distressing. The incapability to keep track of any thought or action. Honestly, a total loss of earthly correspondence. This, coupled with the continued shock of your recent trip, leaves the individual in question in a baffled atmosphere of reality. Paranoia was defiantly present. I could not see or hear or think anything without suspecting deception at the hands of Ramses. I walked around for a minute, deep in thought, until one of my friends, the inhabitant of this maddening room, mentioned that I was being waited upon by my ride home, and I should try and hurry and get down there. So I obeyed without outer complaint, but inside I was frantic with rebellion. It was Ramses, I thought. He was guiding me to his desire, using my social associates to form my path. Truly, I was not in control of my own destination. I was the victim of others, a consumer without means of his own free will. Silently, I put on my shoes and searched for my jacket. So, this was the end, leaving as if nothing had even happened. Simply another drug experience, endowed completely out of mere pleasures and boredom. My two comrades had their backs facing me, their attention centered completely upon the bong, salvia, and bowl piece. My co-tripper, with assumption, was loading yet another bowl. I said my farewells, although I guess my words fell upon deaf ears. It almost felt as if they were ignoring me, purposefully avoiding my glare and communication, to which I just shrugged, patted them on the back, and exited. Well, I was still in disbelief and confusion by now. I stumbled about meaninglessly for a moment at the door, analysing paranoid observations and wild thought processes, mainly concerning the possible arbitration of Ramses, which seemed to be so obvious and present. Man, it's a bummer to have to do salvia in such a hurry like this, I randomly muttered, receiving an unconcerned response from my friend along the lines of, yeah, or whatever. Then, just as I had entered, I exited quietly. I left the room in somewhat of a haze, in fact, still deep within that mutated strangeness of a salvia after high, not entirely in correspondence with my physical body. My mind was still racked with questions, yet never any answers. Theories and hypotheses formed in seconds and disassembled moments later. It was just a state of confusion and mental chaos. The dark hallway in which I now stood, contrasted greatly with the brightly lit cubic cell that I'd tripped in. This sudden change in setting came as a great surprise to me, despite it being totally insignificant and expected. Thoughts raced through my conceptions like angry hornets, wild, unpredicted and dangerous. However, somehow I was able to retain a single task. Walk down the stairs, get to the car waiting for you. It's not too hard, right? A mindless and simple task for my usual self, but I was nowhere near that at this moment. I was something else entirely, a creature of misunderstood notion and abhorrent vibration, similar in theory to a man tossed through some dimensional rift, raped on all fronts by things beyond human imagination, bisected, trisected, dissected, and twisted into some grotesque matter, and then, abruptly stitched back together into his original form, put back on Earth without the slightest indication that anything had ever happened, yet all of it still fresh and clear in the man's brain. Was I supposed to act normal? How could I under these circumstances after what I'd just gone through? I walked carefully down the once familiar stairway. It, along with all the other physical matter, now being utterly new and bizarre to my senses, and reached the bottom without incident. As I stepped off the final stair, I saw to the right of me the estranged faces of my friend's unknowing and blissful parents. They were staring at me intently, violently almost, as if I was someone different and uncommon to their lives. I'd known these people since childhood. We had smoked the salvia without their permission or knowledge, of course. I mean, had they any clue as to what alien portals were being stretched and opened in the floor above, I wondered? Could they possibly comprehend my state or thought or mental plight? What would they think, I wonder, if I were to fall upon them insanely with crazed ramblings of my bizarre hallucinations? Ugh, forget it, I thought. No use. They're just more victims of the drug generation, these used up vessels existing in a rut. They could never ever understand a mind like my own. So I simply waved and voiced a polite goodbye, walking with my back facing them towards the door. As I walked, I felt the eyes of Ramses transfixed atop my spine. Was he in control of these uninvolved adults as well? No more of this existential paranoia, just focus on the task, walk outside, get to the car. Massive sensations of fear and loathing boiled inside of me as I approached the door to the outside. I paused momentarily before opening the door though. What would I find out there, I wonder? Will it be the same as when I arrived? If I walked out this door, looked up and found the eternal stream manifested in the sky, what would I actually do? Would I call for help? If the stream was real, then Ramses must be too, meaning no human contact could save me from this perilous fate. Even if I did confront somebody who would honestly believe me, my ramblings would be textbook schizophrenia syndrome, another victim of mental collapse. I really was actually on my own. I opened the door, stepped outside, closing it behind my unseen back, and walked slowly towards the white SUV parked across the street, my accomplices waiting inside. I looked above immediately to the sky, and to my relief, or anguish, I found it to be normal. The same as I'd seen it yesterday, the day before, so on and so forth. Strange feelings of happiness and loss fell upon me. In a way, I hoped for my reality to be destroyed. I wanted to transcend, to skip our pathetic human existence and become a creature of essence and super-consciousness. I scanned the entire street, looking now with a different perception at the things I'd viewed from the dreaded window behind me. They all looked normal now, earthly, humanistic. Across the street behind the basketball hoop and black BMW was the brightly illuminated house and its shining windows in which I saw the stream vividly materialise. Now, it was nothing more than yellow light, yet it seemed so profane and insignificant, as if it still retained hints of its otherworldly nature. I don't know, maybe it did. I walked with haste towards the car, sweating profusely, deep in a state of obscurity. As I stepped into the SUV, I felt the attention of 3 other human beings grip me. Their eyes glared at me with the utmost intensity, just as my friend's parents, and they quickly questioned the results of my trip. "How was it?" they asked. "Did you trip hard?" Internally, I felt the inclination to pour onto them the entirety of my trip, every detail and fraction of its happening. Yet, as I sat there, still tripping even then, I concluded it to be easier to lie, just deceive them into thinking that the past 15 to 20 minutes had been uneventful and insignificant. Why? Well, I don't know. Some gut instinct told me to lie to them. Perhaps it was due to not fully understanding it myself. I felt as if everything that I was going through now was nothing but a flimsy illusion, false in its content and physics. I wasn't sure of the realism behind my companions' minds, and felt overwhelming vibrations of deception and fallacy within them, clever creations of Ramses. And so, I told them that the salvia was cheap and didn't work to its full extent. I didn't really want their attention. Not now. The drive back was bizarre. Not only was I still deeply encompassed by the after-high, I was still tripping visually. As we drove past houses and trees, they seemed to repeat themselves, most notably when I blinked. I would see a tree pass by, and upon blinking I would see the same tree pass by again. The same went for houses, fences, signs, just about anything. I found myself blinking rapidly, testing the authenticity of this strange phenomena. My visual lobe was malfunctioning, I thought, removing me from my mind and any sense of rhythm or flow. And this, of course, applied to music as well. The music being played, apparently some sort of electro house or something, sounded to me like random electronic chaos, just complete gibberish noise. This couldn't be real, I thought. There were too many glitches. I kept getting the idea that the salvia had somehow permanently fucked my perception, trapping me forever in this strange crossroads of dimensions and perception. The complete transformation had failed, yet I could still see its progress, what it left behind. So to put this into understandable logic, I'll use the doors of perception analogy, originally created by William Blake and elaborated by the psychonaut Aldous Huxley. If the reader is not familiar, the doors of perception analogy is described as the doors themselves being our normal human perception, sight, smell, taste, touch, hearing, and thought. Beyond the doors, though, is the indescribable, infinite abyss of the universe and everything. Our baseline minds are capable of opening these doors, but to do so we must either train our mind into transcendence or, as Aldous Huxley, myself and many others have done, open the doors using chemical keys. The salvia, I concluded, opened my doors ever so slightly, just enough to where I could peek inside and get a glimpse of the eternal actuality of existence. And then, just as they opened, they were closed by some force, some internal entity that refused my mind access to the unreal vistas of eternity. This force was the being that I dubbed Ramses. My friends questioned me of where I wanted to go, insisting for some reason that they dropped me off at home. To be honest, that was the last place I wanted to be, especially in this state. I needed more time to think, to ponder this astonishing trip, and to let the salvia fully wear off. I wanted to be out of this odd high before I confronted my parents and family. Then I remembered I'd left my bike at my friend's house, coincidentally the exact place they were headed. I felt my pocket and felt the beautiful nug of pot that I still retained. Replace the high, I thought, with that familiar and always enjoyable high of marijuana. Get this demon salvia out of your system now. And so, we arrived at the destined house, and I smoked the rest of my weed, matching many other bowls. To be honest though, I felt distant the entire time, not focusing on any conversation, and completely transfixed on my own thoughts, exploring the recesses of my own introspective mind. Once I was successfully stoned and out of pot, I decided it was about time for me to head home. Although really, I just longed to be alone with my thoughts. I smiled and said my goodbyes, but even then I felt as if I was only talking to mannequins. The night air greeted me with a soft embrace as I soared through the streets on my bike. My concerns were beyond any human or earthly affair now. They were focused solely on my brief metaphysical venture. After a moment, I decided to call my fellow tripper and converse with him about the experience, and discovered that he, too, had tripped very hard after I left, and as I tried to explain my trip to him, I felt a fumbling of words and coherent sentences. It was honestly too early to put the thing into words. More time was needed to put it all together. So, I promised him that I would explain it better in person, to which I did a couple of days afterward. I then biked home happily, my general interest and curiosity behind the universe overriding any other thought or worry. As I came home, I ignored all homework and other pleasures. No video game or website could honestly distract me now. I pondered for some time on my bed, until finally, I fell asleep. I remember that night having the strangest of dreams, yet they are now lost in the tunnels of my memory, forever a fragment of my subconscious. Even now, I wonder what it was that I actually experienced. What had this salvia given me a glimpse of? What I saw, felt and heard that day will never ever leave my memory. Its detail and realism, it was far too intricate to be waved off as some form of hallucination. It was real one way or another, and that much is true. My interest has been piqued now. I must return to that disturbing outside existence. I must travel through dimensions and see what no human can naturally see. I will search the world for more drugs and methods to activate the capabilities of my mind, and I will record each experience as I did this one. A frail attempt to save these memories from the inevitable black hole of mental erosion and death. In the end, the salvia neither did good nor bad for me. Its effects hit me deep and loosened my dynamic grip on sanity and reality. And with it, I now have the insane quest to explore further and dwell deeper, to reach those maddening plains of majestic terror and nothingness, and finally, hopefully, discover what man has foolishly sought to avoid. But maybe not now. I'll let my mind rest and prepare itself for more such exploration. Let it settle and readapt to this analytical world in which I walk through. A Journey Through the Realms of Madness, a 20 to 30 gram mushroom trip report, posted to the Vivec Discord. I'm not the most seasoned of trippers, but I've had my fair share of interesting and thought-provoking trips. In the summer of 2022, I was on a camping trip with my friends. Some of them were planning on tripping with me, but backed out last second. It was most likely due to the fact that I had 160 grams total split between the Pensacola and Baby Burma strains I had saved up weeks prior. Me and another buddy, who hadn't planned on tripping, had a simple 1 to 2 gram dose, but it put me in a comatose state for a couple of hours. All I remember was I was sitting in front of a fire wrapped in a sleeping bag, and the sun was just starting to set when I started tripping. The next time I opened my eyes, it was pitch black outside. The visuals I got were blissful and reminiscent of events that were happening in my life at the time. I described it to my friend as if I was peering into heaven's pearly gates. We enjoyed our stay and headed back to town, not too long after we arrived there. I chewed through my 80 grams of Pensacola fairly quickly in the passing week, and I would have to assume I had around 20 to 30 grams left just sitting around. One night, I thought naively to myself, why not get rid of this stuff I've got left? Little did I know I would be in for a hellish experience. After I gagged and pounded back the container, crumbs included, I sat in bed listening to some monkish praying, because that's what put me to bed at the time. About 20 minutes in, I could feel the telltale signs of a panic attack settling in. I said out loud to myself, "Oh, not now." My hands started to tingle as my heart started racing and my breathing became more ragged and laboured. My stomach started to ache and throb, and so I rushed quietly outside for a puff of my joint, and that is when it started to dawn on me that I was not going to remember this night fondly. It was getting close to midnight, and my parents were already half asleep. Little did they know I was having a full-on emotional breakdown. As the visuals came rushing in, dark streaming patterns flooded my vision as I took the first hit of my first joint. My heart racing, I could barely speak as I muttered, "Holy fucking shit," to myself. The beautiful kaleidoscopic patterns I usually get were replaced by horrifying visages of demonic creatures I never thought I would see. I finished my first joint in what seemed like a minute, and with my panic attack not getting any better, I started on the second one. With every breath I could see more but feel less, as if my very soul was being ripped out of my body. As the night went on, I spotted a figure in the distance. I moved my head to peek around the corner, but it's as if this figure emerged out of reality itself. I closed my eyes thinking it was a trick of my mind, but I was sorely mistaken. It didn't matter if my eyes were open or closed. The figure stood there glaring at me, and when the mess of visuals finally came to a clearing, what I could only describe was Cthulhu himself standing before me. I could see the tentacles from his mouth and his glowing eyes staring at my very soul. He looked as if he was leaning over to me, like he was intrigued or studying me. His many eyes were shaped in an upside-down cross. I was in a staring contest with the devil himself. As I stared, it's almost as if he cast a curse upon me. The more I stared, the more I wanted to look away. But the more I looked away, the more I feared what he would do if I continued to do so. My vision darkened and my awareness of my surroundings all but faded away as I started the third joint. I thought of my family and friends. What if I overdosed and died? What would they think of me? And in an instant I knew that if I were to die now, I would bring shame upon everyone I knew. So fuck it, I thought. It was me and certain death staring each other down in a game of chicken. Who would look away first, I thought to myself, knowing damn well the god of madness would never let his eyes off me. I got halfway through my fourth joint and had to call it quits. It was 2 a.m. at that point. I couldn't believe the amount of time that had passed in what seemed like a blink of an eye. I headed back inside as quietly as I could, but it was no use. I stumbled around, bumping into the construction site that is my home, but thankfully my parents did not wake up. Thank God they had the door closed, because the next thing I did was grabbing the ice maker out of the freezer to chew on some ice, in a bid to calm my nerves. I hurried back downstairs into my room and into the bathroom. At this point I didn't care how much noise I made, I just wanted to get this fucking shit over and done with. I shoveled ice into my mouth for a solid hour, and as that time passed I saw a kaleidoscopic pattern of black shapes surrounding my vision, almost as if I was in a prison cell of darkness. Anytime I'd close my eyes, I saw glimpses of that horrific thing. So I tried my best to keep my eyes open, but it was no use. With it being as late as it was, and with my heart still pounding, I was weak. I wasn't ready to handle what would come next. When I looked in the mirror, I saw myself. I looked into my eyes, shifting and swirling. I looked down and up again, and as if in an instant the trip started to quickly die down. Within a matter of minutes, the visuals had started to calm down to a point of ceasing entirely. I was relieved, if anything, to know that it was going to end, and when it was calm enough, I headed straight to bed. If I were to deal with that any longer, I was sure I was going to die. And as I laid there in bed, I overheard my parents talking to each other outside my door, and I prayed to God that they wouldn't come in. As I heard their voices recede, I pondered why I even did this in the very first place. And the simple answer was, I got cocky. I thought I could dominate something I had absolutely no control over, and with the amount I consumed that night, and with the small hiatus I had from shrooms, I was destined for failure, and fail I did. I didn't have any dreams that night. I woke up to my mum knocking on my door, and she asked me where the ice dispenser went. I don't know, I lied and said with a shrug. I was still in shock about what had happened last night. I walked back upstairs at 1 PM into the kitchen where my mum was cooking and got a bite to eat. I chugged my first glass of water, and as I started talking to my mum, she brought up the ice maker yet again. I just made up some stupid story on the spot of how some ice thief came in the night and stole the ice dispenser from the freezer. She chuckled, almost as if she knew what happened last night. I swallowed my pride and told her a partial truth about how I had a nightmare about having a panic attack. I went back to my room and pretended to be surprised about how I found the ice maker in the sink. As the days passed and turned into weeks, I realised a very valuable lesson about psychedelics. Never ever go into these unprepared. Even if you think you are, you never truly will be. Every trip is different, and every time you try it, you will get a different experience from it. I've had problems smoking weed ever since that day, and if I do smoke, I shake as if I'm cold even though I'm not, and my heart rate shoots up. Recently, I've been having panic attacks when I do smoke, and I was taken to emergency care for one of them. Maybe it was the expired weed edibles my buddy had in his fridge, but now when I smoke I do not feel comfortable in my own skin. It will never be the same for me. I fear I have some form of PTSD from that shroom trip 2 years ago. I try not to think about it, but when I do, I start to shake. It's gotten better with time, mind you, but still, it's never going to leave my mind. I advise anyone planning to do a big dose like that to strongly reconsider. Anytime you think of doing a big dose, take this as a warning to never ever do it. take it slow for Christ's sake, because if you don't, shrooms will knock you on your ass and tell you no. It will teach you a lesson, and you will never forget. And I broke what trust I had not only with myself, but with the shrooms as well. I just sincerely hope that the next trip I have goes well. Because, well, if it doesn't, I wouldn't blame myself from going sober from shrooms altogether. I've partially quit from weed at the moment of writing this as well. THC and me do not mix well, but CBD at least helps with my anxiety, I guess. I'm truly blessed to have survived that encounter. It's both a traumatic experience but also a life lesson, and I think that's something everyone can take out of an experience like this. Just learn from what you do. Take what good you can from the experiences you get, because those good times come in very short supply. Love who you can when you can, because not everyone is going to be around forever. You can make lasting change in your life if you try. But drugs, they do not get more fun as time goes on. Do not fuck your life up like I did. Just cured my depression and met a moth entity on 3,000 micrograms. An LSD trip report posted to the LSD subreddit by the user Underwater Archer 3 years ago. Dose: 15 200 microgram tabs. It is important to note here that I did 5 200 microgram tabs 6 days ago, so I did have a bit of a tolerance, and I'm sorry for abusing it like this. I promise I'm not normally like this at all. The peak lasted about 6 hours, and I still feel it as I'm writing this. Feels like probably a 400 microgram trip right now, and it's been about 16 hours. Writing this is very hard, but I wanted to do it while it was fresh in my mind, so I apologise if some of it is nonsense. Backstory. The past 6 or so years of my life have been a constant battle with depression. I've had multiple suicide attempts since high school. I've been doing psychedelics for about 1.5 years trying to gain control of my own mind, with small victories here and there, but never anything definite. I had a really shitty day, and was pissed that I've tried so hard and for so long to be happy, but without it ever happening. Today was my breaking point, and I was determined to get back control of my mind. I just said fuck it, and popped 15 tabs, and forced myself to be happy again. So, here's what happened. The come-up was relatively quick, with effects starting to hit around 25 minutes after ingestion. Once I started noticing these effects, I went to my room, shut out all the lights possible, covered my eyes, and put on my trip playlist. I just kept repeating in my head that I wanted to be happy. I was going down geometric neon tunnels that kept getting more complex as time went by. These labyrinths would fractal apart, and each time, it felt like I was more alone. Similar, but not as intense as the line from my last big trip, which I have a report about on my profile. Eventually, it became a cave, with no colour and no sound. Then, I felt completely alone, and wondered, is this what death is actually like? I kept thinking about the idea of death for what felt like an eternity, until the idea of death had a positive feeling towards it. I came to peace with the fact that we are all something before this life, and that we will be something after it ends. It felt like some sort of energy, but a type that is outside of my own comprehension. This area of the trip is iffy to explain, because it felt like multiple timelines were happening all at once, but still connected to myself somehow. It was like I was experiencing different parts of the past, present, and future, but all within this void. It was some weird time-morphing stuff that I don't clearly remember and can't explain because, well, I have a monkey brain. But eventually, things did start to iron themselves back out. After this, I heard a beautiful sound. The void began being filled with flashing neon lights until an enormous moth flew by, singing a song made out of the vibrations of the universe. It had an otherworldly feel to it, and I was in pure awe. Each flap of its wings would fill my body in a feeling of being nurtured, as if this moth was my mother. Its general presence just put me in a state of pure bliss and comfort. And finally, I was not alone. After it flew by, I was sad. Sad that I would most likely never see it again, but happy that I was able to witness such a powerful creature with my own eyes. The void began to return to typical acid closed-eye visuals. I just soaked in what had just happened to me, and after reflecting for a while, I reached a meditative state where I had no more thoughts and was just completely content with everything and its existence. It was as if my mind was rewarding me for going through its gauntlet. I just felt happy. Here's what I learned. This was the first real time I've ever gone into a trip trying to gain one specific thing, and for me, it worked out amazingly. I realised that no matter where in my life I am, my energy is connected to something greater. I'm not saying that there is a heaven or God, but more so that everything in existence is linked to some vibration or something along those lines. There has always been a universe, and I'm just a little combination of space specks for a small amount of time, and eventually I will go back to the source of everything. On top of this, I also learnt that I need to just stop every now and then to take it all in. It's honestly crazy that we just exist in the first place. We have no reason to be here, but that is what makes us more interesting. It's like none of this could have even happened in the first place. The universe as we know it may have just decided not to make itself. It is so very, very crazy that I get to experience this small pinprick of existence in this infinitely huge universe. Even if our existence is meaningless, I think it's still cool that we happened at all. I feel like my purpose is to help others understand their purpose, but without being able to understand my own. This was a completely different experience overall than my 9-tab trip, and I think it had to do with the whole setting and intention thing. It helped ground me for the majority of the trip, and was something I could keep pushing for, unlike just being lost in hyperspace because, well, I have self-control issues. That trip I got taken to this line that was made up of vibrations and sound, but for this trip, it was just the void. Now that I think about it, I may have blacked out for a little while in the void, before the moth came, but even so, I'm not exactly sure. I'm definitely going to keep this in mind when I try NN-DMT and 5-MeO-DMT. Hopefully, one of these two will show me what the source of all this energy and universe vibration really is. I'm happy now. Hopefully, for good. I wrote down in my notes that we are all part of the process. I'm not completely sure what I meant of that, but you can have fun philosophizing it. I also thought it was cool to add that I saw the outline of a moth made with golden zippers when I meditated on 20 Hawaiian baby woodrose seeds, as well as seeing butterfly wings made up of patterns throughout some of my many acid trips over the years. Maybe it's my spirit animal, or something like that. If anyone else has had a similar experience to this, please let me know. An ATX Salvia extract trip report. Meeting a past lover. Posted to the Salvia subreddit by NoSalad8662 1 year ago. Hey all, First time poster here. My name is Ezekiel. I'm a 24-year-old male, he/him pronouns, and work at a startup in Silicon Valley that focuses on free, sustainable prostate health products. Before I begin, I want to say that this experience deeply changed me to the core of my being. It completely eradicated my illusion and pathetic ignorance of reality. I look at my past self as gum on the soles of a pair of shoes. Anyway, let's begin. I've always considered myself a psychonaut. I started smoking weed in my junior year of high school and had my first acid trip my senior year. That acid trip changed my whole life, and I was hooked. After that first trip, I felt my consciousness had expanded greater than my friends. I began to resent them and their puny little ignorant minds. So, I sought out people with similar interests of mine with the same level of consciousness. Fast forward to freshman year of college, and I found my crew. Chaz. What a guy. Total wildcard. He stands at 5'3", but he's tougher than any other guy I've met. Met him in gender studies and we hit it off immediately. He told me he was on his period, and I believed him. Sally, well, she was as cute as can be. 6'2", blonde that has a bite to her personality. Loved to ride the psychedelic wave as much as I did. More than me, actually. She was my competition. I found myself hating her, with an intense jealousy that she could do higher doses than me. This is what leads to what happened in this story. One day, Sally, Chaz and I wanted to try something different. Some new mental medicine that could expand our awareness. Chaz, the wildcard that he is, said that he could get us some salvia, and the good kind. Up until this point, salvia had never crossed my mind. When Chaz pulled out the small glass vial, I knew I was meant to take it though. Unmistakable click. It happened in my head. I had just witnessed destiny unfold. Man, this is Christmas morning in a bottle, Chaz said while smiling, and I gave him an approving nod. Okay, you know what to do, Sally said. She then pulled back her hair and stuck her fingers to the back of her throat to manually throw up. This is done to purge and clear the system, and Chaz and I followed suit. After the purging, we came together and meditated and grunted to stimulate our base chakras. One person would whistle, one person would grunt, one person would hum. This rotated around us until we forgot who was doing what. I was the first one to go. I laid down while Chaz prepared the bong. I prayed to Pachamama and several fire water spirits to guide me through this experience. On a previous trip, Pachamama had laid me in her lap and soothed my spirit. Sally said that I was speaking in intense tongues during that trip. A truly crazy story. I was lost in thought when Chaz touched my shoulder, letting me know that the bong was ready. I sat up, looked at Sally and Chaz, gave them a wink, and then proceeded to light up the entire bowl. It takes about 10 seconds to fully pull up the smoke in the bong. 3, 2, 1, and let it go, Chaz said, to which I obliged. As soon as I exhaled, I heard a loud fart in my head, like the wettest diarrhea-infused fart you can imagine. I instantly was shot out of my body and was flying straight into a toilet. An infinite swirl flowing down to the bottom of the toilet, of which I was a travel companion with the water. I heard a loud whoosh sound, and I was sucked into the piping. Relax, my child. I knew instantly it was a water spirit in communion with me. I let go. I let go of my ego. And suddenly I saw a bright light. A fresh breeze hit my face, and I felt lighter than a snowflake. I looked around to gain my bearings, and was surprised to see that I was on top of a mountain, a very tall mountain indeed. Hey, you, I heard behind me. Intuitively I knew it was my boyfriend. Before looking at him, I looked down at my body and saw that I was a girl. I had red, gingerish hair, A-cup breasts, and was relatively 5'5" in height. Eva, please look at me. I turned, and he was smiling at me. He had jet black hair, and it was combed perfectly to the shape of his head. I should paint this, you and the view. He winked at me. I blushed. He's such a flirt. Come on, we should get back. I have to get to class later. We walked down the mountain holding hands. We made a turn at the bend that marks the beginning of the trail. I felt a squeeze of my hand. "Should I skip my art class?" he whispered in my ear, burrowing his head into my neck and kissing. "Of course not. You're on the brink of failing, you need to go," I giggled back. Eventually, we did make it back. While we were walking into the town, I was looking around and admiring the architecture. I locked in on a sign that read Wien, and I instinctively knew that it was the name of the town. After this, I blacked out. When I came to, I could tell some time had passed. It really felt like years had passed. I could feel it in my body. I looked around but couldn't make sense of anything. I saw a room but it seemed alien. I was super anxious at this, so I shot up and ran out of my room and out of another door, finding myself running down a set of stairs and out of another door, to which I ended up on the street. Landsberg was a sign right in front of me. I felt a rush of anxiety and anguish as I remembered my boyfriend had recently been arrested. I made my way over to the prison he was at, and then blacked out again. "I'm struggling here, Eva. I'm really struggling," he said into the window dividing us, and I looked at him with a frown. "Eva, you need to tell my father Rudolph about my struggle here. My struggle is unbearable here, my dear. My struggle. Oh, my dear, I will do whatever I can." I felt an overwhelming outpour of love and anguish for him. "Time's up, maggot," the evil guard said to my boyfriend. I blacked out, for once again, a third time. I woke up, like a bullet train hitting me at max speed, and I remembered that I'd smoked salvia. I intuitively knew I was back in the pipes under the toilet. "Good job, my child," the water spirit told me, and I was instantly flung at an intense speed through the pipe and back out of the vortex in the toilet. That familiar farting sound came on, and then, finally, I was back in my body. I'll save writing about the post-trip rituals that Sally, Chaz and I did, because, well, they are not safe for work. All I can really say is that this trip changed my life, and I was unable to do anything other than eat and sleep for a whole week after. So, if you made it this far, I greatly appreciate it. Safe travels, and safe tripping. Winter Death, Glitter Bomb Shrapnel. A 3MEO PCP, 3MEO PCE and 4ACO DPT trip report by Nervewing. Posted at EARBUDS.org, November 16th, 2019. What a waste of time. A week spent being a degenerate in the dead of winter. Every dark day coloured by a languid, hedonistic blur of dissociatives and benzos. I went through the motions of seeing friends, sustaining my relationships, running the occasional errand, rarely feeding myself. The moments of clarity stained by an obsessive occupation with getting altered, a body on autopilot, a vehicle for consuming more drugs. Self-deprecation and self-loathing became a sinking cycle and seemingly the only logical viable lens for introspection. 3HO-PCP, 3MEO-PCP, 2FDCK, and a steady stream of Atisalam were entertaining glimmers in an otherwise idle and useless being. Fueled by chemicals, I had resigned myself to my dependency and rendered myself impotent with my fixation on getting high. It was an exponential skyrocket on a perpetually creeping trend of poor coping skills that had become entrenched years ago. Potential futures, and with no access to drugs, became a looming existential nightmare. Truly, what was I gaining from it anymore? Drugs no longer felt exploratory, novel, or useful anymore. My lifeblood was hedonism, just enough to sustain any will to keep drifting through time. I was teetering on a precipice over nothing, or some terribly dull something. I was awake until 6 or 7 in the morning most days. It was usually dark already by the time I woke up again. A self-inflicted polar winter. On this particular January day, I again woke up late in the afternoon. My roommate had a small birthday party planned later that night. Until then, I decided to make myself somewhat useful, run a few errands in the neighbourhood. A few bumps of cocaine gave me the jolt I needed to fold laundry. A capsule of 10 milligrams of 3-MeO-PCP was taken before setting out to get some things from a nearby drugstore, timed perfectly to creep up on me right as I was getting home. At least I was fairly competent at this. I was stimulated, buzzing, and decidedly in motion, with little in the way of expectations or plans for the rest of the night, just existing in the present with a perpetually worsening stray idleness. The air outside was swirling with cold. The day and night wore on as the drugs wore off, and I felt entirely sapped of energy. I intended to hang out with my roommate's friends for a bit, but now felt zero desire to socialise or talk to anyone. My partner asked to hang out, and I coldly rejected them and stated I would prefer to be alone, to just hide away in my room and be on drugs. What pleasure. I eventually got bored, of course, and went out to interact with people, which led to the discovery that it had begun to snow substantially outside. I have historically always been a proponent of combining drugs and the serendipity of the weather, so I naturally saw this as an opportunity to seize on. The first part of my plan was set into motion, a bump of about 20 milligrams of 3-MeO-PCE. I socialised awkwardly a little more as my gentle and familiar favourite dissociative crawled up my neurons, a reassuring nostalgia of some time when doing drugs felt at least somewhat healthy and productive. Things wound down around 2 AM as the deep night witching hour snow slipped its icy soft hand over the breath of the city outside. I returned to my room, took my regimen of nausea abatement, and snorted 20 milligrams of 4-ACO-DPT. The snow continued to fall outside. I planned to catch the sunrise by the riverside in the thick of the storm, a potential glorious wintry chorus at the climax of the night. An anxious nausea crawled up my neurons, my synapses sparking with glitter arcs, a nervous firework display, iridescent discharges crackling at the tips and tendrils of my very existence. 3-MeO-PCE has already become established in my lexicon as an aggressive and fiery potentiator of pretty much everything else, and even here in the downturn of my previous dose, it clutched the new drug in my system and soared into the sky with it like a vitreous osprey grabbing a sputtering prismatic fish, the water dripping from it catching golden sunlight like a shower of sparks. A newfound energy was charged into my extremities, electrifying my muscles. Every movement felt so exact and precise, and I was invigorated with what felt like a supernatural control of my motor skills. Every movement was exactly where it was needing to go, exactly how it needed to be. Every bit of momentum perfectly compensated for. Everything that my eyes fell upon was taken by an immaculate beauty, multicoloured auras, and shuddering traces and after-images accompanied every movement of my ocular muscles, while every surface that could accommodate it became adorned with an intricate, iridescent relief, the shadows of a more beautiful world being cast upon ours. I danced around in these invigorating and blossoming feelings of confidence and competence as a means of killing a few hours. Every sense I experienced and ability I expressed felt heightened. I felt far superior to my regular self. This was objectively proven wrong by several failed tests of ability, but I chose to ignore that. I internalized some vague objective experiencing awe, something terrifying, something wonderful, something dizzying in its scope, yet immediately recognizable in its grandeur. Something like God, or some similar idea to that. When the time came, I geared up and bundled up each garment, each layer, each object on my person carefully selected to optimize maintaining comfort while out in the blustery cold. One final preparation though, a glitter bomb of a booster shot, a single line containing 3-MeO-PCP, 3-MeO-PCE, and 4-ACO-DPT, spiked straight into my face, and it landed, awaiting detonation. The night was dead still and silent when I set out, save for the glimmering cascade swirling around me, glittering flecks of the icy sky decorating and dazzling my coat like a million rhinestones. The streetlights radiated halos around them, catching the sparkling crystalline breath that had overcome the world. There was a lull in the trip at this point, allowing me enough lucidity to navigate the now alien landscape. I was utterly alone on this snowy night at 5 a.m. I went to a local park and sheltered in the shadow of a tree as the snow caught the ambient light and reflected it into the sky, a glowing beacon illuminating the constant onslaught of glassy flakes as they drifted to the earth. The eventual destination in mind was a park along the waterfront, where I would be afforded some privacy to look out over the skyline and watch the daybreak in peace. The radiant brilliance of the sun is muted on stormy days. When clouds weep over the sky, the sun's rising is not a blazing sword chasing a clambering knight to the far side of the earth. It's a meek, muted glow, a timid peek over the horizon as it impotently meanders into the sky. As I meandered to my destination, it dawned on me that I would not be witness to a glorious sunrise. I wandered into more constructed places that had already begun to angrily flail and throw off their blanket of snow in some delirious dawn-night terror. The glistening alabaster that had adorned the more residential parts of the city had been swapped for an onslaught of machines, turning the frosting into grey slush, a big, cold, wet, dirty mess, skinned with all the soot and ash and gravel and dust and filth of the city and the vehicles that traverse it. No rays of sunlight tearing open the sky from the east, just a choking illumination, a steady glow that perversely hushes the night away, pensive and lazy. The falling snow was grey. The sky was grey. The slush that piled around my feet were all mushy grey. The bomb exploded. A dark street saturated with the melted snow and framed by a compacted grey asphalt slush. Floodlights glaring down from the grand academic buildings above, walking through scaffolding that was messily adorned with the tortured water from the sky. I am out of my head. I am out of my body. I am shifted slightly above and to the left. How is it that my legs are still moving? Has my gait changed? My body was no longer synchronous, but alas, each part seemed to perform its job well enough to keep the whole body moving. Well-practiced coordination. I had a ways to go until I was safe. There were cars, passerby, glints of eyes as they catch the flashes of madness reflecting off mine. I exuded disorder, disjoint. I was bleeding and disintegrating into a tumbling jumble of pixelated building blocks. Amidst the dense trembling tenements of my nervous system, quaking under the shroud of a cognitive air raid siren, my heart was thrashing, seething with adrenaline and thrusting its primal visceral panic into my carotid artery. One shot of panic after another right into my brain, turning my grey matter to cold pumice, shuddering my muscles. I did not time this correctly, did I? Walking, just keep walking, it was all I could do, no matter the oculars coalescing out of the swirling textures at my flanks. I am warm, yet it is so cold. I sit down on some stairs behind a wall, a brief respite. No one can see me. I can see the sky collapsing above me though. I'm breathing heavily. I'm drenched in the tickling shroud of a looming wraith of dread. There is nowhere to go but onwards. I trudge and trudge, panic and panic. I meet busy intersections, highway exits, furious metal beasts trying to navigate their snowy landscape, clambering over the snowbanks and ice chunks, groaning and roaring and muttering to themselves as they tear past me, their lights eviscerating me as they go. I am a faceless madman to passerby, an amorphous figure tossed out into the snowstorm like a plastic bag blown loose from the branches of a dead winter tree. The sun had seeped into the ruminating clouds that oozed over the city, a shy and timid deep blue trying in earnest to hide its face behind a curtain of unrelenting Gossamer grey, the grey of wet concrete on a humid, overcast day. The daybreak was humble and relegated itself to the background as the sterile cathedrals of the city's skyscrapers glared defiantly into the storm. Keeled against the billows of frost, they stood tall as winter's wrath clattered off of their perfect hides, a crystalline monument to a contempt for nature, for not even a deafening salvo of covetous eyes could shudder these titans. I was awestruck at the lights that framed these buildings and illuminated the march of the crystalline army that drifted around them, at their force, their energy, these crystalline pillars thrusting into the reclining sky. I had to look closer. I rushed to a pathway over the river that granted a comprehensive view of the skyline. Undetonated ordnance had been perturbed. The second shockwave hit. This was no longer the familiar skyline I gazed upon. New buildings had wedged themselves between the familiar ones, turning the distinct skyline into an impenetrable wall of skyscrapers, all vitreous, iridescent green. They flashed, warped, mirrored themselves, and followed my field of vision. I was deep in it now. I was awestruck. I wanted to scream about the beauty. I wanted to transmit this image to everyone in the world. These great titans of man being embraced by the iridescent cascade from the sky. A shadow loomed over me, however, and I found myself initiating a great oscillation. I saw myself from the third person in a rectangular screen. As my thoughts gathered momentum, that image replicated itself and trailed off into infinity. Seeing myself, there in that image, left me entirely at a loss for how to navigate existence itself. Then I felt it. Or them. My thoughts were travelling, jumping, associating in a particularly aberrant manner, far beyond any natural flow of cognition. I had felt this before, this distinct metallic feeling, this presence. The presence had metal fingers. The presence knew how thoughts would normally flow through my brain. The presence rearranged those pathways with its long metal fingers, each little touch of its fingertips sparking a fresh wave of panic coursing through my bloodstream. My thoughts connected and associated in ways I thought inconceivable. Perhaps the presence knew how to reconstruct me here, but I certainly had not an inkling of its intentions. A sense of primeval confusion and panic began to set in. I had been reprogrammed in public. Snow was falling, transportation infrastructure was crippled. The only way home was to walk through populated neighbourhoods. The sun was fully up now as well. My crime was laid bare. The morning joggers who braved the snow had begun to materialise. I was wispy, an unentity, a creature of the night suddenly finding itself trapped in the spotlight of the muted sun. I had no benzos or anything on me either that could arrest this experience. I had really truly fucked up. All I could do was laugh. I was completely stranded, tripping too hard to function, with limited options at my disposal. A great deal of mental energy was expended wrangling the writhing metallic serpents trying to flee in all directions from my mind, each of them liable to inflict some form of psychic mischief. And with this, the presence got aggressive. It whipped apart my fields of perception. It twisted them and bent them until I too was bent and twisted out of any state of rational perception. It talked to me. It tried to. It wanted to tell me so much. It wanted me to do things, to create things, to destroy things, to unmake the world and perform obscure tasks. Its voice was metal, transmitted not through words but as sinister, obscure, and impossible ideas directly into my brain, liquid metal filling in the cerebral wrinkles, each neuron exploding into a cascade of visceral panic. I saw my face from 5 feet away. My form shifted and shuddered and blinked. I did not know where my mind was. I did not know who contained my thoughts and intentions. I did not know who controlled my thoughts or intentions at all. I focus all of my mental energy. I stand up, I pace, I breathe. I met this before, I could dispel it. The snow raged around me, each flake a malicious metal eye pointing straight at me. The presence was drilling its mind into mine. I plunged my face into my hands, closed my eyes, and threw myself headlong into a disintegration chamber constructed of shifting and shuddering forms. I opened my eyes again and stood up. I'm okay for now. The snow felt like a billowing miasma swirling around my back, waiting for the next chance to clutch at me with so many metallic tendrils. I could not stop and think for too long, or it would grip me again, smiling its great palladium smile without having a mouth at all. Terror, terror. What do I do? No one could come bail me out, no one could drive out here and save me. I couldn't get law involved. Oh, God, fuck that. I truly only could bail myself out in this situation. It was very cold now, and my frail body was very exhausted. I could not be in public anymore, as I was being stalked by this malevolent force. But I had nothing to go on here. I walked and kept walking. Perhaps a change of scenery would keep the panic at bay. And God, by God, the awe, the brilliant light of grace, a million lumens into the heavens, soaring into the sky and cascading silky iridescence down upon me, the beauty was riveting, all of the colours of the sun piercing straight into my heart, a stark white beam, perfect in every way, screaming from my skull into the heavens, enraptured in ecstasy. By all holy, by all sacred, it was awesome. Something terrifying, something wonderful, something dizzying in its scope, yet immediately recognisable in its grandeur. It shook me to my core, plunging into my Saint Teresa heart, a fiery, icy ecstasy the likes of which only the unity of the beauty of divine grace would writhe through my neurons. I wept tears of joy at witnessing such a serendipitous moment in the world, at being here, now, witnessing this, in this ephemeral scene that could only live on in my mind. Maybe it's the drugs talking, but maybe it was the scene. The sky was yet to entirely abandon its timid blue. The lonely trail curved along the river. The willow trees and tufts of grass adorned in luscious crystalline draperies, their sullen branches in stark contrast with the smooth, gentle, glistening sugar of the snow upon them. The river was a solemn blue-grey, the colour of a depression room when the sun sets but the lights haven't been turned on all day. Palaces of iron thrust into the luminous sky, great smokestack cathedral spires, embellished by the gentle kisses of the snowflakes that swirled into them. Icicles, vitreous and wind-sculpted, clung to every surface, crystalline friezes making a pilgrimage into the earth. In the foreground, a Technicolor freight train passed into infinity, its rust and weathered paint peaceably entwining its fingers with the frigid air. Everything towered over me. Everything sang deep into the sky, a chorus of pillars of light and beauty firing towards the heavens. Steam poured from towers and smokestacks and the tops of buildings, creeping across the skyscape, the city waking up and coming to life, coming into motion under the muted gaze of the icy stratus clouds. I paced back and forth through the park for about an hour, oscillating rapidly between absolutely disintegrating terror and ecstatic awe. One checked the other. Felt demented and tilted, whipped into a frenzy of jilted, broken energy by the vicious polarity of this experience. The earth around me was so cold yet so radiant, so much energy thrust through its heart, energy that bled out like wind whipping from the plunging throat of a cave, energy that left my mind eviscerated, with me scrambling to pick up and contain the guts that spilled forth, dusted with ice and static electricity. Reality felt virtual, shattered and rendered false. I felt like a character, like a being acting at the discretion of some other. Each move of my muscles rendered and carefully placed and predestined by some other entity. And you know what? It felt so perfectly okay. An ideal balance of sacrificing my autonomy as I truly traversed and explored the land before me. The sky smouldered with somber light now, and I was fully immersed in a fully illuminated grey morning. The quiet and peace that pervaded the land before the sun had risen was truly inconceivable now. After about an hour of deep, creeping discomfort had passed, I'd wrangled my mind enough to feel confident throwing my luck into a quest for home. I carefully reorchestrated my entry to society and the world, escaping from the park away from the gaze of any pedestrians. I quickly slipped through the streets that had already been cleared of so much of the snow. I quietly wove through the flecks of people that had found their way outside, begrudgingly trying to go about the days in these very adverse conditions. My legs and feet were sore though. I felt overheated from all of my tight layers and ultimately so tired and so exhausted. I zoned out most of the world around me to focus on the task at hand, trudging onwards on autopilot. Finally, I arrived at my house without issue. At last, the quest was over. I was home safe. Nothing bad had happened. It was okay at last. The pangs and traces of the panic and the scars it left as its barbs coursed through my veins had left my nerves raw. I flopped down on the couch on my porch and took several deep breaths as the relief set in on my shocked psyche. Opalescent steam was rising off my clothing and shrouding me in its gentle coils, tracing my form like soft, warm fingers, caressing me in consolation for the successful completion of the journey I'd just embarked on. I sat immobile for about half an hour, panting, my legs stretched out in front of me. I relished in feeling safe, competent, in overcoming the repeated panic attacks and unwelcome intrusions by unnerving entities on nothing but my own fortitude. I relished in the physical comfort and relaxation I was experiencing. I revelled in the light of day and the little rainbows that adorned the snowbanks that still coated most things in this part of the city. I revelled as well in the traces still following the little blusters of snow that the wind caught and pulled from the trees. I had no reason to move. I felt so warm and good. It was about 7:30 in the morning. Figured I should just eat and rest up for the rest of the day. I dosed myself with about 2 milligrams of atizolam to slow the trip down and lull my mind into the same degree of exhaustion my body felt. I showered in the morning light. A quiet and solemn and meditative experience, decorated by the clattering sound of falling water and the steamy warmth it imparted into my flesh. Every moment of mine still felt punctuated, exact and deliberate, and little iridescent halos traced everything like iris auras. I ate some rice and beans for some compact nutrition, and smoked a bit of weed before passing into sleep. I slept pretty much all of the next day, and my nerves didn't feel completely rewarmed and functional until I'd woken up. Throughout this journey, I saw beauty and terror. I'd been stricken by awe, I'd been carved out and shocked and burned and irradiated by a prismatic fire that fractured my very being. I was seared and smouldering and energized and so very exhausted. Truly, I'd borne witness to something wonderful and terrible. The Puppeteer in the Swirling Prismatic Void, a DMT, LSD and Cannabis Trip Report by Flaminio, posted to earwid.org August 19th, 2010. Note: for about a month before this experience, I was taking 200 milligrams of sertraline, Zoloft, once daily. I discontinued use 36 hours before the experience. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, we were sitting around a friend's living room with a respectable quantity of DMT and LSD. It was my first experiment with DMT, though I'd been on high doses of LSD, salvia, and mushrooms before. The first hit of the DMT that I did made me feel cold and weird, and gave me tunnel vision. I did a second hit, and held it in for some time. I felt myself melting into the couch and my head lolled to the side. The room around me was fracturing into twisting pinwheels of rainbow-coloured light before my eyelids dropped shut. I panicked a bit at first, because the stuff was so strong that I couldn't control my body, but soon my ego completely flatlined, taking my worries with it. In that moment, I didn't know or care who or where I was. Before me was a huge carousel of somberly shaded purple, grey and blue lights. I seemed to hover nearer and further away from it. When I began coming back, the room was swirling in a twisting vortex of multicoloured light. Spiritual sensations and ideation were completely absent from the trip, but these would come soon enough though. For some minutes afterwards, I felt a euphoric lift. It was now about 6 in the evening, and with both of my best friends and myself having smoked a dose of DMT each, we decided to drop the first hit of acid. We each dropped a second hit about 15 minutes after the fact. By 8 o'clock, the acid began to peak. My trip centred around patterns in perceptual streams, much like the last time I did acid, and I meditated about layers of depersonalised intentions behind perceptions for hours, often losing entire grasp of who I was as the room began to twist around me, shivering and swelling into patches of rainbows. I began to feel that the LSD had initiated some sort of auto-deconstructive process in the stream of perceptions constituting my identity. This was somewhat frightening, but also exhilarating, as I began to realise what it meant for our whole universe to be reflected in electrochemical interactions between cells, which could then be reconfigured in a way that temporarily altered the fabric of the universe itself. Pretty standard stuff for LSD use. My trip felt very material, except at times when I would feel strange, creeping flows of spiritual energy slither through the room. I managed to write the following at 10:19 that night, while the peak was still going strong and my ego was totally gone. To chronicle the cognitive distortions during an LSD peak requires the utmost concentration and focus. Because the acid-smattering, weirdo collision universe is out there, and my thoughts don't know where I am when I'm thinking them. The body is strangely alienated from me, as well as my cognitive processes, some of which twist into crystal fractal dimensions very far away from where they started. That's the beauty of LSD, the surprises. I reach out from behind the corner and frighten myself, or catch myself catching myself catching myself. The sensorium is obviously broken or dislocated somehow, disarticulated, but it's the resulting logical fragments that are truly terrifying. The most bizarre and interesting aspect of being on acid is that the sensorium has been totally disarticulated and reconfigured. I don't know where sights, sounds, feelings, etc. begin or not, and I begin or end in these data flows, losing myself in tides of beautiful colours and profoundly, sadly incommunicable emotions. Some of the phenomena of my consciousness seem stereotypical and weirdly trite. It allows me to see the tides of media corruption, cartoony weirdness creeping as a constant undercurrent in my thinking. It's that multicoloured stew, underlying all perceptions, making them swirl together. When the flows of sensation become interrupted, patterns emerge in them that reveal intentions that are not my own. That's the origin of empathy. The problem of empathy is really what I'm after, isn't it? The problem of empathy with things that aren't me. The whole wide, material universe isn't me. That's the central thing that most people can't grasp. The absolute horrifying, endlessly multivarious and splentrificalifying multi-wordoverse. The profound sadness of realising there's nothing there to realise. That's why I do hallucinogens. A perverse sort of jadedness with all sensory and emotional input. Because in striving for an absolutely different sensation, I lose track of what I am. In trying to realise there's nothing to realise, something interferes between the realiser and the abstract, the happening of evento weirdliness. There's a process trying to deconstruct itself, a pattern that emerges in the conscious flow of perception, and then catches itself, trying to realise what it is, but in viewing itself, it unwinds again into strangeliness. It takes LSD to realise the true nightmare horror strangeliness of perceptions piecing and stitching themselves into the pattern of a person, which is always endlessly re-echoed in electrochemical reactions that splinter apart and break up and reconfigure the thing that thought it was thinking about them. There are levels of impersonality and automatism. Personality isn't simply an on-off switch. When I turn off the light of the ego identity, the perceptions can take on their own logic and re-echo endlessly. It takes LSD to realise the profound sadness of our whole universe being merely electrochemical states that are disrupted. But of course, the simple mechanism there is inadequate, for LSD also reveals that there is something pulling the strings. That's what I try not to remember that the acid is telling me, that something is pulling the strings of my perceptions that isn't me. There are multiple not me's in fact, an endlessly re-echoing not me. That's all the material universe really is, a place where I am not. I can grasp that the really startlingly simple correspondences that German idealism is trying to grapple with. The perceptions auto-deconstruct themselves in an endlessly Byzantinally complex fashion when they begin trying to realise what they are, and they initiate a series of logical states that take over the show and the syntax of the sentence, obviously. That's probably another problem with LSD. The linguistic faculties are all messed up too, and they're trying to reveal these endlessly complex perceptual processes with nothing really behind them. One thing that's interesting about the LSD is that it makes certain reaches of thought, certain images, certain lines of self that aren't normally privileged, come alive. The self begins to figure out that all consciousness is a matter of puppetry. Layers upon layers of perceptions and automatism coordinating the perceptions with nothing at the core. There's a fundamental mismatch at the core, and then the glitch just plays itself out with a tragically necessary logic. That's what a human personality is. Culture pulling the strings, and making the perceptions dance in a way that convinces most people there's a semblance of a person there. But really, there's nothing. And one begins to figure out the cavernous emptiness of the universe when it becomes unclear whether it's contained inside the skull or not. Perhaps it could never be contained in a human skull. These things were never meant for these poor, blind, ugly, organic beings on this rock in the middle of so much unending, nothingificating unconsciousness. The oddity of the oddverse that isn't so much me anymore. Revealing that so much of human personality is just this tragically simple game of, here's the thing, now take it away. Once I begin to realise how frightening it is that the endless, multivarious complexity of the material universe could be echoed in anything. When I begin to think that what is reflecting the endless complexity of the material universe isn't a mirror or an unbroken surface of water, but this blind labyrinth of cells, firing action potentials in the darkness of something's skull on a rock that no one can even see except for the seers of the rock. The rest of the universe is a blind, staring, undark light. No wonder these patterns of consciousness can never pull themselves together. That is what styles do. They string perceptions together into a self. But normally, the unconscious is there. It's a tape of weird, unprocessable thoughts, sense data, etc. All that sense data my brain is excluding. Those populations of neurons are making decisions about what to show me and what not to show me that are separate from the phenomena of volition. But the LSD reveals how frightening it is to have such a muddy medium to be reflecting the mirror for such a complex darkness. When the acid had lost just enough intensity for us to realise where we were and what we were doing, we decided to smoke the rest of the DMT. We loaded another dose into one of the pipes we'd been smoking out of before and began to inhale. It didn't take me long to blast off. The first few times we hit the pipe were almost too bewildering to recall, but afterward, I began to see huge grids of rainbow light twisting and warping like a film of oil on the surface of a puddle of water. This began to subside, and then one of my friends informed us that he could scrape together a bowl of pot resin. We placed this in a bowl of a bong we'd been smoking DMT out of earlier and inhaled it. The pot resin mixed with the DMT and began to get us incredibly high. We couldn't even feel the THC at first, as we were sucking in so much DMT. However, I feel that the THC complemented the LSD and the DMT, making the perceptual phenomena generated by both chemicals gel somehow. The first time I smoked the DMT on the acid, the chemicals seemed to clash, with the DMT overtaking the LSD. It took the pot to bind the hallucinogenic sensorium together into a coherent world of sorts. After lazing around on couches, smoking DMT and pot for about an hour, my eyes drifted shut, and I began to see incredibly complex, prismatic entities. Mayan gods, shaped like stonefish with mouths opening and spewing out clouds of single-cell organisms. Lizards, comets, clouds, multitudes of anteaters drooping down the sides of a cliff. The canopy of a rainforest at night was seen from below, as if I were lying on the ground, splitting into kaleidoscopic reflections of itself in drops of water which wriggled into the shapes of frogs. My whole body would fragment, shattering into furry mammals and snakes which would scamper and slither into the undergrowth. At other times, my arms and legs twisted into vines, tree limbs, and roots. Most of the imagery I saw was incredibly complex, constantly shifting and interlacing like gothic foliation, but made up of tropical vines, galaxies, and molecules. Sometimes, this imagery would turn into patterns like those in Aztec or Mayan architecture. I began to feel my soul being flooded with spiritual energy. My mind blossomed into a huge ornate temple, and images of various unrecognisable gods danced through it. I placed my hands together and held them over my head to direct a blasting column of light straight into my skull. There was other times where everything around me swirled into rainbow storms of birds and insects that looked like a cross between moths and the leaves and tendrils of exotic plants. Often, I'd see myself floating above clouds, as well as mountain tops alongside bizarrely animalistic spiritual beings. Sometimes, the DMT would take memories of experiences I'd had and twist them into its landscapes or populate them with animals and gods. I couldn't open my eyes and kept repeating to my friends that I'd entered a visionary state. It was by this point that more people arrived at the house, and I escaped to my friend's bedroom in order to commune with the DMT in solitude. I turned off the lights, lay down on the bed, put on some headphones, and listened to Coils, and the ambulance died in his arms. For a while, I merely lay there wondering at the incredible beauty of the closed-eye visuals. Suddenly, without noticing the transition, I found myself in the midst of a spiritual breakthrough. Here's an account I wrote immediately after the experience, at 2:33 in the morning, while the euphoria and perceptual distortions were still going strong. At a certain point in the trip, I realised that I wasn't an individual anymore. There was something else that told me that it was all things, all peoples, all identities. It told me that it could wear our perceptions like masks. It asked me, how could I ever think of myself as being separate from all that manifold complexity? I saw huge, spiralling, churning rows of heads, human, animal, stone, and the thing was chasing itself through all of them, churning them up, stirring up perceptions into people. This thing made me feel that my whole identity was nothing more than an empty mask to it, unless it chose to inhabit that mask with beautiful complexity. It then made me feel that inside my mind itself was so much of this complexity, that the complexity of those perceptions mirrored, made room for, etched in, limned and sanctified all the animal heads, the dancing whirling world, the prismatic voids, threatening to shatter human minds to show them what they're worth, that their most intimate contents are nothing more than playthings to something much vaster. It then left me churning into other waves of images and patterns that the DMT had left me with. What are you? I kept asking, but it did not answer. It seemed as if it almost laughed at the impudence of the question. It was later on in the night that I also felt that inside my head was an infinite number of beings as well, that the complexity of my perceptions and the colonial nature of my own consciousness united me with other beings, as well as separating me from them. It was always a mistake to view that complexity as a barrier, rather than a bridge. Also, this thing was asking me why I denied the spiritual structure of material reality. It then went on to show me an extra dimension of reality, which was made of interlacing patterns uniting all things, beings. This spiritual reality was supported by pillars of light, complex patterns of stone and animal heads, and the entity pressed my head into one of these pillars, asking me why I didn't believe, and my mind was flooded with interlacing imagery. I understood then, in that moment, that I was united with all things. These patterns, these interlacing patterns, the ones generated by the DMT, they froth up the boundaries between entities and tangle them together. The heads were all stretched out in a row which curved as if it were the crest of a wave or the slope of a hill. They seemed almost like graves or monuments. The entity that I encountered wasn't itself visible. I could only glimpse it in the ripples it left as it moved through twisting, churning webs of light. I understood that the complexity of the perceptions in me was what united me with all things. I was merely one stream in an endlessly intertwining river of perceptual streams. I kept repeating to myself, I am many things, I am many things, I am many things, knowing that even in myself the perceptions of a multitude of different entities were churning together in a little whirlpool of a human mind seemed to unite me with the endless complexity of the universe. The spiritual reality I witnessed was made of fractal patterns of animals and plants that twisted together and interlaced between all objects, both organic and inorganic. It was a huge, warping, prismatic fabric that wove the universe together. Certain parts of this fabric thickened into towering pillars, shooting through intensely glowing bluish light. It was one of these pillars that the entity had held my head against, and the zigzagging animal patterns that danced across it tangled together and crept into my thoughts, destroying the boundaries between my own identity and the rest of the universe. So, after this point in the trip, I felt more spiritually energized than ever before in my life. It was only later in the morning that I began to worry I'd seen things that no human being had seen before, and I'd finally broken my head for good, which I guess is always a sign of a great trip. I decided to see if I could sleep it off, and surprisingly had very little trouble getting to bed. When I woke up 7 hours later, I was a little foggy and disoriented, and I had a bit of a headache, but otherwise I was fine. Within 24 hours of this experience, I no longer noticed any after effects. And you know what? All in all, this was certainly the most intense experience of my life, and perhaps the most beautiful as well.